Welcome to a world where passion ignites, danger lurks in the shadows, and love defies the limits of the supernatural. Here, shifters claim their fated mates. Powerful alphas fight for the ones they love, and the impossible becomes reality. Whether it's a growly werewolf, a scorching hot dragon, or a possessive vampire, one thing's for sure. These heroes are fiercely protective and undeniably irresistible. Get ready to escape into a story where magic meets seduction, and every heartbeat brings you closer to a love that's out of this world. Now, sit back, relax, and let the story begin.
Chapter 1. Luka. The chisel slipped. Luka Ashe cursed under his breath as a thin line of blood welled across his knuckle, dark against his weathered skin. 12 years of woodworking, and he still couldn't keep his mind from wandering when it came to this particular project. He set down the tool and flexed his fingers, watching the cut seal itself with the accelerated healing that came with his bear shifter genetics. Dawn light filtered through the windows of his workshop, casting long shadows across the organized chaos of his domain. Wood shavings curled like pale ribbons across the concrete floor, and the rich scent of cedar and oak mingled with the lingering traces of last night's coffee. This was his sanctuary, the one place in Hollow Oak where the ghosts of his past felt manageable, where the steady rhythm of creation could drown out the memories that still haunted his sleep. The memorial piece sat half-finished on his workbench, the wood grain flowing like water beneath his hands. 13 small bears carved from a single piece of ancient oak, their forms emerging from the timber as if they'd always been there, waiting. One for each member of the Thornridge clan. One for each life lost to a rival's curse. One for each reason he woke up alone every morning. His bear stirred restlessly beneath his skin, recognizing the emotional weight of what he was creating. The animal had been more agitated lately, pacing behind his ribs like a caged thing. At 35, Luka had learned to interpret his shifter side's moods, but this felt different. Less grief, more anticipation, as if something fundamental was about to change. He picked up the chisel again, focusing on the delicate work of defining the final bear's features. This one would be smaller than the others. His nephew Marcus, barely 16 when the curse struck. The boy had been destined to inherit Luka's place as Clan Beta, quick-witted and brave in the way that only the young could be. Now he existed only in memory and the growing collection of wooden figures that lined Luka's workshop shelves. The Blue Ridge Mountains stretched beyond his windows, their peaks shrouded in the perpetual mist that helped hide Hollow Oak from human eyes. The town had been his refuge after the massacre, a place where supernatural beings could exist without explanation or apology. Elder Varric had welcomed him with the kind of quiet understanding that came from someone who'd seen his share of loss. The council had given him purpose as one of their unofficial guardians, and the townspeople had given him space to heal. He'd built a good life here, quiet, predictable, safe. His furniture graced half the homes in Hollow Oak, and his reputation for quality craftsmanship had spread to neighboring supernatural communities. People trusted him with their most precious commissions like baby cribs for new parents, hope chests for young couples, memorial pieces for those who understood loss. But good wasn't the same as complete. A breeze stirred through his open window, carrying with it the scent of lilacs and something that made his bear lift its head with sudden interest. Old magic, wild and untamed, threading through the morning air like a half-remembered song. The hair on his arms rose as the energy pulsed against Hollow Oak's protective wards, sending ripples through the carefully maintained barriers that kept their sanctuary hidden. Luka set down his tools and moved to the window, his amber eyes scanning the misty landscape. In the distance, Moon Mirror Lake reflected the early light like polished silver, its surface undisturbed by the supernatural current he could feel building in the air. The town's shops and cottages dotted the shoreline, their chimneys just beginning to release thin streams of smoke as their occupants started their day. Everything looked normal. Everything felt wrong. His bear was fully alert now, muscles coiled with the need to investigate whatever was disturbing the magical equilibrium. Luka had learned to trust his shifter instincts. They'd kept him alive when the Thornridge clan fell, warning him just in time to escape the curse that claimed his family. Those same instincts were screaming now, pulling him toward the eastern edge of town, where the old cemetery lay hidden among ancient oaks. He grabbed his flannel shirt from the back of his chair, shrugging it on over the black thermal that hugged his broad frame. His reflection caught in the window glass of 6 feet 5 inches of controlled power, chestnut hair still tousled from sleep, amber eyes alert with growing concern. The scar across his left forearm caught the light, the intricate pattern of claw marks serving as a permanent reminder of the last time he'd trusted his bear's judgment over human caution. That scar had saved his life. Maybe these instincts would save someone else's. The workshop door opened with a soft creak that he'd been meaning to oil, but somehow never got around to. The morning air was crisp against his skin, carrying the promise of winter soon in its bite. Hollow Oak was beautiful in the early hours, when the mist clung to the mountains and the magic felt thick enough to touch. But today, something was different. The very air seemed to thrum with possibility, and his bear responded with a low rumble of recognition. Whatever was coming, it was already here. Luka's boots crunched against the gravel path as he made his way toward the cemetery, following the inexplicable pull that grew stronger with each step. The mist seemed thicker than usual, swirling in patterns that defied the gentle breeze. Shadows moved at the edges of his vision, not the natural play of light and dark, but something more deliberate, more aware. The protective wards hummed around him, Hollow Oak's ancient defenses, responding to whatever force was stirring the supernatural atmosphere. He'd helped maintain those barriers more than once, lending his earth-based magic to the collective effort that kept their town safe. But now they felt strained, as if something was pressing against them from the inside rather than trying to break in from without. His bear urged him forward, every instinct sharpened to a razor's edge. In the distance, he could make out the weathered headstones of Hollow Oak's founding families, their carved names barely visible through the drifting mist. Something was happening there, something that his shifter nature recognized as significant, even if his human mind couldn't yet understand what it meant. The scent of lilacs grew stronger, mixing with the earthy smell of old graves and morning dew. But underneath it all was something else, something that made his bear pace with restless energy and his pulse quicken with anticipation he couldn't name. Luka had spent 12 years learning to live with loss, building walls around his heart that were stronger than any ward protecting Hollow Oak. But as he walked toward whatever waited in the cemetery, those walls began to crack. Not from any external force, but from something stirring deep inside him. A recognition that his carefully ordered world was about to be turned upside down. And for reasons he couldn't explain, his bear couldn't wait to see what happened next.
Chapter 2. Leenah. And here lies Ezekiel Thornwell, patriarch of one of Hollow Oak's founding families, Leenah Carrow announced, her voice carrying easily through the crisp morning air. She gestured toward a weathered headstone carved with intricate Celtic knots, its surface green with age and lichen. Legend says he could speak to the mountain spirits and convince them to share this sacred valley with supernatural refugees fleeing persecution in the old country. Her tour group consisted of 3 werewolves from Asheville, a young witch couple, and a fey-blooded photographer documenting supernatural sights. They leaned in closer, hanging on every carefully researched word. Leenah had perfected this particular story over 5 years of leading ghost tours through Hollow Oak's historic cemetery, but the way her audience's eyes widened suggested she'd never lost her touch for dramatic timing. Of course, she continued with a slight smile, what the legends don't mention is that Ezekiel's negotiations with the spirits involved a considerable amount of moonshine and ended with him passed out naked against this very headstone. The spirits were more amused than offended, which is how we ended up with protective wards that hiccup whenever someone's had too much to drink. The group chuckled, exactly the response she'd been aiming for. Leenah believed in treating the dead with respect, But that didn't mean the stories had to be reverent. The spirits she'd encountered over the years appreciated humor far more than hollow platitudes. Death was serious enough without making the telling of it stuffy. "Now, if you'll follow me toward the older section," she said, adjusting the leather satchel slung across her shoulder. The bag held the usual tour guide essentials of recording equipment, notebooks, sage bundles, and a few pieces of protective hematite that had belonged to her grandmother. "We'll visit the area where the original pact was." "Miss Carrow?" The young witch, barely out of her teens, raised her hand tentatively. "Is it true that you can actually see spirits? Like, not just sense them, but really see them?" Leenah paused, considering her answer. This question came up on every tour, usually asked with the same mixture of curiosity and skepticism. The supernatural community might be more accepting of unusual gifts than humans, but necromancy still made most people uncomfortable. Death magic, they called it, as if communing with the departed was somehow inherently sinister. "Sometimes," she said finally, opting for honesty over the usual deflection. "But mostly I just listen. The dead have stories to tell, and I've found they appreciate having someone who bothers to hear them." Minerva, her sleek black cat, wound between her legs with a soft purr. The cat had been following Leenah's tours for 3 years now, ever since she'd shown up as a kitten at Leenah's cottage door during a particularly violent thunderstorm. Minerva's heterochromatic eyes, one blue, one green, seemed to track movement that others couldn't see, making her the perfect companion for someone who worked at the boundary between worlds. The tour group murmured among themselves as they followed Leenah deeper into the cemetery, past newer headstones marking the graves of more recent residents. She'd moved to Hollow Oak 6 years ago, drawn by stories of a town where supernatural beings could live openly without fear of exposure or persecution. What she'd found was exactly what those stories promised: a community that asked few questions about her past and accepted her unusual gifts without judgment. Well, mostly without judgment. There were still some who crossed themselves when she passed. Old habits from childhood spent in more traditional supernatural communities where necromancy was viewed with suspicion. But Elder Varric had welcomed her request to settle in town, and Twyla at the Griddle and Grind made the best coffee this side of the mountains. After years of feeling like an outsider everywhere else, Hollow Oak had become the closest thing to home she'd ever known, and the first place she had made real friends. "The Founding Families section is our oldest area," Leenah explained as they approached a cluster of elaborate headstones dating back nearly 3 centuries. Morning mist clung to the ancient oaks overhead, their massive trunks twisted with age and the weight of accumulated magic. These graves mark the resting places of the original supernatural settlers who established our protective wards. They were refugees, mostly, witches fleeing Salem's trials, shifters escaping European persecution, fae seeking asylum from iron-wielding humans. She'd researched every family represented here, spending countless hours in the Hollow Oak book nook poring over historical records and genealogical texts. The stories weren't just tourist attractions to her. They were the foundation of everything that made Hollow Oak special. These people had built something beautiful from tragedy, creating a sanctuary that had endured for generations. "But they weren't the first to call this place sacred," she continued, approaching a section where the headstones were even older, their carved names barely legible after decades of mountain weather. The Cherokee considered this valley holy ground long before European supernatural fled across the ocean. The early settlers made agreements with the indigenous spirits, promising to— The words died in her throat as her necromantic abilities suddenly spiked without warning. Power surged through her like electrical current, making her stumble backward as the familiar tingle of spiritual presence exploded into something far stronger. The air around the oldest graves began to shimmer, and ethereal figures started materializing among the headstones. More spirits than she'd ever seen manifest at once. "What the hell?" one of the werewolves gasped, his nostrils flaring as his supernatural senses detected the sudden shift in the cemetery's atmosphere. Leenah tried to speak, to reassure her tour group that everything was under control, but the spirits were pressing closer now. Ancient faces materialized in the morning mist, their features marked by centuries of sorrow and growing anger. These weren't the usual restless dead she encountered on her tours of gentle spirits seeking closure or comfort. These were older, more powerful, and they were calling her name in languages she didn't recognize. "Leenah, Leenah, come closer, child of between." The voices whispered in Cherokee, in what might have been ancient Gaelic, in tongues that predated written language. Her necromantic abilities had always allowed her to understand the dead regardless of linguistic barriers, but these spirits carried an urgency that made her pulse race with adrenaline and something deeper, like recognition, perhaps, or inevitability. "Oh God, they're everywhere!" The young witch's voice rose to a shriek as more spirits materialized, their ethereal forms becoming increasingly solid and visible to even those without supernatural sight. The tour group panicked. The werewolves were the first to flee, their enhanced fight-or-flight responses kicking in as they raced toward the cemetery gates. The witch couple followed close behind, the young woman sobbing as her partner dragged her away from the manifesting spirits. Even the Fey photographer, who should have been accustomed to otherworldly encounters, abandoned his expensive camera equipment in his haste to escape. Their screams echoed across the cemetery as they fled, but Leenah stood transfixed among the swirling spiritual energy. She should have been terrified. Any reasonable person would have run from dozens of manifesting spirits calling her name with increasing insistence. But instead, she felt a strange sense of rightness, as if this moment had been inevitable from the day she'd first set foot in Hollow Oak. Minerva hissed and arched her back beside her, the cat's fur standing on end, as she sensed the disturbance in the spiritual realm. Her mismatched eyes reflected the ethereal light emanating from the spirits, and she positioned herself between Leenah and the most aggressive manifestations with fierce, protective instinct. "Easy, girl," Leenah murmured, kneeling to run her fingers through Minerva's fur. The cat's solid warmth anchored her to the physical world, even as the spirits pressed closer, their whispered urgency growing more insistent. The pact, broken promises, time grows short. She is the one, the bridge between worlds. "Help us, daughter of Salem's blood." The spirits weren't threatening her, Leenah realized. They were pleading. These ancient dead carried wounds that ran deeper than personal trauma. They were of a collective grief, betrayal, centuries of being forgotten by those who had promised to remember. Her necromantic abilities had never felt this powerful, this connected to something larger than individual encounters with restless souls. Whatever was happening here went beyond her usual work helping spirits find peace. This felt like awakening, like recognition, like the moment when all the scattered pieces of her life suddenly clicked into a pattern she'd never seen before. The morning mist swirled thicker around the oldest graves, and shadows moved with purpose through the ethereal light. Leenah Carrow had built her reputation on helping the dead, but as she stood surrounded by manifesting spirits calling her name in ancient tongues, she wondered if perhaps the dead had been waiting all along to help her find something she'd never known she was looking for. Minerva's warning hiss drew her attention to movement at the cemetery's edge, where a large figure was approaching through the mist. Even at a distance, she could see the purposeful stride of someone drawn by the same supernatural disturbance that had awakened the spirits. Her necromantic abilities were still surging, making it impossible to focus on anything but the pressing urgency of the manifestations around her. But something about the approaching figure made her pulse quicken, as if her life was about to change in ways she couldn't possibly predict.
Chapter 3. Luka. The screams hit Luka suddenly, cutting through the morning air with a terror that made his bear surge beneath his skin. He broke into a run before conscious thought caught up with instinct, his boots pounding against the gravel path as he raced toward the cemetery. Whatever had been pulling him in that direction was no longer a mystery. Something was very, very wrong. Supernatural tourists fled past him in the opposite direction, their faces pale with shock and fear. He recognized the werewolf pack from Asheville, their enhanced senses likely making whatever they'd encountered even more overwhelming. A young witch couple stumbled by, the woman sobbing as her partner half-carried her toward the parking area. Behind them, a fey photographer abandoned expensive equipment in his desperate flight from whatever horrors awaited in the old section of the cemetery. But it was the nature of their terror that made Luka's instincts flare dangerously. This wasn't the clean fear of facing a known threat. This was the primal panic of encountering something that shouldn't exist, something that violated the natural order so completely that even supernatural beings couldn't process it. His bear roared to full alertness as he crested the small hill leading to the founding family's section. The sight that greeted him should have sent him fleeing with the others, should have triggered every survival instinct honed by 12 years of loss and hard-learned caution. Instead, it stopped him cold. Dozens of ethereal figures swirled through the morning mist, their forms shifting between solid and translucent as they moved among the ancient headstones. Spirits, more than he'd ever seen manifesting at once, their faces marked by centuries of sorrow and an anger that made the air itself feel heavy with accumulated grief. The very atmosphere pulsed with supernatural energy so intense it made his teeth ache and his bear pace restlessly behind his ribs. And in the center of it all stood Leenah Carrow. She was impossibly small against the backdrop of manifesting spirits, her dark hair whipping around her face as ethereal winds stirred by otherworldly presence caught the strands. But there was nothing fragile about her posture. She stood straight and calm, her bright blue eyes tracking the movement of spirits that would have terrified seasoned supernatural warriors. Her black cat crouched at her feet, fur bristled in warning, but staying protectively close to her human rather than fleeing to safety. Luka knew her, of course. Everyone in Hollow Oak knew Leenah Carrow, the town's resident ghost tour guide and amateur historian. He'd seen her around town for years, buying coffee at the Griddle and Grind, researching in the Hollow Oak book nook, leading groups of curious tourists through the cemetery with the kind of confident competence that spoke of genuine expertise. Their interactions had been limited to polite nods and brief greetings. She'd always struck him as someone who valued her privacy as much as he valued his. But seeing her now, facing down supernatural forces that would send most shifters running for the hills, something primal and possessive awakened in his chest. His bear responded with a recognition so deep it bypassed rational thought entirely, flooding his system with protective instincts that had nothing to do with his general duty to guard Hollow Oak and everything to do with the small, fearless woman standing calmly among swirling manifestations of the dead. The spirits pressed closer to her, their ethereal voices creating a whispered chorus that raised goosebumps along his arms. He couldn't make out individual words, but the urgency in their tone was unmistakable. They wanted something from her, needed something from her, and the intensity of their desire was powerful enough to make reality itself bend around their collective will. Leenah lifted one hand as if to touch the nearest spirit, her movements slow and deliberate. The manifestation of an elderly Native American woman whose traditional dress suggested she'd been dead for centuries reached back with fingers that flickered between solid and ethereal. When their hands would have met, light pulsed through the air between them, and Luka felt the protective wards around Hollow Oak shiver in response. That was when her gaze found his across the cemetery. Their eyes met, and the world narrowed to that single point of connection. Blue clashed with amber, and Luka felt something fundamental shift inside his chest. Not just attraction, though the way her chin lifted with quiet defiance sent heat pooling low in his belly, but recognition. As if his soul had been waiting his entire life to see exactly this. A woman brave enough to face the impossible, strong enough to stand unafraid in the face of forces that defied understanding. His bear rumbled approval, a sound that vibrated through his chest with startling intensity. Mine, the animal seemed to say. Protect claim. The logical part of his mind tried to assert control, reminding him that he barely knew this woman beyond casual greetings and professional reputation. But logic had no place in whatever was happening here. The spirits, the morning's strange magical disturbances, The way Leenah stood untouched in the center of supernatural chaos all felt like pieces of a puzzle clicking into place with inevitable precision. A puzzle that put her directly in the path of forces he didn't understand. Every alpha instinct he possessed screamed at him to move, to put himself between Leenah and whatever otherworldly threats surrounded her. The spirits might not be attacking, yet, but their presence was powerful enough to affect Hollow Oak's protective wards. If they decided she was a threat rather than whatever they currently saw her as, or if their manifestation attracted less benevolent, supernatural attention, she'd be standing alone against forces that could tear her apart. Luka approached slowly, his hands held visibly at his sides in what he hoped was a non-threatening gesture. The last thing he wanted was to startle the spirits into aggressive action, but staying back while Leenah faced unknown danger wasn't an option his bear would tolerate. "Easy," he murmured, though he wasn't sure if the words were meant for the manifesting dead, for Leenah, or for his own increasingly agitated shifter nature. "Nobody needs to get hurt here." The spirits turned toward him as one, their ancient eyes assessing his approach with expressions that ranged from curious to hostile. He could feel their attention like physical weight, pressing against his mental defenses with the accumulated force of centuries. But underneath their initial suspicion, he sensed something else. Hope, perhaps, or desperate relief. Whatever they wanted from Leenah, they seemed to approve of his presence, or at least they didn't see him as a threat to their purposes. Leenah, however, looked significantly less pleased by his arrival. Her eyes narrowed as she took in his cautious approach, and he caught the faint tightening around her mouth that suggested she was about to say something sharp. Even surrounded by manifesting spirits, she managed to look irritated by what she obviously interpreted as an unwelcome rescue attempt. The spirits began to fade as his presence shifted their attention, their ethereal forms becoming translucent once more before disappearing entirely. The sudden absence of their supernatural pressure left the cemetery feeling strangely empty, as if the morning itself had lost some essential vitality. Leenah remained exactly where she was, chin lifted in quiet defiance and arms crossed over her chest in a posture that radiated independence and competence. Her cat continued to glare at him, with mismatched eyes as if blaming him for disrupting whatever communion had been taking place. Luka stopped just outside arm's reach, close enough to intervene if needed, but far enough away to avoid crowding her. His bear wanted him closer, wanted him to check for injuries, to wrap her in his arms and carry her somewhere safe, to eliminate any possibility of her facing such danger again. But the expression on her face suggested that any of those responses would be spectacularly unwelcome. "Are you hurt?" he asked instead, keeping his voice low and calm despite the adrenaline still coursing through his system. The question seemed to snap whatever patience she'd been holding on to. Her eyes flashed with something that might have been annoyance or might have been outright anger, and when she spoke, her tone carried the kind of sharp edge that suggested his instincts had been exactly as unwelcome as he'd feared. He had the distinct feeling he was about to learn exactly what Leenah Carrow thought of unwanted rescue attempts, and judging by the set of her shoulders, it wasn't going to be a conversation that went well for him.
Chapter 4. Leenah. Are you hurt? The question made Leenah's jaw clench with irritation. Of course, that would be Luka Ashe's first concern. Not what had just happened, not why dozens of ancient spirits had manifested in broad daylight, but whether the fragile little woman needed medical attention. She'd been handling supernatural encounters alone for years, but apparently the town's grumpiest hermit thought she needed rescuing from her own area of expertise. "I'm fine," she said, her voice sharp enough to cut glass. "Though I'd have been better if you hadn't scared them off." It was a lie, and they both knew it. The spirits had been growing more agitated by the moment, their ethereal forms becoming increasingly solid as their desperate urgency pressed against her consciousness. She'd been losing control of the situation, her necromantic abilities stretched beyond their usual limits by the sheer number of manifestations. But admitting that would mean acknowledging that his arrival had actually helped, and her pride wasn't ready to make that concession. especially not when those amber eyes of his seemed to see straight through every defense she'd spent years building. Scared them off? Luka's eyebrows rose, and she caught the hint of skepticism in his voice. They looked like they were about to tear you apart. They weren't threatening me, Leenah snapped, even as her hands trembled slightly from the aftershock of channeling so much supernatural energy. They were trying to communicate something important, something about broken promises and forgotten oaths. She'd caught fragments of their urgent whispers in the moments before Luka's presence had calmed the spiritual disturbance. Ancient voices speaking in Cherokee, in what might have been medieval Gaelic, in languages that predated written records. The spirits had been trying to tell her something crucial, something that connected to Hollow Oak's founding history and the protective wards that kept their sanctuary hidden. And now she'd lost the chance to understand what they'd been so desperate to share. "What kind of promises?" Luka asked, his voice gentler now but still carrying that protective undertone that made her want to throw something at his annoyingly handsome face. "I don't know," she admitted reluctantly. "Your dramatic entrance interrupted before I could get specifics." Minerva wound around her legs with a soft purr, the cat's warmth grounding her in the present moment. Her familiar had been tense throughout the entire encounter, fur bristled and eyes fixed on threats that only she could see. But now Minerva seemed almost approving of Luka's presence. The traitorous feline was actually purring louder as she rubbed against Leenah's jeans. "I heard screams," Luka said, his massive frame still coiled with barely contained energy. "Your tour group was running like something was chasing them." "Tourists," Leenah muttered, bending to scratch behind Minerva's ears. "They paid for a ghost tour, not a spiritual manifestation. There's a difference." "Is there?" The question held genuine curiosity rather than skepticism, which caught her off guard. Most people either dismissed her work entirely or assumed it was all theatrical nonsense designed to entertain gullible visitors. "Ghosts are just echoes," she explained, straightening to find his amber eyes fixed on her with an intensity that made her heart pick up. "Imprints of strong emotions or traumatic events. They're not really conscious, just playing out the same patterns over and over. What you saw here were actual spirits, aware, intelligent, and very much trying to communicate. And that's normal for you?" "Not like this." The admission slipped out before she could stop it. "I've never had so many manifest at once, and never that urgently. They knew my name, called me in languages I don't speak but somehow understood anyway." The memory sent a shiver through her. Those ancient voices had carried centuries of pain and desperate hope, as if they'd been waiting lifetimes for someone exactly like her to finally hear their message. But hear what? And why now? "Called you what?" Luka stepped closer, his protective instincts obviously triggered by whatever he'd heard in her voice. "Child of between," she said, the words feeling strange on her tongue. "Daughter of Salem's blood. Bridge between worlds." She looked up at him, noting how his presence seemed to calm the residual supernatural energy still crackling in the air around them. "They approved of you being here, though. Whatever that means." Something flickered in his eyes like recognition, perhaps, or understanding. "My bear has been restless all morning, more agitated than usual, like it was anticipating something." "Your bear?" The question came out more breathless than she'd intended. She'd known Luka was a shifter, of course. Everyone in Hollow Oak knew the basics about their neighbors' supernatural natures, but she'd never really thought about what kind of shifter he might be. "Grizzly," he said simply, as if that explained everything. It did explain quite a bit, actually. The way he moved with careful, controlled power. The protective instincts that had him racing toward danger instead of away from it. The steady presence that made her feel inexplicably safer, even when she was determined to be annoyed with him. "Well, your bear can relax," she said, trying to inject some of her usual sarcasm into her voice. "Crisis averted. No damsels in distress requiring rescue. You weren't in distress, Luka agreed, and something in his tone made her look at him more carefully. You were magnificent. The simple statement caught her off guard. Not beautiful, not brave, but magnificent. As if he'd seen her standing among manifesting spirits and found her not fragile or in need of protection, but powerful in her own right. The compliment was so unexpected, so different from the usual condescending concern she received from well-meaning townspeople, that it left her momentarily speechless. She cleared her throat, trying to regain her composure. I need to figure out what they wanted. This isn't over. No, Luka agreed, his amber eyes never leaving her face. I don't think it is. The way he said it suggested he wasn't just talking about the spirits, and that realization sent heat pooling low in her belly, despite her best efforts to maintain her irritation. She'd been aware of Luka for years. It was impossible not to notice someone who took up that much space and radiated that much quiet strength. But she'd always assumed his gruff demeanor extended to genuine antisocial tendencies. Looking at him now, seeing the way his gaze tracked her every movement with protective intensity, she wondered if perhaps the town's most notorious hermit was more complicated than she'd given him credit for. I should go, she said, shouldering her leather satchel with more force than necessary. I have research to do, and you probably have furniture to build or whatever it is you do in that workshop of yours. Wood carving, he said, falling into step beside her as she started walking toward the cemetery gates. And furniture, yes, among other things. I wasn't asking for a detailed inventory, she muttered, but found herself stealing glances at his hands as they walked. Large, scarred from years of working with tools, but moving with the kind of careful precision that suggested he created beautiful things with them. The spirits called you a bridge, Luka said quietly. What do you think that means? I don't know, she admitted, her voice softer now that they were walking away from the site of the manifestation. But I intend to find out. Need help? The offer was casual, almost offhand, but something in his tone suggested it was anything but. Leenah found herself torn between her fierce independence and the growing awareness that whatever was happening here might be too big for her to handle alone. I work better solo, she said finally, the words coming out more gently than she'd intended. I know, Luka replied, and the understanding in his voice made her pulse quicken. But if you change your mind, you know where to find me. As they reached the cemetery gates, Leenah realized that for all her irritation with his protectiveness, she'd felt steadier with him beside her than she had in years. Safer. As if having someone watching her back wasn't a sign of weakness, but simply nice. The thought unsettled her almost as much as the manifesting spirits had. Thanks, she said quietly, then immediately felt the need to add, for not treating me like I was hysterical or imagining things. Anyone who's lived in Hollow Oak for more than 5 minutes knows you don't imagine things, Luka replied, his amber eyes warm with respect. And hysteria isn't exactly your style. Despite her best efforts, Leenah felt a small smile tug at the corners of her mouth. You've been paying attention to my style? Hard not to, he said simply, and the honest admission made her breath catch. Before she could think of a response that wouldn't embarrass them both, Minerva chose that moment to abandon her and trot directly to Luka, rubbing against his legs with shameless affection. The traitor was purring loud enough to wake the dead, which, given recent events, might not be entirely metaphorical. Looks like you've made a friend, Leenah said, trying to keep her voice light despite the flutter of betrayal. She's got good taste, Luka replied, crouching to scratch behind Minerva's ears with surprising gentleness for such large hands. Watching him be soft with her cat while still radiating that quiet strength that had calmed an entire cemetery full of agitated spirits, Leenah felt her carefully maintained emotional walls develop their first crack in years. And that she realized as she walked away from the most interesting conversation she'd had in months, might be more strange than any supernatural manifestation.
Chapter 5. Luka. Luka told himself he was making his usual evening patrol of the town's perimeter. Never mind that his typical route didn't include the winding path that led past Leenah's cottage, or that he'd already checked the cemetery twice since this morning's incident. Finding nothing more supernatural than a few confused squirrels and Mrs. Henderson's escaped poodle digging up petunias, his bear knew exactly why they were here, padding restlessly beneath his skin with the kind of focused attention usually reserved for tracking prey. Except this wasn't about hunting. This was about the small, fierce woman who'd stood unflinching among manifesting spirits, and then had the audacity to be annoyed when he tried to help. The cottage sat nestled between two ancient oaks, their massive trunks twisted with age and the accumulated magic that seemed to permeate everything in Hollow Oak. Warm light spilled from the windows, painting golden rectangles across the small garden, where herbs grew in neat rows despite the approaching winter chill. It was exactly the kind of home he'd expect someone like Leenah to choose: practical, unpretentious, and slightly removed from the main bustle of town. He should keep walking, should continue his perfectly legitimate patrol, and leave her to whatever research had kept her holed up all afternoon. The rational part of his mind pointed out that she'd made her feelings about unwanted protection quite clear that morning, but then he caught sight of her through the front window, and rational thoughts scattered like leaves in a windstorm. Books surrounded her in towering stacks that threatened to topple at any moment. Old leather-bound volumes, modern paperbacks, notebooks filled with her careful handwriting, all arranged in what might charitably be called organized chaos across every available surface. Candles flickered from holders scattered throughout the room, their warm light catching the blue-black gleam of her hair as she bent over an ancient text that looked older than Hollow Oak itself. She'd changed from her tour guide clothes into something more comfortable, a soft gray sweater that made her striking blue eyes look like storm clouds and dark jeans that hugged curves he absolutely should not be noticing. Her bare feet were tucked under her on the oversized armchair, and she held a steaming mug in one hand, while the other traced lines of text with obvious concentration. The domestic scene hit him with unexpected force. He'd lived alone for so long that he'd forgotten what it looked like when someone made a space truly their own. His workshop was functional, his apartment above it even more Spartan. But this was a home, personal and warm and lived in, with throw pillows that had clearly been chosen for comfort rather than decoration, and bookshelves that groaned under the weight of actual reading material. His bear rumbled approval at the sight of her obvious determination. She hadn't been scared off by the morning's supernatural encounter. Instead, she'd thrown herself into understanding what had happened with the kind of methodical focus that spoke to a sharp mind and unshakable courage. The animal side of his nature respected that kind of strength, even as his human side worried about what she might be stirring up. Because she was definitely stirring something up. Even from outside, he could feel the subtle shift in magical energy that surrounded the cottage. Not dangerous, not yet, but present in a way that suggested her research was touching on forces that preferred to remain undisturbed. Leenah reached for another book, her movements quick and precise despite what had clearly been hours of focused work. She'd been at this since leaving the cemetery, judging by the empty coffee mug sitting beside several others on the side table. Stubborn woman pushing herself past exhaustion in pursuit of answers that might be better left alone. The thought of her facing whatever supernatural forces she was investigating alone, late at night, with nothing but books and determination for protection, made his bear want to patrol endlessly. It wanted to march up to her front door and demand she let him help, or at least let him stand guard while she worked, just in case those ancient spirits decided to pay another visit. Absolutely not, he muttered under his breath, knowing exactly how well that suggestion would be received. She shifted in her chair, pushing a strand of dark hair behind her ear as she frowned at whatever text had captured her attention. The gesture was unconscious, natural, and it revealed the elegant line of her neck in the candlelight. Something primal stirred in his chest, not just his bear's protective instincts, but something more complicated, more personal. When had he started noticing things like the way her lips moved slightly as she read, or how her fingers traced patterns in the air when she was thinking through a particularly complex problem? These weren't the observations of a town guardian keeping watch over a resident's safety. These were the thoughts of a man becoming far too interested in a woman who'd made it crystal clear she valued her independence above all else. A flash of movement caught his attention, and Minerva materialized on the windowsill as if she'd been summoned by his thoughts. The sleek black cat settled herself with the kind of deliberate precision that suggested she'd been watching him watch her human for several minutes. Her mismatched eyes, one blue, one green, fixed on his face with an intelligence that made him distinctly uncomfortable. Animals had always liked him, probably something to do with his shifter nature. But Minerva's stare felt less like animal curiosity and more like evaluation, as if she was taking his measure and finding him adequate, perhaps, or at least not an immediate threat to her beloved human. The cat tilted her head, studying him with attention that suggested she understood exactly why he was standing in Leenah's garden instead of continuing his patrol. Her tail twitched once, and then she turned to look back at Leenah with what could only be described as a considering expression. Luka felt heat creep up his neck as he realized he'd been caught. Not by Leenah, who remained absorbed in her research, completely unaware of his presence, but by her too intelligent familiar who seemed to see right through his flimsy excuses about town security. The smart thing to do would be to continue his patrol and pretend this detour had never happened. The responsible thing would be to respect Leenah's obvious desire for privacy and leave her to her work. The safe thing would be to ignore the way his bear practically purred with contentment at the sight of her settled and focused in her own space. Instead, he found himself memorizing details, the way she tucked one foot under her when she was deep in thought, the small collection of protective crystals arranged on the windowsill beside Minerva, the fact that she'd lit candles instead of turning on electric lights, creating an atmosphere that felt more like ritual than simple reading. She was beautiful. He'd have to be blind not to notice that. But more than beautiful, she was complete, self-contained in a way that spoke of someone who'd learned to find strength in solitude. She didn't need rescuing or protecting or any of the things his alpha instincts wanted to provide. She needed space to be exactly who she was, and that realization was humbling, but also made his bear nervous. Because what if who she was didn't include space for someone like him? Minerva's soft meow broke through his spiraling thoughts. The cat was looking at him again, her expression almost sympathetic, as if she understood the particular torture of wanting something you couldn't have and being too stubborn to walk away from it. "Yeah, I know," he murmured quietly enough that his voice wouldn't carry to the cottage. "I'm an idiot." The cat's tail twitched again, which he chose to interpret as agreement rather than judgment. Leenah stretched, rolling her shoulders to work out the kinks from hours of hunching over books. The movement was completely innocent, but it drew his attention to the graceful curve of her spine and the way the soft sweater clung to her frame. His bear rumbled approval, and Luka had to clench his hands into fists to resist the urge to tap on the window and offer to work those knots out with his fingers. This was getting ridiculous. He was standing in her garden like some kind of stalker, cataloging her every movement and letting his imagination run wild with scenarios that would probably earn him a restraining order if she knew what he was thinking. Time to leave before he did something even more monumentally stupid. But as he turned to go, Minerva stood and padded along the windowsill to the corner closest to where he stood. She settled herself there deliberately, her mismatched eyes holding his gaze with unmistakable intent. The message was clear. Someone needed to watch over Leenah while she lost herself in research that touched on dangerous, supernatural forces. And if Luka wasn't going to do it properly, then at least he could do it from a respectful distance. Guard duty, then. He could justify that to himself and his conscience, just keeping watch to make sure nothing supernatural decided to take advantage of her focused distraction. It had nothing to do with the way candlelight caught in her dark hair, or the unconscious grace of her movements as she worked. Nothing at all. Luka settled himself against the trunk of the larger oak tree, positioning himself where he could see both the cottage and anyone approaching from the main path. His bear approved of the vantage point, finally content now that they were properly positioned to protect what was rapidly becoming the most important thing in their world, even if he wasn't entirely sure what he was going to do about it.
Chapter 6. Leenah. Leenah's fingers traced the faded ink of her grandmother's careful script, the words swimming before her tired eyes as the grandfather clock in her hallway chimed midnight. She'd been at this for 14 hours straight, fueled by nothing but coffee and the growing certainty that she'd stumbled onto something far bigger than a simple ghostly manifestation. November 15th, 1952, the journal entry began. Mother spoke again today of the old agreements, the blood pact sealed between our families and the Cherokee spirits when Papa's grandfather first settled in these mountains. She grows more agitated each year as the anniversary approaches, mumbling about broken promises and forgotten rituals. I fear the stories she tells are more than just an old woman's ramblings. The leather-bound journal sat open across Leenah's lap, surrounded by a fortress of books she'd pulled from every corner of her cottage. Local histories, genealogical records, her grandmother's collection of supernatural folklore were all pointing toward the same impossible conclusion. The founding families of Hollow Oak hadn't just negotiated with indigenous spirits for permission to settle. They'd entered into a binding magical contract that required regular renewal ceremonies to maintain. Ceremonies that had apparently stopped sometime in the 1800s. Well, that explains a few things, she muttered, reaching for her 7th cup of coffee and finding only dregs. The late autumn wind rattled her windows, carrying the promise of winter's first snow. She should have lit the fire hours ago, but the growing pile of evidence had demanded her complete attention. A soft thud from the kitchen made her look up. Probably just Minerva knocking something off the counter again. The cat had been restless all evening, padding through the cottage with her fur slightly bristled as if sensing things Leenah couldn't see. Another thud, followed by the unmistakable creak of the kitchen door opening. Leenah set the journal aside and padded barefoot toward the sound, her breath misting slightly in the suddenly cold air. "Min, what are you getting into now?" The kitchen stood empty, back door firmly closed and latched. But the temperature had dropped at least 10 degrees, and frost was beginning to form on the inside of the windows, despite her heating system running full blast. Minerva crouched beneath the table, her mismatched eyes wide and fixed on something near the doorway that Leenah couldn't see. "Okay, that's not normal," she said, wrapping her arms around herself as her breath became visible in the frigid air. The whispers started then. Soft, urgent voices speaking in languages from the cemetery, threading through the air like half-remembered songs. They seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere, echoing off the walls of her cottage with increasing insistence. Child of between. The pact lies broken. Time grows short. Leenah's necromantic abilities stirred in response to the spiritual presence, but not in the controlled way she was used to. This felt wild, unfiltered, as if something had torn a hole between worlds and spirits were pouring through without invitation or restraint. Her grandmother's journals had mentioned this, the way necromantic gifts could act as a beacon for restless dead, drawing them like moths to flame. "I hear you," she said aloud, her voice steady despite the supernatural chaos erupting around her. "But you're going to have to be more specific about what you want." The temperature dropped another few degrees, and frost began spreading across the kitchen windows in patterns that looked almost like writing. Ancient symbols that hurt to look at directly, as if they carried power too concentrated for human eyes to process safely. The whispers intensified, overlapping until they became an incomprehensible chorus of urgent need. Whatever these spirits wanted, they were running out of time to ask for it. And somehow, her research into the founding family's history had opened a door she didn't know how to close, a door that was apparently letting in more than just curious ghosts. The kitchen door itself swung open again, banging against the wall with enough force to rattle the dishes in her cabinets. Cold air rushed through the cottage, extinguishing half her candles and sending papers flying in chaotic spirals. Minerva yowled and darted toward the living room, taking shelter behind the couch with the kind of feline dignity that suggested this was all somehow Leenah's fault. "Okay, point taken," Leenah called to the invisible spirits. "You're upset about the broken pact. I get it. But I'm trying to figure out what happened, so maybe dial down the supernatural tantrum while I work?" The whispers faded to a barely audible murmur, and the temperature began to climb back toward something approaching normal. Whatever was haunting her cottage seemed willing to negotiate, at least temporarily. Small mercies. She returned to the living room and gathered her scattered research, noting that several pages had landed in arrangements that seemed almost purposeful, as if the spirits had been trying to point her toward specific information. One of her grandmother's journals lay open to a page dated 1955, the writing more hurried than usual. The dreams grow stronger. Ayana comes to me nightly now, showing me visions of the ceremony grounds deep in the old forest. She speaks of a necromancer who will bridge the worlds, someone with the power to restore what was broken. I fear she means one of my descendants, though I pray the burden passes me by. The dead ask too much of the living, and some promises extract prices too dear to pay. Ayana. The same name the elderly Cherokee spirit had whispered in the cemetery, the one who'd tried to touch Leenah's hand, while the other manifestations swirled around them like a supernatural storm. Apparently, she'd been trying to make contact for decades, waiting for someone with enough necromantic ability to hear her message. Lucky me, Leenah thought grimly. She pulled a thick blanket around her shoulders and settled back into her reading, determined to find some clue about where these ceremony grounds might be located. If the spirits wanted the pact renewed, she needed to understand what that actually meant before agreeing to anything. Her family's history with magical contracts wasn't exactly encouraging. Her grandmother had spent her entire life afraid of inherited obligations, and her mother had fled Salem to avoid similar supernatural commitments. The whispers returned as she read, softer now, but constant, like having a dozen conversations taking place just outside her range of hearing. Every few minutes the temperature would fluctuate wildly, or she'd catch movement in her peripheral vision that disappeared when she turned to look directly. By 2 a.m, she'd managed to piece together a partial timeline. The original pact had been sealed in 1689, requiring renewal ceremonies every 50 years to maintain the magical barriers protecting Hollow Oak. The last recorded ceremony had taken place in 1889, conducted by a coalition of supernatural families, including her own ancestors and witches from the Shadowheart line. It stated that while her family and others helped renew that pact, the Shadowheart witch sealed the protective barriers for other reasons, not associated with the pact, but for safety reasons. It was vague, but gave Leenah the feeling that a lot happened here in that time period and she wasn't sad she had missed out. But after that, nothing. No records, no mentions, no explanations for why the ceremonies had stopped. A soft scratching sound drew her attention to the front door. Probably just wind-blown branches, but after hours of supernatural disturbances, she wasn't taking any chances. Leenah wrapped the blanket tighter around herself and peered through the peephole, finding nothing but empty darkness beyond the porch light. When she opened the door to check for damage from the storm, a white business card fluttered to the ground at her feet. Luka Ashe, Custom Woodworking, read the simple black text. Below it, someone had written in careful handwriting, "If you need anything." Leenah stared at the card for a long moment, her pride warring with the growing realization that whatever she'd awakened was beyond her ability to handle alone. The cottage was actively haunted now, not just by curious spirits but by entities with urgent demands she didn't fully understand. Her necromantic abilities were responding to their presence in ways that felt increasingly unstable, as if prolonged contact with so many manifestations was stretching her gifts past their normal limits. She should call someone. should swallow her independence long enough to ask for help from people who understood supernatural crises better than she did. The council, perhaps, or at least someone with experience dealing with magical emergencies. Instead, she found herself running her thumb across Luka's carefully written message, remembering the way he'd looked at her in the cemetery. Not like she was fragile or incompetent, but like she was magnificent. Dangerous, maybe, but in the way that powerful things were dangerous. Worthy of respect rather than condescension. A crash from the kitchen interrupted her thoughts, followed by Minerva's indignant yowl. When Leenah rushed to investigate, she found her spice rack overturned, and herbs scattered across the floor in patterns that looked almost like protective sigils. Her cat sat in the middle of the chaos, tail twitching with annoyance. "Okay, apparently the spirits have opinions about my cooking supplies," she said, kneeling to scratch behind Minerva's ears. "What do you think, Min? Do I call the nice carpenter and admit I'm in over my head?" Minerva purred and rubbed against her hand, then patted purposefully toward the front door where Luka's business card still lay on the floor. The message was clear. Even her familiar thought she needed backup. Leenah sighed and picked up the card, turning it over in her fingers. Her grandmother's warnings about the dead asking too much of the living echoed in her mind, but so did the urgency in those whispered voices. Whatever the spirits wanted, they weren't going to give up just because she was too proud to admit she needed help. And if she was being honest with herself, the idea of Luka's steady presence in her chaos-filled cottage didn't sound entirely unwelcome, even if it meant acknowledging that some problems were too big for one person to solve alone. The whispers rose again as she stood there debating, carrying what sounded almost like encouragement, as if the spirits themselves approved of her considering reinforcements. "Fine," she said aloud, tucking the card into her pocket. "But if this goes badly, I'm blaming all of you." The temperature in her cottage warmed by several degrees, and the whispers carried what sounded distinctly like relief.
Chapter 7 of Luka. Luka knew something was wrong the moment he stepped into his workshop at dawn. His tools lay scattered across the concrete floor in patterns that defied explanation. Chisels arranged in perfect spirals, hammers positioned like compass points. His grandfather's hand plane balanced precariously atop a stack of sandpaper that hadn't been there when he'd locked up the night before. What the hell? He picked up a carving knife that had somehow embedded itself point first in his workbench, the blade driven so deep it took considerable effort to extract. The wood around the entry point was black with char marks, as if the metal had been heated to temperature that should have melted it entirely. His bear paced restlessly beneath his skin, every supernatural sense on high alert. The workshop felt different, charged with an energy that made his hackles rise. Not threatening exactly, but present in a way that suggested forces beyond the physical world had been paying him a visit. The memorial piece he'd been carving for his lost clan sat in the center of the chaos, but the 13 small bears had been rearranged. Instead of the tight family grouping he'd been working toward, they now formed a protective circle around something invisible. Their wooden faces, still rough from his preliminary shaping, seemed to be looking outward as if standing guard. Against what, he couldn't begin to guess. "Okay, this is new," he muttered, setting the scattered tools back in their proper places. His workshop had been many things over the years: sanctuary, therapy session, monument to grief, but never the target of supernatural mischief. The fact that this was happening less than 24 hours after Leenah's cemetery encounter couldn't be coincidence. Whatever forces she'd awakened were spreading throughout Hollow Oak, affecting places and people connected to that initial manifestation. Places and people like him. His bear approved at the thought of being connected to the fierce necromancer, even if that connection came with supernatural complications. The animal had been agitated all night, pacing behind his ribs with the kind of restless energy that usually preceded territorial disputes or mating season. Since there were no rival shifters threatening his space, that left only one explanation. And that explanation had striking blue eyes and a stubborn streak wider than the Blue Ridge Mountains. Luka spent the next hour restoring order to his workshop, checking each tool for damage and cataloging the strange rearrangements. Everything seemed functional despite its midnight relocation, though he found protective symbols carved into several wooden surfaces that definitely hadn't been there before. Crude but effective warding marks that looked like they'd been burned rather than cut into the grain. Someone, or something, had been trying to protect his space. The realization should have been unsettling, but instead he found it oddly comforting, as if whatever supernatural forces were stirring in Hollow Oak considered him worth defending. By the time he'd finished cleaning up, weak morning light was cracked through the frosted windows. November had arrived with its usual sharp bite, promising the kind of winter that would keep most tourists away until spring. Good for the permanent residents who valued their privacy, but bad for businesses that depended on supernatural tourism. Bad for ghost tour guides who made their living entertaining visitors with carefully researched stories about the town's haunted history. The thought of Leenah dealing with supernatural disturbances alone, while her income disappeared, made his protective instincts flare dangerously. She was too proud to ask for help, too independent to admit when she was in over her head. But pride and independence wouldn't keep her safe if whatever she'd awakened decided to become actively hostile, which was why he'd left his business card at her door before returning to his workshop the previous evening. A simple gesture that probably violated a dozen rules about respecting people's boundaries, but his bear had insisted. If she needed help, when she needed help, at least she'd know where to find him. A sharp rapping on his workshop door interrupted his brooding. 3 measured knocks that carried the kind of authority that made his spine straighten automatically. Elder Varick's summons then? The council wanted to talk. Luka opened the door to find a young messenger shifter, probably one of the teenage wolves from the Green Wolf pack, shifting nervously from foot to foot in the cold morning air. Elder Varick requests your immediate presence at the council glade, the boy said, delivering his message with the careful formality that suggested he'd been practicing the words all the way here. He says it's about the disturbances. Tell him I'll be there in 10 minutes, Luka replied, already reaching for his heaviest flannel. Council meetings in November meant standing around in the woods while powerful supernatural beings debated supernatural politics. Not exactly conducive to staying warm. The messenger nodded and loped away, probably relieved to be done with his official duties. Luka locked up his workshop and made his way toward the hidden path that led to the council glade, his bear growing more agitated with each step. Emergency meetings were never good news, and the timing suggested his workshop wasn't the only place experiencing supernatural interference. The council glade sat deep in the oldest part of Hollow Oak's forest, where ancient oaks formed a natural amphitheater around a clearing that hummed with accumulated magic. Protective wards layered on protective wards, built up over centuries by some of the most powerful supernatural beings in the region. It was neutral ground in the truest sense, a place where disputes could be settled and important decisions made without outside interference. Elder Varick stood in the middle of the clearing, his long silver braids catching the filtered sunlight as he spoke in low tones with the other council members. Miriam Caldwell from the Hearth and Hollow Inn looked unusually grave, her half-moon spectacles perched on her nose as she consulted a leather-bound notebook. Elder Bram's expression carried its usual cold judgment, but Luka caught the edge of genuine concern beneath the stern facade. "Ah, Luka," Varick said as he approached. "Thank you for coming so quickly. I trust you've experienced some unusual activity in your workshop this morning? Tools rearranged, protective symbols burned into my workbench, and a general feeling that something's been rummaging through my space," Luka confirmed. "I'm guessing I'm not the only one?" "Unfortunately, no." Miriam consulted her notebook. 3 businesses along Main Street, 2 residential properties near the lake, and the cemetery groundskeeper's shed. All reporting similar disturbances, objects moved, temperatures fluctuating, and what several witnesses described as whispered conversations in empty rooms. "Any pattern to the locations?" Luka asked, though he was already beginning to suspect the answer. Elder Bram's cold gaze fixed on him with uncomfortable intensity. Every affected location was visited by Miss Carrow within the past week, either for her ghost tours or her historical research. "It's not her fault," Luka said immediately, his bear flaring at the implied accusation in Bram's tone. "No one is suggesting fault," Varick said mildly, though his rain cloud eyes held a warning about letting emotions override judgment. However, it's clear that Miss Carrow's necromantic abilities have awakened something that prefers to remain undisturbed. The question now is how to address the situation before it escalates further. Have you talked to her? Luka asked. She might have insights about what's causing the disturbances. Miss Carrow is resistant to authority, Elder Bram said with obvious distaste. She declined our invitation to this morning's emergency session, claiming she was conducting important research that couldn't be interrupted. Luka bit back his immediate response, which would have involved defending Leenah's right to prioritize her work over council politics. Bram's attitude toward anyone who didn't show proper deference was well known, and Leenah's independent streak would have rubbed him exactly the wrong way. So what's the plan? He asked instead. We need someone to monitor the situation closely, Varric explained. Someone she trusts, who can provide protection if needed, while gathering information about the nature of these disturbances. You want me to spy on her? The words came out flatter than Luka had meant. We want you to protect her, Miriam corrected gently, and through her, protect the rest of Hollow Oak. You were present during the initial manifestation yesterday morning. You've established a rapport with her that none of the rest of us possess. What kind of rapport? Elder Bram's question carried suspicious undertones that made Luka's bear rumble with territorial aggression. The kind where she doesn't immediately tell me to mind my own business, Luka replied carefully. Nothing more than that. It was a lie, and probably everyone present knew it. His growing attraction to Leenah Carrow was hardly subtle, especially to supernatural beings whose enhanced senses could detect emotional and hormonal changes with embarrassing accuracy. But admitting his feelings would only complicate an already delicate situation. Can you handle the assignment? Varric asked, his tone suggesting he was already aware of the potential complications. Watch over her discreetly, provide assistance if she requires it, and report back on any significant developments? Luka hesitated. Accepting meant spending time around a woman who made his inner animal pace with possessive energy and his human mind spin fantasies about domestic evenings and shared laughter. It meant watching her put herself in danger while fighting every instinct that demanded he sweep her away to somewhere safe and isolated until the supernatural crisis passed. It also meant being there if she needed help, being the person she could turn to when her pride and independence finally met a problem too big to solve alone. Yeah, he said finally, I can handle it. Excellent. Varric's smile suggested he was pleased by more than just Luka's professional cooperation. Begin immediately. Miss Carrow's research may hold the key to understanding what we're dealing with, but she'll need protection while she pursues it. And if she objects to being watched over, then you'll need to be more subtle than usual, Miriam said with amusement. I suspect Miss Carrow is too intelligent not to realize she's stirred up forces beyond her normal experience. She may welcome assistance, even if she's too stubborn to ask for it directly. The meeting dispersed with the usual formal courtesies, leaving Luka alone in the ancient clearing with orders that both thrilled and terrified him. Watching over Leenah meant proximity, conversation, opportunities to learn more about the woman who'd managed to capture his bear's attention so completely. It also meant fighting his protective instincts every time she walked into danger, respecting her independence while being ready to intervene if needed, threading the needle between offering help and being overbearing. The most difficult assignment he'd ever been given, and the one he wanted most to succeed at. His bear rumbled approval as he made his way back toward town, already planning the best approaches to Leenah's cottage that would allow him to monitor her safety without making her feel like she was under surveillance. This was going to require finesse, patience, and more self-control than he'd needed since arriving in Hollow Oak 12 years ago. But if it meant keeping her safe while she unraveled whatever supernatural mystery she'd stumbled into, he'd find a way to make it work.
Chapter 8. Leenah. By 10 o'clock the next morning, Leenah had reached her breaking point. She'd managed exactly 3 hours of sleep between supernatural disturbances. Her cottage felt like a supernatural highway with spirits coming and going at will, and Minerva had taken to hiding under the bed and refusing to come out except for food. Time to call in reinforcements of the caffeinated variety. The Griddle and Grind occupied a converted Victorian house on Main Street. its wraparound porch decorated with carved pumpkins and autumn wreaths that looked festive despite the late November chill. Warm light spilled from the windows, along with the comforting scents of cinnamon, coffee, and whatever magical pastries Twyla Honeytree was baking this morning. The bell above the door chimed as Leenah pushed inside, immediately enveloped by heat that felt like a physical embrace after her cottage's supernatural cold spots. A handful of early customers occupied the mismatched tables. Edgar Tansley from the Hollow Mercantile reading a newspaper while demolishing what looked like a slice of apple pie, and Mrs. Henderson complaining loudly to anyone who'd listen about her poodle's latest escape attempts. "Well, well," came Twyla's melodic voice from behind the counter. "Look what the spirits dragged in." Leenah winced at the too accurate observation. Twyla Honeytree looked barely 30, despite being old enough to remember Hollow Oak's founding families personally, her wheat-colored hair catching the light and her soft brown eyes sparkling with amusement and ancient wisdom. Her fey blood showed in subtle ways, like the otherworldly beauty, the way shadows seemed to bend around her, and the uncanny ability to know everyone's business before they did. "Coffee," Leenah said by way of greeting, slumping onto a stool at the counter. "The strongest you've got, and keep it coming." "Rough night?" Twyla asked, already reaching for the industrial-strength blend she kept for supernatural emergencies. "You could say that." Leenah accepted the steaming mug gratefully, wrapping her hands around the ceramic warmth. "My cottage has apparently become Grand Central Station for restless spirits, and I'm starting to think I might be in over my head." Twyla leaned against the counter, studying Leenah's face with the kind of penetrating attention that made most people uncomfortable. "Heard there was some excitement at the cemetery yesterday morning. Something about manifesting spirits and a certain handsome carpenter coming to the rescue." Heat crept up Leenah's neck. Of course Twyla had heard about Luka's appearance at the cemetery. The woman probably knew what they'd had for breakfast, and how many times they'd thought about each other since parting ways. "It wasn't a rescue," Leenah said firmly. "I had everything under control." "Oh, I'm sure you did, sweetie." Twyla's tone suggested she was humoring her. "But sometimes it's nice to have backup, don't you think? Especially when that backup comes in such an appealing package." "I don't know what you're implying." "I'm not implying anything. I'm stating outright that Luka Ashe is a good man who's been alone too long, and you're a smart woman who's forgotten what it feels like to have someone genuinely care about her well-being." Twyla refilled Leenah's mug without being asked. "Sometimes the universe gives us exactly what we need, even when we're too stubborn to realize we need it." Leenah nearly choked on her coffee. "Did you just suggest the universe is trying to set me up?" "Stranger things have happened in Hollow Oak." Twyla's eyes twinkled with mischief. "Besides, you didn't come here just for coffee and conversation. You want information about the spiritual disturbances, and you're hoping I might have some insight from the town's collective memory bank." The abrupt subject change was both relief and frustration. Twyla's matchmaking instincts were legendary, but so was her knowledge of Hollow Oak's supernatural history. If anyone knew what Leenah was dealing with, it would be the Fey cafe owner who'd been watching over the town longer than most people realized. "Have you seen anything like this before?" Leenah asked. "Spirits manifesting in broad daylight, supernatural activity spreading throughout town, temperatures fluctuating for no reason?" Twyla's expression grew more serious. "Not recently. But there was something similar back in the 50s, maybe early 60s. My grandmother talked about it sometimes, a period when the dead wouldn't stay buried and strange things happened all over town." "What caused it?" "No one knew at the time. Or if they knew, they didn't share the information with younger generations." Twyla pulled out a cloth and began wiping down the already spotless counter. "But it stopped as suddenly as it started. One day the town was overrun with spiritual activity. The next, everything went back to normal." "Just like that?" "Just like that. Though my grandmother always said someone had paid a price to make it stop. She never elaborated on what kind of price, but she got a haunted look whenever the subject came up. Before Leenah could ask more questions, the bell above the door chimed again. She turned automatically to see who was entering, and her pulse did something embarrassing when Luka ducked through the doorway. He looked tired, she realized with a flutter of unexpected concern. His usually perfect hair was disheveled, and there were shadows under his amber eyes that suggested he'd slept about as well as she had. His flannel shirt was wrinkled, and sawdust clung to his jeans despite the early hour. "Morning, Twyla," he said, his deep voice carrying just a hint of wariness as he spotted Leenah at the counter. "The usual, if you don't mind." "Of course, honey." Twyla's smile could have powered the entire cafe. "Why don't you sit right here next to Leenah? I'm sure you two have lots to talk about." Leenah shot the matchmaking fae a glare that could have curdled milk, but Twyla just hummed innocently while preparing what looked like enough coffee to caffeinate a small army. The woman had all the subtlety of a supernatural bulldozer when she decided two people belonged together. "You don't have to," Leenah started, but Luka was already settling onto the stool beside her, close enough that she caught the scent of cedar shavings and mountain air that seemed to follow him everywhere. "Rough night?" he asked, echoing Twyla's earlier question but with genuine concern rather than fishing for gossip. "You could say that." Leenah studied his profile, noting the tension in his jaw and the way his large hands wrapped around the coffee mug like he was trying to absorb its warmth. "You look like you didn't sleep much either." "Workshop got rearranged sometime after midnight. Tools scattered everywhere, protective symbols burned into my workbench." Luka's amber eyes met hers over the rim of his mug. "Doesn't take much imagination to guess what might have caused it." The casual observation stung her, specifically coming from him. "You think I'm responsible for whatever happened to your workshop?" "I think whatever you awakened at the cemetery is spreading," he corrected gently. "Big difference." "Is it?" The words came out sharp, but between Twyla's matchmaking and the implication that her research was causing problems for other people, her defenses were at full alert. "Yeah, it is." Luka's voice carried the kind of patient certainty that should have been infuriating, but instead made her reluctantly calm down. "You didn't set out to cause supernatural chaos. You were just doing your job." The understanding in his tone was unexpected and dangerously appealing. Most people treated her necromantic abilities like a necessary evil at best, something to be tolerated rather than appreciated. But Luka made it sound like her work mattered, like the spirits she helped were worth the complications they brought. "For what it's worth," she said quietly, "I'm sorry your workshop got caught up in whatever this is." "Don't be." Luka's smile transformed his entire face, softening the harsh angles and making him look years younger. "The spirits seem to approve of me, judging by the protective symbols they left behind." "Could be worse ways to spend an evening?" Leenah felt her lips twitch upward. Most people would be terrified to find supernatural graffiti in their workspace. "Most people haven't lived in Hollow Oak as long as I have." Luka's expression grew more serious. "Besides, if the alternative is you dealing with this alone, I'll take rearranged tools over that any day." The simple statement meant more than any elaborate declaration could have. Not because he was offering to help, plenty of people had done that over the years, usually with strings attached, but because he seemed to understand that accepting help was difficult for her. That her independence wasn't just stubbornness, but hard-won self-reliance born from years of disappointment. "I might have found something," she admitted, the words coming out before she could second-guess herself. "In my grandmother's journals. References to a blood pact between the founding families and the indigenous spirits of this land." Luka's eyebrows rose. "What kind of pact?" "The kind that required regular renewal ceremonies to maintain. Ceremonies that apparently stopped happening over a century ago." Leenah wrapped her hands tighter around her coffee mug, using the warmth to anchor herself as she shared information she'd been guarding all night. I think the spirits are trying to remind us that we've broken our end of the bargain. And the increasing supernatural activity? Their way of getting our attention. Politely at first, but with escalating urgency the longer we ignore them. Luka was quiet for a long moment, processing the implications. Finally, he asked, "What do they want us to do about it?" "I don't know yet." The admission tasted bitter after hours of research that had yielded more questions than answers. "But I'm going to find out." "We're going to find out," Luka corrected, his tone carrying the kind of quiet determination that brooked no argument. "I work better alone," Leenah said automatically, though the protest felt weaker than usual. "Maybe," Luka agreed, "but this is bigger than research and ghost tours now. If the founding families made promises to spiritual entities, that affects everyone in Hollow Oak, including me." He had a point, much as she hated to admit it. Her independent streak had served her well over the years, but whatever she'd awakened was spreading beyond her ability to contain. "Fine," she said finally. "But we do this my way. No heroic gestures, no protective posturing, and definitely no trying to shield me from whatever information we uncover. Deal." Luka extended his hand, and after a moment's hesitation she shook it. His skin was warm and calloused from years of woodworking, and the simple contact sent an unexpected flutter of awareness through her entire body that caused more warmth than the coffee. From behind the counter, Twyla's satisfied humming suggested she was entirely too pleased with this development. She had probably orchestrated this entire encounter, from Luka's perfectly timed entrance to the seating arrangement that put them close enough to share confidences. Leenah should have been annoyed by the obvious manipulation. Instead, she found herself oddly grateful, because as much as she valued her independence, facing down centuries-old supernatural obligations was starting to feel like more than a one-person job.
Chapter 9. Luka. The Hollow Oak book nook smelled like old paper, leather bindings, and the faint vanilla scent of aging glue that held countless stories together. Luka had always found the cramped space comforting, with its floor-to-ceiling shelves packed with everything from dime store novels to ancient grimoires, reading nooks tucked into impossible corners, and the kind of organized chaos that spoke to a mind more interested in knowledge than appearances. Today, watching Leenah navigate the narrow aisles with the confidence of someone who knew exactly where to find what she needed, the bookstore felt different, smaller somehow, more intimate. "Here we go," she said, pulling a leather-bound volume from a shelf he would have sworn was too high for her to reach. Hollow Oak, A Supernatural History, compiled by the Ladies' Historical Society in 1923. Drier than month-old bread, but surprisingly accurate. "How do you know all this stuff?" Luka asked, genuinely curious. He'd lived in Hollow Oak for 12 years and considered himself reasonably well-informed about the town's background. But Leenah moved through supernatural lore like she'd been born to it. "Research was my grandmother's obsession," she said, settling into one of the book nook's overstuffed reading chairs and patting the space beside her on the worn love seat. She documented everything, family histories, magical practices, local legends that most people dismissed as folklore. I grew up surrounded by her notes. Luka lowered himself onto the love seat, trying to ignore how the close quarters put them within easy touching distance. The space had clearly been designed for intimate conversations, all soft lighting and comfortable seating that encouraged people to lean close and share secrets. Perfect for research partners. Dangerous for a man fighting growing attraction to his stubborn, brilliant colleague. "Must have been interesting, growing up with all that supernatural knowledge," he said, watching her flip through pages with practiced efficiency. "Interesting is one word for it." Leenah's tone carried a hint of old pain. "My family thought grandmother was losing her mind, talking to spirits and collecting stories about magical bloodlines. They shipped me off to distant relatives when I started showing the same abilities." The casual admission hit him harder than it should have. The idea of a young Leenah being treated like a burden, passed around between family members who couldn't understand her gifts, made his bear rumble with protective anger. No wonder she valued her independence so fiercely. "Their loss," he said simply. She glanced up from the book, something flickering in her bright blue eyes. "Yeah, well, Hollow Oak's gain, I suppose." "Ah, here it is." The page she'd found contained a hand-drawn map of the town circa 1889, complete with locations marked in careful script. Sacred Grove, Healing Springs, Ceremony Grounds, Spirit Crossroads. Dozens of sites scattered throughout what was now Hollow Oak's residential and commercial areas. "Look at this," Leenah said, leaning closer to trace her finger along the map's details. "Every location that's experienced supernatural activity in the past few days corresponds to one of these marked sites." Her movement brought her shoulder against his arm, and the scent of oranges and bergamot that seemed to follow her everywhere hit him like a physical force. His bear practically growled with contentment at her nearness, and he had to grip the arm of the love seat to resist the urge to pull her closer, to bury his face in the dark silk of her hair and breathe in that intoxicating combination of citrus and spice. "Makes sense," he managed, his voice rough. "If the founding families made agreements about these specific locations, the spirits would focus their activity there." "Exactly." She shifted again, pointing to a symbol near what was now his workshop. "And look at this. Protective wards. The original settlers didn't just negotiate with the spirits. They asked them to help guard the town." Her enthusiasm was infectious. Watching her piece together historical puzzles with intelligence that made him want to see what else that sharp mind could accomplish. Luka found himself more impressed than attracted, though the attraction was definitely still there, simmering beneath his admiration like banked coals. "You're brilliant," he said, the words slipping out before he could stop them. Leenah's finger stilled on the map, and she turned to look at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. "I'm thorough," she corrected. "There's a difference." "No, there isn't." He held her gaze, letting her see the genuine respect behind his words. "You've connected patterns that no one else even noticed, found historical precedent for supernatural activity that the council dismissed as random disturbances. That's not just thorough research, that's brilliance." Color rose in her cheeks, and she looked back at the map with what might have been flustered pleasure. "We still don't know what the original ceremony involved, or how to recreate it." "We will," Luka said with confidence he didn't entirely feel. "What's next?" "I need to cross-reference these locations with my grandmother's journals, see if she documented any specific rituals or requirements." Leenah reached for another book on the small table beside the love seat. "There might be details about—" Her hand brushed his as they both reached for the same ancient tome, and the simple contact sent awareness crackling through him. Her skin was warm and soft against his calloused fingers, and the brief touch was somehow more intimate than it had any right to be. They both froze, hands still touching on the leather cover of the book. Luka could hear his own heartbeat, could feel the subtle tremor that ran through Leenah's frame as their eyes met again. The air between them felt charged with possibility, with a growing tension that had been building since their first real conversation at the Griddle and Grind. His bear wanted him to close the distance between them, to find out if her lips tasted as sweet as her scent suggested, to explore the attraction that sparked every time they were in the same room together. The human side of his nature agreed wholeheartedly, especially when he caught the way her breathing had gone shallow and her pupils had dilated. But they were research partners now, working together to solve a supernatural crisis that affected the entire town. Getting involved romantically would complicate everything, would add personal stakes to a situation that was already complicated enough. The smart thing to do would be to pull back, maintain professional distance, focus on the task at hand. Instead, he found himself shifting closer, drawn by the warmth radiating from her skin and the way her lips had parted slightly in surprise. The bookstore faded around them until there was nothing but the small space of the love seat and the woman whose fierce independence had somehow managed to capture his attention so completely. "Luka," she said softly, his name barely more than a whisper. "Yeah?" "We should probably—" She gestured vaguely toward the book still trapped beneath their joined hands. "Probably," he agreed, but neither of them moved. The moment stretched between them, loaded with unspoken possibilities. This was personal, immediate, and complicated in all the ways that mattered. A throat clearing from the bookstore's front entrance broke the spell. They jerked apart like guilty teenagers, Leenah immediately busying herself with organizing papers, while Luka focused on slowing his racing pulse. "Don't mind me," called Lucian Vale, the Black Panther shifter who owned the book nook. His voice carried amusement and the kind of understanding that suggested he'd witnessed this sort of thing before. "Finding everything you need?" "Fine," Leenah said, her voice slightly higher than usual. "We're finding everything just fine." "Excellent." Lucian's tone suggested he was finding their flustered state entirely too entertaining. "I'll be in the back room if you need anything. Try not to disturb the other customers with any loud discussions." The bookstore owner disappeared into the depths of his shop, leaving them alone with the weight of interrupted possibilities and the growing realization that their professional partnership was becoming something much more complicated. "We should focus on the research," Leenah said, though she didn't quite meet his eyes. "Yeah," Luka agreed, though every instinct he possessed was screaming at him to finish what they'd started. The research. But as they turned back to the historical documents spread between them, he couldn't shake the feeling that they'd crossed some invisible line, that whatever careful professional distance they'd been maintaining had just become infinitely more difficult to sustain. And judging by the way Leenah kept stealing glances at him when she thought he wasn't looking, she was having the same problem.
Chapter 10. Leenah. The afternoon had melted into evening without Leenah noticing, the bookstore's warm lighting replacing natural sunlight so gradually that she'd lost track of time entirely. Her notes covered 3 pages now, cross-referencing the historical map locations with her grandmother's journals and the pattern of supernatural disturbances throughout town. But despite the important work spread before her, she found herself increasingly distracted by the man sitting beside her. Luka handled the ancient books with a reverence that spoke to someone who understood the value of old things. His large hands, scarred from years of woodworking, turned pages with surprising gentleness, as if he knew these texts contained more than just words. They held the accumulated wisdom and pain of generations. She'd expected a bear shifter to be all brute strength and protective instincts, but watching him work revealed a careful precision that made her all too aware of his hands, among other things. "According to this genealogy," he said, his deep voice carrying that now familiar rumble that seemed to vibrate through her bones, "your family line goes back to some of the original settlers. Salem refugees who helped negotiate the first agreements with the Cherokee spirits." "Makes sense," Leenah replied, trying to focus on his words rather than the way his amber eyes caught the lamplight when he looked up from the text. "My grandmother always said we had obligations to the land that went deeper than property deeds. And I knew we had family from Salem, just didn't know they had come here then too." "Obligations she taught you to honor?" "Obligations she taught me to fear. My family has a long history of magical contracts that demanded too much from the people who signed them." Luka's expression darkened, and when he spoke again, his voice carried that protective rumble that made her chest feel warm. "No one's going to demand anything from you that you're not willing to give. Whatever these spirits want, we'll find a way to handle it that doesn't put you at risk." The casual promise, delivered with such quiet certainty, was still catching her off guard. She was used to handling supernatural complications alone, used to making difficult decisions based on incomplete information and hoping for the best. Having someone else consider her well-being as part of the equation felt foreign and unsettling, and surprisingly comforting all at once. "You don't know what they might ask for," she pointed out, though her protest lacked its usual sharpness. "Doesn't matter." Luka's amber eyes met hers with steady determination. "Whatever it is, we'll figure it out." Leenah had built her entire adult life around the principle of self-reliance, around never depending on anyone else for support or protection. But the way Luka acted as if they were in this together, like he'd already made the decision to stand beside her regardless of consequences, made her feel less alone than she had in years. "You might regret saying that," she said, aiming for levity, but hearing the vulnerability that crept into her voice despite her best efforts. "I doubt it." The conversation had shifted into territory that felt too personal, too loaded with possibilities she wasn't ready to examine. Leenah turned back to her grandmother's journals, searching for safer ground in the familiar comfort of research and documentation. "Look at this," she said, pointing to a passage dated 1954. "Grandmother mentions dreams about ceremony grounds deep in the forest and a spirit named Ayanna, who kept trying to show her the location." "Ayanna?" Luka leaned closer to read over her shoulder, his warmth radiating against her side in a way that made concentrating on the text nearly impossible. "That's the name you heard in the cemetery." "The same one." Leenah turned the page, acutely aware of how his proximity was affecting her ability to think clearly. She's been trying to make contact for decades, waiting for someone with enough necromantic ability to bridge the gap between worlds. And that someone is you. Apparently. She glanced up to find his face much closer than she'd expected, close enough to see the flecks of gold in his amber eyes, and the way his gaze dropped briefly to her lips before returning to meet her eyes. The air between them felt charged again, heavy with the same tension that had nearly overwhelmed them earlier. This time it was Leenah who pulled back, busying herself with organizing papers that didn't need organizing. "We should probably call it a night. I've got enough information to start looking for these ceremony grounds, and you've probably got actual work to do tomorrow." "Probably," Luka agreed, though he made no immediate move to gather his things. "It's getting late. I should walk you home." "I can handle the 3 blocks between here and my cottage," she said automatically, even as part of her whispered that having his solid presence beside her might not be unwelcome. "I know you can." Luka's tone carried no condescension, just simple acknowledgement of her capabilities. "But I'd feel better knowing you made it safely, especially after everything that's been happening." "Fine," she said, surprising herself with how easily the agreement came. "But only because I don't want you worrying and doing something stupid like patrolling my neighborhood all night." "I wasn't planning to patrol," Luka said, though something in his expression suggested he'd definitely considered it. "Much. You're terrible at lying. Good thing I don't make a habit of it." They gathered their research materials in comfortable silence, the evening's work creating a sense of partnership that felt both natural and slightly dangerous. Working with Luka was easier than she'd expected. He asked intelligent questions, offered useful insights, and managed to be protective without being overbearing, all qualities that made him far too appealing for her peace of mind. The air bit through her jacket as they stepped outside, carrying the promise of winter's first snow. Their breath misted in the cold, and Leenah pulled her scarf tighter as they walked the familiar path toward her cottage. Luka matched his pace to hers, close enough that she could feel his warmth but not so close as to crowd her. Another small consideration that suggested he was paying attention to her comfort levels. "Thank you," she said as they approached her garden gate. "For today, I mean, having a research partner made the work go faster than usual." "Thank you for letting me help," Luka replied. "I know working with others isn't exactly your preference." "No, it's not." She stopped at the gate, turning to face him in the pale light from her porch. "But this was nice, having someone who understands and doesn't think I'm crazy for talking to the dead." Something warm flickered in his amber eyes. "You're not crazy. You're gifted and brave, and probably the only person in Hollow Oak who can solve this mess." The sincere compliment made heat rise in her cheeks, and she was grateful for the darkness that hid her blush. "Well, we'll see about that tomorrow when I start looking for mysterious ceremony grounds in the middle of the forest." "We'll see," Luka corrected gently. "You're not doing this alone, remember?" Before she could respond to that reminder, movement in her peripheral vision caught her attention. Translucent figures were materializing around her cottage. Dozens of them, their ethereal forms becoming more solid with each passing moment. Native American spirits, their faces marked by centuries of accumulated sorrow and growing anger, stood in silent vigil around her home. "Oh," she breathed, her hand instinctively reaching for Luka's arm. "That's new." The spirits weren't threatening exactly, but their presence carried a weight of expectation that made the air itself feel heavy. Ancient eyes tracked her movement as she stood frozen at her garden gate, and she could feel the accumulated force of their desperate hope pressing against her consciousness. "Ayanna," she called softly, addressing the elderly Cherokee woman whose spirit seemed to be leading the others. "I hear you." "I'm trying to understand what you need." The spirit leader stepped forward, her form solidifying until she looked almost completely human. When she spoke, her voice carried the weight of centuries and the pain of broken promises. "Time grows short, daughter of Salem's blood," Ayanna said, her words echoing strangely in the cold air. "The barriers weaken. Soon, what was hidden will be hidden no more." "What barriers?" Leenah asked, though she was beginning to suspect she already knew. "The agreements that keep your sanctuary safe from those who would destroy it," Ayanna replied. "The pact must be renewed, or all will be lost." The spirit's gaze shifted to Luka, and something like approval flickered in her ancient eyes. "The bear stands with you." "Good. You will need his strength for what comes." Before either of them could ask what she meant, the spirits began to fade, their translucent forms dissolving into the November mist. Ayanna was the last to disappear, her final words hanging in the air like a warning. "The ceremony grounds remember, even when the living forget. Find them, child of between, before the next dark moon rises." And then they were gone, leaving Leenah and Luka alone in the sudden quiet of her garden with the weight of supernatural expectations settling around them like a shroud. Chapter 11. Leenah. Leenah's hands shook as she fumbled with her garden gate latch, the adrenaline from Ayanna's appearance making her fingers unsteady. The spirit's words echoed in her mind. The barriers weaken, time grows short, carrying implications that made her feel suddenly desperately out of her depth. She'd been handling supernatural encounters her entire adult life, but this felt different. Bigger, more consequential than helping confused spirits find peace or researching local ghost stories for curious tourists. The fate of Hollow Oak's protective barriers, the safety of everyone she'd come to care about in this strange little town, apparently rested on her to locate ceremony grounds that might not even exist anymore. "You okay?" Luka asked, and she realized she'd been standing frozen at her gate for several long moments. "Fine," she said automatically, then immediately amended, "No, actually. Not fine at all. That was—" She gestured helplessly toward where the spirits had been standing. "A lot more direct than usual supernatural communication." "Yeah, I got that impression." Luka moved closer, his solid presence radiating warmth in the cold November air. "Want to talk about it?" She caught the underlying concern in his tone. He was worried about her, she realized, not just about the supernatural crisis threatening their town, but about how she was handling the pressure of being the person everyone expected to fix it. When was the last time someone had cared about her well-being for its own sake rather than what she could do for them? "Coffee," she said abruptly, pushing open the gate. We need to discuss what happens next. Plan our search strategy. Figure out what before the next dark moon actually means in practical terms." "Sure," Luka agreed easily, following her up the path to her front door. "Coffee sounds good." But as she unlocked the door and stepped into the familiar warmth of her cottage, Leenah realized she was using the need for planning as an excuse. What she really wanted was to not be alone right now, to have Luka's steady presence anchoring her while she processed the enormity of what the spirits had asked of her. The admission should have terrified her. She'd spent years building walls around her heart, protecting herself from the kind of disappointment that came from depending on other people. But somehow the idea of letting Luka stay felt less like weakness and more like relief. "Kitchen's this way," she said, leading him through the living room with its scattered research materials and cold fireplace. Minerva emerged from wherever she'd been hiding during the spiritual manifestation, winding around Leenah's legs with the kind of pointed attention that suggested the cat had opinions about recent events. "At least someone's had a peaceful evening," Leenah murmured, scratching behind Minerva's ears. "Cats are smart," Luka observed, crouching to offer his hand to the feline. "They know when to make themselves scarce." Minerva sniffed his fingers delicately, then immediately rubbed against his palm with obvious approval. Her usually aloof cat was actively seeking attention from Luka, purring loud enough to wake the neighbors. "Traitor," Leenah told her familiar, though she found herself oddly pleased by Minerva's acceptance of him. "I suppose you think he should stay for coffee too?" Minerva's answering purr suggested she absolutely did. "2 against 1, Luka said with a smile that transformed his entire face. "Looks like I'm outnumbered." The kitchen felt tinier with his large frame filling the space, but not uncomfortably so. If anything, having him there made the room feel more complete somehow, like it had been designed for 2 people instead of 1. Leenah busied herself with the familiar ritual of making coffee, grateful for the routine actions that gave her something to do with her hands. "So," she said, measuring grounds into the filter, "dark moon. That's when the moon is completely invisible, right? New moon phase?" "Yeah." Luka settled into one of her kitchen chairs, which creaked slightly under his weight. "Happens about once a month. Question is whether Ayana meant the next one in the lunar cycle, or if there's some specific dark moon that's significant. My grandmother's journals might have more information about timing." Leenah reached for the coffee mugs on the shelf above the sink, stretching to reach the ones she saved for company. A sharp edge of broken ceramic caught her palm, and she hissed in surprise. "Damn, I forgot about that chip." She pulled her hand back, noting the thin line of blood welling across her palm where the damaged mug had sliced the skin. "Let me see." Luka was on his feet immediately, crossing the small kitchen in 2 strides. "How bad is it?" "It's nothing, just a scratch." But she found herself holding out her hand anyway, letting him examine the shallow cut with a gentleness that seemed at odds with his size. His hands were impossibly careful as they cradled her much smaller palm. The cut was minor, barely more than a paper cut, but the way Luka studied it with serious concentration made her pulse quicken. "We should clean this," he said, his voice dropping to that protective rumble. "You've been handling old books all day. No telling what kind of bacteria might be on your hands." "It's really not," she started, but he was already moving toward her sink, still holding her hand in his larger ones. "Humor me," he said, turning on the water and testing the temperature against his wrist. "I've seen what happens when woodworkers ignore small cuts. Trust me, it's better to be overly cautious." The simple care in his actions, testing the water temperature, positioning her hand under the gentle stream, using his thumb to make sure the blood was thoroughly rinsed away, sent unexpected warmth radiating through her entire body. This wasn't passion or desire, though those feelings were definitely present. This was something quieter, more intimate, the kind of domestic tenderness she'd convinced herself she didn't need. "There," he said softly, examining the clean cut. "It's not deep. Should heal fine on its own." But he didn't let go of her hand. Instead, he stood there in her small kitchen with the November wind rattling the windows, holding her palm in both of his hands like it was something precious. His eyes met hers, and she saw her own awareness reflected back, the recognition that this moment was about far more than first aid. "Luka," she said quietly, though she wasn't sure if it was a warning or an invitation. "I know," he replied, his voice rough with restraint. "This complicates things." "Everything's already complicated," she replied, probably revealing too much about her growing feelings. Yeah, he agreed, his thumb tracing gently across her knuckles. It is. The coffee maker gurgled behind them, filling the kitchen with the rich scent of brewing caffeine. Minerva had settled herself on the windowsill, watching them with the kind of pointed attention that suggested she found their interaction far more interesting than anything happening outside. Leenah knew she should pull away, should put some distance between herself and the man whose simple touch was making her question every wall she'd built around her heart. This was exactly the kind of emotional complication she'd spent years avoiding, the kind of connection that made people vulnerable to disappointment and loss. But standing there in the warm light of her kitchen, with Luka's careful hands holding hers and his amber eyes full of understanding, she found herself reluctant to step back into the safety of solitude. "We should probably discuss our search strategy," she said, though her voice lacked conviction. "Probably," Luka agreed, but he made no move to release her hand. The domestic intimacy of the moment, standing close in her kitchen while coffee brewed and winter wind howled outside, felt more dangerous than any supernatural manifestation. Because this was the kind of scene that made her want things she'd sworn off, made her imagine what it might be like to have someone to come home to share quiet evenings and morning coffee with. The kind of things that terrified her almost as much as ancient spirits demanding impossible ceremonies.
Chapter 12. Luka. Luka had left Leenah's cottage the night before, with her hands still warm in his memory. They'd managed to drink their coffee and discuss search strategies for the ceremony grounds, but the conversation had felt secondary to the weight of what had almost happened in her kitchen. The way she looked at him when he tended to her cut, as if she were seeing him differently, like maybe her walls weren't as impenetrable as she wanted everyone to believe, had stayed with him through the long walk back to his workshop. So had the reluctant gratitude in her voice when she thanked him for staying, the admission that she didn't really want to be alone after Ayana's urgent warning. Now 3 hours past midnight, sleep remained as elusive as smoke. Luka's hands moved automatically across the piece of blessed oak, his grandfather's carving tools shaping the wood with practiced precision, despite his mind being elsewhere entirely. The protective charm was taking form under his fingers. Traditional Bear Clan symbols interwoven with the kind of warding marks his family had used for generations to safeguard what mattered most. Not that he was planning to tell Leenah what the charm was really for. She'd probably throw it back at him and lecture him about unwanted protection, all while missing the point. His bear was loud about his approval of that line of thinking, the animal half of his nature having made its decision about Leenah Carrow with embarrassing clarity. Mate, his shifter instincts whispered every time she was near. Claim, protect, keep safe. The human side of his nature was putting up more resistance, pointing out all the logical reasons why falling for Hollow Oak's most independent resident was a monumentally bad idea. She'd made it clear that she valued her solitude, that depending on others had brought her nothing but disappointment in the past. Getting involved with him would only complicate her life in ways she didn't need or want. But logic had never been much of a match for the growing certainty that Leenah belonged with him, that the fierce necromancer who faced down ancient spirits without flinching was exactly the kind of woman his bear had been waiting for. The protective charm took shape beneath his hands, a small oak medallion carved with interlocking symbols that would help shield the wearer from supernatural influence. Not enough to interfere with her necromantic abilities, but sufficient to provide some buffer against the kind of spiritual pressure that had been building around her cottage. He'd have to find a way to give it to her without making it seem like he thought she couldn't handle herself. Maybe frame it as a research tool, something that would help her communicate with spirits without being overwhelmed by their collective need. She might accept that reasoning, or she might see right through his motives and tell him exactly what he could do with his charm. Dawn light worked its way through his workshop windows by the time he finished the carving, painting the oak shavings at his feet in shades of gold and amber. His bear had finally settled into something resembling contentment, satisfied that they'd done something productive to ensure their mate's safety. The thought of coffee drew him toward town, though he was honest enough with himself to admit that caffeine wasn't the only reason he wanted to visit the griddle and grind. If he happened to pick up breakfast pastries while he was there, and if those pastries happened to be the perfect excuse to check on Leenah after her spiritually eventful evening, well, that was just good neighborly behavior. Twyla was already bustling around the cafe when he arrived, her Fey-enhanced energy making her seem bright and alert despite the early hour. She took one look at his face and immediately began assembling what looked like enough breakfast for a small army. "Let me guess," she said with that knowing smile that made most people nervous. "Someone had a long night and wants to make sure a certain ghost tour guide starts her day properly fed?" "I was just getting coffee," Luka protested, though he didn't stop her from adding another cinnamon roll to the growing collection of pastries. "Of course you were, honey." Twyla's tone suggested she was humoring him. "And I'm sure it's pure coincidence that you're here at dawn buying enough breakfast for 2 people. Maybe I'm hungry. Maybe you're smitten." She handed him a cardboard carrier loaded with coffee cups and a paper bag that smelled like heaven. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Leenah could use someone who cares about her well-being, and you could use someone who challenges that protective streak of yours. Heat crept up Luka's neck. "It's not like that." Twyla's expression suggested she'd heard that particular denial before. "Well, when it does become like that, you make sure to treat her right. That girl's been hurt enough by people who didn't appreciate what they had." The idea of anyone hurting Leenah, of taking her fierce independence and sharp intelligence for granted, made Luka's bear snarl with territorial fury. Whatever had happened to her in the past, whoever had taught her that depending on others only led to disappointment, they'd clearly done lasting damage. "I'm not planning to hurt her," he said quietly. "No, I don't think you are." Twyla's voice had lost its teasing edge, becoming serious in a way that reminded him she was far older and wiser than her youthful appearance suggested. "But be patient with her, Luka. Trust doesn't come easy to someone who's learned to expect abandonment." He left the cafe with Twyla's words echoing in his mind and his hands full of excuses to see Leenah again. The protective charm sat heavy in his jacket pocket, carved wood warming against his body as he made his way through Hollow Oak's quiet morning streets. Her cottage looked peaceful in the early light, no sign of the supernatural activity that had surrounded it the night before. Smoke rose from the chimney, suggesting she was awake despite the early hour. Probably hadn't slept any better than he had, if her pattern of throwing herself into research when stressed held true. Luka knocked softly, not wanting to startle her if she was deep in concentration. Footsteps approached the door, followed by the sound of multiple locks being disengaged. When the door finally opened, Leenah appeared wearing an oversized sweater that made her look younger and more vulnerable than usual, her dark hair mussed from sleep or worry. "Luka?" She blinked at him in surprise, her blue eyes still slightly unfocused. "What are you doing here so early?" "Brought breakfast," he said, holding up the paper bag. "Figured you might not have eaten much after last night." Her expression shifted through several emotions, starting with surprise, giving way to something that looked almost like relief, followed by the kind of grateful warmth. "You brought me breakfast?" The question carried a note of wonder, as if the concept of someone caring enough to feed her was foreign and precious. "Coffee too," he added, holding up the carrier. "Twyla's special blend. Strong enough to wake the dead, which seemed appropriate given current circumstances." That earned him a genuine and unguarded smile that seemed to transform her entire face. The sight of the fierce defender of the supernatural and the most independent woman in Hollow Oak, looking pleased that someone had thought to bring her coffee, hit him with emotions he'd spent 12 years keeping buried. Want, need. The growing certainty that this woman was becoming essential to his happiness in ways that were out of his control. "Come in," she said, stepping back to let him enter. "I was just trying to figure out how to search for ceremony grounds that might not exist anymore. Your timing is perfect." As he followed her into the warmth of her cottage, breathing in the scent of old books and the lingering traces of last night's supernatural activity, Luka realized that his timing was due to his bear's growing need to ensure she was safe, fed, and cared for, whether she wanted to be or not.
Chapter 13. Leenah. The coffee was perfect, the cinnamon rolls were still warm, and Luka's thoughtful gesture had done something dangerous to the walls around her heart. Leenah found herself stealing glances at him as they ate breakfast at her kitchen table, noting the way he'd remembered exactly how she liked her coffee, and the fact that he'd shown up at dawn just to make sure she was okay. "Thank you," she said quietly, "for thinking of me. It's been a while since anyone—" "Since anyone what?" Luka's amber eyes were gentle, patient. "Since anyone cared enough to bring me breakfast." The admission felt more vulnerable than she'd intended, but his expression held only understanding, not pity. "Well, we can't have Hollow Oak's resident ghost expert running on empty coffee and determination," he said with a smile that made her pulse flutter, "especially not when we've got mysterious ceremony grounds to locate." The easy way he included himself in her mission should have triggered her usual protests about working alone. Instead, she found herself oddly grateful for the partnership. Yesterday's research session had been more productive with two minds working the problem, and his steady presence had made the supernatural chaos feel more manageable. "About that," she said, pulling out the folder of notes she'd compiled after he'd left the night before. "I cross-referenced my grandmother's journals with the historical maps, and I think I found something." She spread the papers across the table, pointing to a hand-drawn sketch from 1954. Grandmother mentioned dreams about ceremony grounds deep in the old forest, beyond where the current hiking trails end. She drew this rough map based on what Ayanna showed her. Luka studied the sketch with obvious interest. "That area's been off-limits to development since the town was founded. Supposed to be too steep for building, but I always suspected there was more to it than terrain issues. Supernatural protection, probably, which means we're on the right track." Leenah traced the path marked on her grandmother's map. "According to this, there should be a stone circle about 2 miles northwest of Moonmirror Lake, hidden behind what she called veils of old magic." "Glamour spells," Luka said immediately. "Fey magic designed to hide sacred sites from casual discovery." "Exactly." She looked up at him with surprise. "You know about glamours?" "You pick things up when you've lived in a supernatural community for 12 years. His tone was casual, but she caught the hint of deeper knowledge behind the words. "Plus, my grandfather taught me to recognize the signs. Old forests hold more secrets than most people realize." The comment sparked her curiosity about his background, but before she could ask more questions, he was standing and gathering their empty coffee cups. "If we're going to search for hidden ceremony grounds, we should get started," he said. "Weather forecast shows possible snow later, and I'd rather not be tramping through mystical forests in a blizzard." An hour later, they were making their way along the hiking trail that led into Hollow Oak's oldest forest, their breath misting in the cold November air. Leenah had traded her usual tour guide attire for practical hiking boots, warm layers, and a backpack loaded with research materials and emergency supplies. "Tell me about the original Cherokee presence here," Luka said as they walked, his longer stride easily matching her pace without making her feel rushed. "The valley was considered sacred long before European supernatural settlers arrived," Leenah explained, falling into the familiar rhythm of sharing folklore. "The Cherokee called it Nightland's Heart, a place where the spirit world touched the physical realm most strongly. They conducted ceremonies here to maintain balance between the worlds." "And when the supernatural families arrived?" "They were refugees, mostly, fleeing persecution in Salem, Scotland, Ireland. The Cherokee spirits could have driven them off, but instead they chose to share the land." She paused to check her grandmother's map against their current location. "The blood pact was sealed as a promise that the newcomers would help protect the sacred sites instead of exploiting them." "Which worked for about 200 years before someone dropped the ball," Luka observed. "Someone, or several someones." Leenah pointed toward a barely visible path branching off from the main trail. "Grandmother's map shows the ceremony grounds this way." The secondary path was overgrown and difficult to follow, winding through increasingly dense forest, where ancient oaks and towering pines blocked most of the daylight. But Luka moved through the terrain with the kind of natural grace that suggested he was genuinely comfortable in wilderness settings. "You do this often?" she asked, watching him identify the safest route across a fallen log that blocked their path. "Often enough." He offered her his hand to help her navigate the obstacle, his grip warm and steady. "Bears aren't exactly city dwellers by nature. I spend a lot of time in these woods." The casual mention of his shifter nature reminded her that, despite his human appearance, Luka carried the instincts and abilities of a powerful predator. It should have been unsettling, but instead she found it oddly comforting. If they encountered anything dangerous in the deep forest, her research partner was more than capable of handling it. "There," she said suddenly, pointing toward a cluster of stones barely visible through the trees. "That has to be it." But as they approached what looked like a natural rock formation, the air around them began to shimmer with subtle distortion. Glamour magic, layers of fey enchantment designed to make observers see nothing but ordinary forest. Leenah's necromantic abilities stirred in response to the old magic, recognizing the spiritual significance of whatever lay hidden behind the veils. "Can you see through it?" Luka asked, his voice dropping to a whisper that suggested he understood they were approaching something sacred. "Give me a minute." Leenah closed her eyes and let her necromantic senses expand, feeling for the spiritual currents that would reveal the glamour's weak points. "There. Just to the left of that big oak." She stepped forward, pushing through what felt like walking through thick curtains, and suddenly the hidden grove revealed itself in all its ancient glory. The stone circle was magnificent, with 13 massive granite monoliths arranged in a perfect ring around a central altar carved with symbols that predated written language. The air hummed with accumulated power, centuries of ceremonial magic layering the space with spiritual energy so dense it was almost visible. And then her necromantic abilities surged without warning. Power flooded through her like a tidal wave. Every spirit who had ever participated in ceremonies at this site suddenly pressing against her consciousness with desperate urgency. Dozens of voices speaking in overlapping languages, memories of sacred rituals and broken promises cascading through her mind faster than she could process. She stumbled backward, overwhelmed by the spiritual onslaught, and felt herself falling toward the rocky ground. But instead of hitting stone, she collided with Luka's solid frame as his arms closed around her, pulling her against his chest with reflexes that spoke to supernatural awareness. The moment their bodies connected, something electric passed between them. Not just the spiritual energy crackling through the ancient grove, but something purely physical and breathtaking. Heat bloomed where his hands pressed against her back, and she found herself looking up into amber eyes that had gone molten with awareness. "You okay?" he asked, his voice rough with concern and something deeper. "I think so," she breathed, though she made no immediate move to step away from the warmth of his embrace. "The spirits here. There are so many of them." "Can you handle it?" The question held no doubt about her abilities, just genuine concern for her well-being. And standing there in his arms, surrounded by centuries of accumulated magic and the weight of supernatural expectations, Leenah realized she didn't want to handle it alone anymore. "With help," she said quietly. "I think I can handle it with help." The admission felt like crossing a line she'd spent years defending, but looking into Luka's understanding eyes, she couldn't bring herself to regret it.
Chapter 14. Luka. Luka felt the moment Leenah steadied herself in his arms and began to pull away, though every instinct he possessed wanted to keep her close where he could shield her from whatever spiritual forces were pressing against her consciousness. But this wasn't about his protective urges. This was about watching her do what she did best. "I'm okay," she said, stepping back but staying within arm's reach. Just need to adjust to the energy levels here. It's like, imagine trying to have a conversation at a rock concert. How many spirits are we talking about? He asked, scanning the stone circle that looked empty to his non-necromantic senses. Dozens, maybe more. Leenah moved toward the central altar with obvious purpose, her earlier disorientation giving way to professional focus. Generations of Cherokee shamans, the original supernatural settlers, and others, they're all trying to communicate at once. As if her words had been a signal, the air around the stone circle began to shimmer again. But this time, instead of glamour magic hiding the sacred space, ethereal figures started materializing between the ancient monoliths. Translucent at first, then growing more solid as Leenah's necromantic abilities reached out to bridge the gap between worlds. Luka had seen plenty of supernatural manifestations during his years in Hollow Oak, but nothing like this. Spirits from different eras flickered in and out of visibility, their clothing and appearance spanning centuries of history. A Cherokee medicine woman in traditional dress stood beside what looked like a colonial-era witch, while the ghostly figure of a 19th century gentleman in a top hat gestured urgently toward the altar. And there stood Leenah, completely unafraid as she addressed the assembled dead, with a kind of calm competence that made his bear rumble with admiration. "I hear you," she said, her voice carrying clearly through the grove despite the supernatural chaos swirling around her. "But I need you to speak one at a time. Start with the most urgent message." The Cherokee medicine woman stepped forward, her ancient eyes fixed on Leenah with desperate hope. When she spoke, her words carried the weight of centuries and the pain of broken trust. The barriers weakened with each passing season, daughter of Salem's blood. Soon those who would destroy this sanctuary will find their way past protections that have stood for generations. "What kind of threats?" Leenah asked, and Luka caught the slight tremor in her voice that suggested channeling this many spirits was taking its toll. "Hunters of the supernatural, government agencies that would study and cage our kind, corporations that would strip mine sacred sites for their accumulated magic." The spirit's form flickered as her urgency grew. "The pact must be renewed before the dark moon, or all will be lost." More spirits pressed forward, each adding fragments to the growing picture of supernatural threats gathering beyond Hollow Oak's protective barriers. A Victorian-era warlock spoke of government experiments on captured supernatural beings. A 20th century witch described corporate interests mapping magical sites for exploitation. Each testimony painted a bleaker picture of what would happen if the town's protections failed. Through it all, Leenah stood strong, asking pointed questions and gathering information with the kind of fearless determination that made Luka's protective instincts sing with pride and terror in equal measure. She wasn't just communicating with the dead, she was advocating for the living, demanding specifics about renewal ceremonies and the exact nature of the threats they faced. But as the spiritual communication continued, he began to notice signs that worried him. The slight sway in her stance, the way her hands had started trembling, the pale cast to her skin that suggested she was pushing her abilities past their safe limits. "Leenah," he said quietly, stepping closer, "you need to take a break." "I'm fine," she replied without looking away from the spirits. "Just a few more questions." She wasn't fine. Luka could see the exhaustion building in her posture, the way her usually sharp focus was beginning to blur around the edges. Channeling this much supernatural energy couldn't be safe, especially not for extended periods. "The ceremony," she continued, addressing the Cherokee medicine woman, "what exactly does the renewal require?" "A willing bridge between worlds, one who can speak for both the living and the dead. The ritual must be performed here, at the heart of sacred space, under the dark moon's shadow. And if something goes wrong during the ceremony," the spirit's expression grew grave, "the bridge risks being torn apart by the forces they seek to balance. It is, not without cost." That was enough. Luka stepped forward, placing a firm hand on Leenah's shoulder. "We're leaving." "Now?" "What?" She turned to stare at him with obvious incredulity. "Are you crazy?" "We're finally getting answers." "You're exhausted," he said bluntly. "Look at your hands." Leenah glanced down at her trembling fingers. and he saw the moment she realized how much the spiritual communication was draining her. But instead of acknowledging the problem, her jaw set with stubborn determination. I can handle a little fatigue. This is too important to stop now. This is exactly why we need to stop now. Luka's voice carried authority that made lesser shifters back down automatically. You're no good to anyone if you collapse from magical exhaustion. I'm not going to collapse, she snapped. But even as she said it, another wave of tremors ran through her frame. Really? Because from where I'm standing, you look like you're about 2 questions away from hitting the ground. The spirits around them were growing agitated as their connection to the living world began to waver, responding to Leenah's declining energy levels. Several of the manifestations flickered dangerously, their forms becoming less stable as her necromantic abilities strained past their limits. They need this information, Leenah insisted, gesturing toward the assembled dead. These spirits have been waiting decades for someone who could hear them properly. And they'll wait a few more hours while you recover your strength, Luka replied firmly. What good is gathering information if you're too drained to act on it? You don't understand the stakes here. I understand that you're pushing yourself too hard and pretending it's not happening. His voice softened slightly, concern bleeding through his frustration. I understand that you think admitting you have limits somehow makes you weak. This isn't about weakness, she shot back, but her defensive tone suggested he'd hit closer to the truth than she wanted to admit. No, it's about fear. You're afraid that if you stop, if you take time to rest and regroup, something terrible will happen while you're not working to prevent it. The accusation hung between them in the charged air of the sacred grove, surrounded by the spirits who watched their argument with ancient, knowing eyes. Leenah's face cycled through anger, denial, and finally reluctant recognition that he might have a point. We're close to a breakthrough, she said quietly, but the fight had gone out of her voice. We'll be even closer tomorrow when you're not swaying on your feet, Luka replied gently. The spirits waited this long. They can wait until you're strong enough to help them properly. For a moment he thought she might argue further, but then her shoulders sagged slightly, and she nodded toward the assembled manifestations with obvious regret. He's right, she told them. I need to rest before we can continue. But I promise I'll be back. The Cherokee medicine woman's expression held understanding and approval. Wisdom often lies in knowing when to retreat and regroup, young necromancer. We will wait. As the spirits began to fade back into whatever realm they inhabited, Luka moved to Leenah's side, ready to catch her if her exhaustion finally overcame her stubborn determination. The argument had revealed more about both of them than he'd expected. Layers of concern and protectiveness that went far beyond professional collaboration. And judging by the way she'd looked at him when he'd called her out on her fears, she was beginning to realize it too.
Chapter 15. Leenah. The walk back to her cottage had been mostly silent, both of them processing what they'd learned from the spirits at the ceremony grounds. Leenah's exhaustion weighed on her, making each step feel like she was walking through quicksand. But it wasn't until she settled into her living room armchair that the real impact of channeling so much spiritual energy hit her. The vision came without warning. One moment she was reaching for her notebook to record everything the spirits had told them, and the next she was falling backward through time, her consciousness pulled into a memory that belonged to someone else entirely. 1689. The same stone circle, but the forest around it looked different. Younger, wilder, untouched by centuries of human habitation. Cherokee shamans stood in ceremonial dress beside a small group of exhausted-looking Europeans, whose clothes spoke of long journeys and desperate flight from persecution. At the center of it all was a young Cherokee medicine woman, whose face Leenah recognized with a shock of understanding. Ayanna, but not as the ancient spirit who'd been trying to communicate with her. This was Ayanna in life, vibrant and powerful, her dark eyes holding wisdom beyond her apparent years. You ask much of us, Ayanna was saying to a tall man whose colonial dress marked him as one of the supernatural refugees. To share sacred land with those who fled across the great waters. We ask for sanctuary, the man replied, his accent carrying traces of Scotland. Nothing more. We've seen what happens to our kind in the old world. Salem was only the beginning. Ayana's expression softened with compassion. The spirits of this place whisper of dark times coming for all who carry magic in their blood. Perhaps it is time for old enemies to become allies. The ceremony that followed was beautiful and terrible in its power. Blood freely given, mixed with sacred earth and blessed water, while both Cherokee and European supernatural beings spoke binding oaths in languages that predated written words. The very air shimmered with magic as ancient protections were woven into the fabric of reality itself. But at the heart of it all was Ayana, serving as the bridge between worlds, channeling forces that made her slight frame glow with otherworldly light. Leenah could feel the medicine woman's strength being poured into the ritual, could sense the terrible cost of binding such powerful magic. Every 50 years, Ayana gasped as the ceremony reached its crescendo, the barriers must be renewed. The bridge between worlds must be willing. And always there must be one who can speak for both the living and the dead. The vision shattered like breaking glass, dumping Leenah back into her own time with brutal suddenness. She found herself on the floor beside her chair, disoriented and shaking, with no memory of how she'd gotten there. Her head felt like someone had been using it for drum practice, and the taste of copper in her mouth suggested she'd bitten her tongue at some point. "Leenah!" Luka's voice seemed to come from very far away, though she could feel his hands on her shoulders, steadying her as the room spun around them. "What happened? You just collapsed." "Vision," she managed, the word coming out a whisper. "Prophetic vision. I saw the original ceremony." Luka's arms tightened around her as he helped her sit up, his warmth a solid anchor in the swirling confusion of her disoriented thoughts. "First time that's happened?" "Yeah." She leaned against him more heavily than pride should have allowed, but her body felt like it belonged to someone else. It was so real, like I was actually there, watching it happen. "What did you see?" Leenah closed her eyes, trying to organize the flood of images and sensations from the vision into something coherent. The original pact ceremony. Ayana was the one who performed it, who served as the bridge between worlds. She was so young, but the power... She shuddered at the memory. It nearly destroyed her. The medicine woman from the ceremony grounds today? Her ancestor, I think. Or maybe a descendant. Time gets weird with prophetic visions. Leenah tried to stand and immediately swayed as the room tilted around her. The woman we spoke with today carries Ayana's memories, her knowledge of how the ritual works. Luka caught her before she could fall again, his steady strength keeping her upright when her own legs refused to cooperate. You need to rest. Whatever that vision took out of you, you're not recovering quickly. I'm fine, she said automatically, though the protest sounded weak even to her own ears. You're many things, but fine isn't one of them right now. His voice carried that protective rumble that was becoming dangerously familiar. When's the last time you had a prophetic vision? Never. This was my first. The admission made her feel more vulnerable than she cared to examine. My necromantic abilities have always been limited to communicating with spirits. I didn't even know I could see into the past. Must be connected to the ceremony grounds. All that accumulated spiritual energy probably amplified your natural gifts. Luka guided her toward the couch with careful movements, as if he was afraid she might collapse again. The question is whether experiencing visions is going to become a regular thing. The thought of going through that kind of disorientation on a regular basis made Leenah's stomach clench with anxiety. She'd built her entire life around being self-sufficient, around handling whatever supernatural complications came her way with competence and grace. Having abilities she couldn't control or predict felt like losing a fundamental part of herself. "Hey," Luka said softly, settling beside her on the couch. We'll figure it out. Whatever's happening with your gifts, you don't have to handle it alone. I've always handled things alone, she said, hearing the wobble in her own voice. She'd spent so many years building walls around her heart, protecting herself from the disappointment that came with depending on others, that she'd forgotten what it felt like to have someone genuinely care about her well-being. This is terrifying, she admitted quietly. The visions? The visions, the ceremony, all of it. She curled deeper into the couch cushions, suddenly exhausted beyond measure. But mostly it's terrifying how much I want you to stay. The confession hung between them in the warm lamplight of her living room, more honest than anything she'd shared with another person in years. Luka's expression shifted through surprise before settling into quiet understanding. Then I'll stay, he said simply, as long as you want me here. Minerva chose that moment to hop onto the couch, settling herself between them with the kind of feline determination that brooked no argument. The cat's warm weight was comforting, a familiar anchor in an evening that had turned her understanding of her own abilities upside down. I should probably try to sleep, Leenah said, though the thought of being alone with the possibility of more visions made her heart rate quicken with anxiety. Sleep sounds good, Luka agreed. I'll keep watch, make sure nothing supernatural decides to visit while you're recovering. She should have protested. Should have insisted she could handle one night alone in her own cottage, just like she always had. But the steady presence beside her, the way his breathing seemed to calm something restless in her chest, made the idea of sending him away feel impossible. Just until I'm feeling more stable, she said, the excuse sounding thin even to her own ears. Just until you're feeling more stable, he agreed with a small smile. Leenah settled deeper into the couch cushions, letting herself relax finally. The supernatural crisis wasn't resolved, the ceremony still needed to be performed, and she had no idea what other abilities might manifest as the dark moon approached. But with Luka's steady breathing beside her and Minerva's purring creating a gentle soundtrack, those problems felt manageable. Somewhere between one breath and the next, her eyes drifted closed. The last thing she remembered was the warm weight of Luka's hand covering hers, and the way his voice rumbled through his chest as he murmured something too soft to make out but comforting all the same.
Chapter 16. Luka. Luka slowly emerged from the deepest sleep he'd experienced in years. For a moment he lay still, absorbing the unfamiliar sensation of contentment that had settled in his bones like warm honey. Leenah was curled against his side, her dark hair spilling across his chest while her breathing remained deep and even. Her small hand rested over his heart, fingers slightly curled in sleep, and the trust implicit in her unconscious position made something tight in him unfurl for what felt like the first time in over a decade. This was what he'd lost when the Thornridge clan fell. Not just the people, though their absence still carved hollow spaces in his heart, but the simple comfort of belonging somewhere, of being necessary to someone's happiness instead of just useful for protection or manual labor. His bear rumbled with deep satisfaction, recognizing the rightness of having their mate safe and warm in their arms. The animal wanted to nuzzle into her neck, to mark her with his scent so thoroughly that every supernatural being in Hollow Oak would know she was claimed. Wanted to carry her back to his den and keep her there until the current crisis passed and all threats to her safety were eliminated. But even as his shifter instincts sang with possessive joy, older memories stirred like ghosts in the back of his mind. Marcus, barely 16 and full of the kind of fearless enthusiasm that made him volunteer for the most dangerous scouting missions. I can handle it, Uncle Luka. The clan needs to know what's happening on the eastern border. Sarah, the clan's healer, whose gentle hands had mended countless injuries, but couldn't save herself from the curse that turned her own magic against her. Take care of the younglings, Luka. Promise me they won't face this alone. His grandfather, ancient even by shifter standards, whose final words had been instructions about the protective wards he'd spent his life maintaining. The knowledge dies with me, boy. I should have taught you sooner. 13 lives lost because he hadn't been strong enough, smart enough, fast enough to save them. 13 people who trusted him to keep them safe, only to die while he survived through nothing more than dumb luck and being in the wrong place at the wrong time. The weight of those failures sat heavy on his chest, even as Leenah's warm presence reminded him of everything he had to lose if he let himself care too deeply again. Because caring meant responsibility, and responsibility meant the potential for catastrophic failure. It meant watching someone else he loved pay the price for his inadequacy. Leenah stirred against him, her breathing shifting from the deep rhythm of sleep to the lighter pattern of approaching consciousness. Luka forced himself to remain still, not wanting to wake her before she was ready but unable to resist the temptation to memorize this moment. The weight of her head on his chest, the citrus and spice scent of her hair, the way her fingers twitched slightly as dreams gave way to awareness. Her eyes opened slowly, blinking in the morning light with the kind of confusion that came from waking up somewhere unexpected. When her gaze focused on his face, so close that he could count the darker flecks in her light blue eyes, recognition dawned along with something that looked suspiciously like panic. "Oh," she breathed, her voice husky with sleep. "We fell asleep on the couch," Luka finished, his own voice rough with sleep. "After your vision last night." Right, the vision. But she didn't immediately pull away, and the growing awareness in her eyes suggested she was as affected by their position as he was. "How long have you been awake?" "A few minutes. How are you feeling?" "Better." She finally shifted, putting some distance between them, though she remained on the couch. "The headache's gone, and I don't feel like I've been hit by a truck anymore." "Good." Luka sat up, immediately missing her warmth against his side. "Any lingering effects from the prophetic vision?" "Just the memories. It's strange having someone else's experiences so vivid in my mind." Leenah ran her fingers through her tangled hair, the gesture unconsciously sensual in the morning light. "I can still see Ayana's face, hear her voice. She was so young when she performed that first ceremony." "About your age? Maybe a little older. But the power she channeled." Leenah shuddered slightly. "I understand now why the medicine woman at the ceremony grounds carries such grief. Ayana gave everything to create those protections. Her strength, her life force, probably years off her natural lifespan." The casual mention of the cost involved in the renewal ceremony made Luka's bear snarl. The idea of Leenah putting herself through the kind of magical ordeal that had drained an experienced medicine woman was unacceptable on every level. "We'll find another way," he said, his voice carrying more authority than he'd intended. "You're not sacrificing yourself for some ancient magical contract." Leenah's eyebrows rose at his tone. "That's not really your decision to make." "Isn't it?" The question came out sharp, loaded with implications that had to do with the growing certainty that he couldn't watch her walk into danger without fighting to stop her. The air between them grew charged again, heavy with the recognition that they were venturing into territory that would change everything. Leenah's lips parted slightly, and Luka found his gaze drawn to the soft curve of her mouth. It would be so easy to lean forward, to find out if she tasted as sweet as she smelled, to claim the kiss that had been building between them since their first real conversation at the Griddle and Grind. But kissing her would cross a line they couldn't uncross, would add personal stakes to a situation that was already complicated enough. And if he lost her the way he'd lost everyone else who'd mattered to him, the guilt would destroy what was left of his ability to function. "I should go," he said abruptly, rising from the couch before his self-control cracked entirely. "Let you get ready for the day." Something flickered in Leenah's eyes that might have been disappointment, quickly hidden behind her usual mask of competent independence. "Right. Of course. You probably have actual work to do." Something like that. He moved toward her front door, every step feeling like he was fighting against a magnetic pull that wanted to draw him back to her side. "Will you be okay today? No more visions or supernatural interference?" "I'll be fine," she said, though her voice carried a note of uncertainty that suggested she wasn't entirely sure that was true. Luka paused at the door, his hand on the handle while his bear raged against leaving her unprotected. "If anything happens, anything at all, you call me. Promise." I promise. The simple words shouldn't have meant as much as they did, but hearing Leenah agree to reach out if she needed help felt like a victory of sorts. Proof that her walls were developing cracks, that maybe she was beginning to trust him with more than just research partnership. He left her cottage with the scent of her skin clinging to his clothes, and the memory of her trust burned into his consciousness. The walk back to his workshop felt longer than usual, every step taking him further from where his bear insisted he belonged. By the time he reached his sanctuary among the wood shavings and half-finished projects, Luka had made a decision. Whatever it took, whatever the cost to himself, he wasn't going to let Leenah face the renewal ceremony alone. The protective charm he'd carved for her was still with him, waiting for the right moment to offer it without triggering her independence reflexes. Maybe it was time to stop being subtle about his intentions. Maybe it was time to let her know that regardless of ancient pacts or supernatural obligations, she had someone willing to stand between her and any force that threatened her safety. Even if that someone carried the weight of past failures and the bone-deep fear that caring too much inevitably led to loss. Because some things were worth the risk, and Leenah Carrow was definitely one of them.
Chapter 17. Leenah. The cottage felt impossibly empty after Luka left, as if his steady presence had somehow made the space larger, and his absence had shrunk it back to its original dimensions. Leenah sat on the couch where they'd spent the night, pulling a throw blanket around her shoulders that still carried the faint scent of cedar and mountain air. She'd never been the kind of person who needed someone else's presence to feel complete. Hell, she'd built her entire adult life around the principle that depending on others only led to disappointment. But sitting alone in her living room, she found herself missing the weight of his arm around her shoulders and the steady rhythm of his breathing against her ear. "This is dangerous," she told Minerva, who had emerged from whatever hiding spot she'd claimed during the supernatural chaos of the previous evening. "I'm getting attached to someone, and we both know how well that's worked out in the past." Minerva's response was to hop onto the couch and settle herself in the exact spot where Luka had been sitting, her purr loud enough to suggest she approved of the previous night's sleeping arrangements. The cat's mismatched eyes held the kind of knowing intelligence that made Leenah wonder if her familiar understood more about human relationships than she gave her credit for. "Don't look at me like that," Leenah said, scratching behind the cat's ears. "I saw the way you were practically matchmaking last night, refusing to move when he sat down. You're as bad as Twyla." But even as she protested, Leenah couldn't deny that waking up in Luka's arms had felt more natural than anything she'd experienced in years. The way he'd held her throughout the night, keeping her anchored while she recovered from the prophetic vision, had been protective without being possessive, gentle without making her feel fragile. It challenged everything she thought she knew about alpha males and their supposedly inevitable need to control the people they cared about. Her father had been an alpha in his own mind, and his brand of protection had involved isolating her mother from friends and family until she had no support system beyond him. Her ex-boyfriends had all followed similar patterns, starting with sweet gestures of care and ending with suffocating attempts to manage every aspect of her life. But Luka was different. She could see the war between his protective instincts and his respect for her independence playing out in real time. The way he'd forced himself to leave this morning when every line of his body had screamed that he wanted to stay. The careful way he phrased his concerns about her safety, making them about his worry rather than her supposed inadequacy. "It's terrifying," she admitted to Minerva. "How much I want to trust him. How much I want to believe that maybe this time could be different." The cat's purr intensified, and she rubbed against Leenah's hand with obvious affection, as if she was trying to say that some risks were worth taking, that not all alpha males were created equal. Before Leenah could continue her one-sided conversation about the perils of emotional attachment, Minerva suddenly stood and jumped off her lap, padding toward the back corner of the living room with obvious purpose. The cat stopped beside the old bookshelf that held Leenah's collection of local history texts and began pawing at something near the floor. "What are you doing, girl?" Leenah followed her familiar across the room, crouching to see what had captured Minerva's attention. The cat was scratching at what looked like a perfectly ordinary section of baseboard, but as Leenah examined it more closely, she noticed something odd. The wood grain didn't quite match the rest of the trim, and there were faint scratch marks around what might have been the edges of a hidden panel. "Well, I'll be damned," she muttered, running her fingers along the suspicious baseboard until she found a section that gave slightly under pressure. "How did you know this was here?" Minerva's answering purr suggested that cats knew many things humans never bothered to notice. The hidden compartment opened with a soft click, revealing a space just large enough to hold a collection of leather-bound books and loose papers tied with faded ribbon. Leenah's heart skipped as she recognized her grandmother's careful handwriting on the topmost journal, but these weren't the reminiscences and family histories she'd inherited. These were something else entirely. Leenah had been here for quite a while, but she often forgot that the only reason she got this place was because her grandmother had once been its resident, before Twyla had even heard of Hollow Oak. Twyla told her that when she first got here, telling her that it had stayed empty just for her, and now, seeing this, she felt maybe there had been more to it. "Advanced Necromantic Practices," she read aloud from the cover of the first volume. "Spirit Binding and Release Protocols. Ethereal Bridge Construction." Her voice dropped to a whisper as she read the final title, "The Cost of Speaking for the Dead." She pulled the collection from its hiding place and settled cross-legged on the floor, Minerva curling up beside her as she opened the first journal. Her grandmother's writing filled the pages, but these entries were different from anything Leenah had seen before. Clinical detailed descriptions of magical techniques that went far beyond simple communication with spirits. May 15th, 1953. Successfully maintained ethereal bridge for 6 hours during communication with Revolutionary War-era spirits. Physical cost: severe dehydration, temporary loss of vision, 3 days of recovery required. Note: longer sessions may require medical supervision. July 3rd, 1954. Attempted mass spiritual summoning to gather information about missing child. Bridge held for 8 spirits simultaneously. Cost: complete magical exhaustion, week-long recovery, permanent reduction in necromantic sensitivity. Success rate: 85% information accuracy. Recommend this technique only for life or death situations. Page after page documented her grandmother's experiments with increasingly dangerous necromantic practices, each entry meticulously recording both the techniques involved and their physical toll. It was like reading a medical journal written by someone who'd used herself as a test subject. "God, grandmother," Leenah breathed, turning to a section labeled Renewal Ceremony Preparations. "What were you thinking?" The answer became clear as she read further. Her grandmother had been preparing to serve as the bridge for Hollow Oak's renewal ceremony, researching every possible technique that might improve her chances of survival. The entries documented her growing understanding of what the ritual would require and her determination to find a way to perform it without dying in the process. October 31st, 1955. The dreams grow stronger every night. Ayana shows me visions of the original ceremony, and I finally understand what she's been trying to tell me. The bridge doesn't just communicate with spirits during the renewal. They become a living conduit for every soul who ever participated in the protection of this place. The human body isn't designed to channel that much spiritual energy. November 1st, 1955. Found references to a modified ritual that might distribute the spiritual load across multiple participants. Requires willing volunteers with compatible magical abilities. Still dangerous, but survival chances improve from 30% to 70%. Must find others willing to share the burden. November 15th, 1955. The council refuses to approve the modified ceremony. Too risky for multiple participants, they say. better to sacrifice one life than risk several. I understand their logic, but I also understand that someone needs to survive to teach the next generation. The knowledge can't die with me." The entries stopped abruptly after that date, leaving Leenah to wonder what had happened to change her grandmother's plans. Had she found another solution? Decided the risk was too great? Or had something else entirely prevented her from attempting the renewal ceremony? She flipped through the remaining journals, finding increasingly detailed instructions for magical techniques that made her mouth go dry with fear. Spiritual possession protocols that would allow a necromancer to channel ancient spirits directly. Ethereal bridge amplification spells that could connect the living world to dozens of spiritual realms simultaneously. Protective ward construction that required the practitioner to anchor the magic with their own life force. All techniques that could help her communicate with the trapped spirits more effectively. All techniques that came with warnings about the personal cost involved. Remember always that necromancy is not about controlling the dead, but about serving as their voice in the world of the living. The bridge pays the price so that others may benefit from spiritual wisdom. This is both the power and the burden of our gift. Leenah closed the journal and leaned back against the couch, her mind reeling with the implications of what she'd discovered. Her grandmother had known decades ago that the renewal ceremony would eventually be necessary, had spent years preparing for a ritual that might well have killed her, and now that responsibility had fallen to Leenah, who had a fraction of her grandmother's experience and training. "I'm in over my head, aren't I?" she asked Minerva, who responded with the kind of steady purr that suggested confidence in her human's abilities. The knowledge in these journals could help her prepare for whatever the renewal ceremony required, could give her a better chance of survival than walking in blind. But using the techniques her grandmother had developed would mean accepting risks that went far beyond anything she'd ever attempted. It would mean risking more than just her heart to save Hollow Oak. It would mean risking everything. And looking at Minerva's trusting eyes, thinking about Luka's protective instincts and Twyla's matchmaking kindness and all the people who called this supernatural sanctuary home, Leenah realized she was already prepared to do exactly that. The question was whether she could figure out how to survive it.
Chapter 18. Luka. The summons came just after noon, delivered by the same nervous young wolf shifter who'd brought the previous council message. This time, though, the boy's anxiety was palpable, his hands shaking slightly as he recited the formal words. Elder Varric requests your immediate presence at the council glade for an emergency session regarding the ongoing spiritual disturbances, he said, the practiced formality not quite hiding his obvious relief at completing the message. He says to tell you it's urgent. Luka set down his carving tools and wiped the oak dust from his hands, his bear already stirring restlessly at the formal tone. Tell him I'll be there in 15 minutes, he replied, reaching for his heaviest jacket. November afternoons in the mountains carried a bite that would make standing around in the sacred glade thoroughly unpleasant. But something told him this wasn't going to be a brief conversation. The walk to the council glade felt longer than usual, every step carrying him deeper into the ancient forest where Hollow Oak's governing body conducted their most serious business. By the time he reached the hidden entrance to the sacred clearing, his bear was pacing behind his ribs with agitated energy. All 5 council members were present, their expressions ranging from Miriam Caldwell's concerned sympathy to Elder Bram's cold disapproval. Luka, Varric said as he approached, thank you for coming so quickly. We need to discuss the current situation with Miss Carrow and the escalating spiritual activity throughout town. What's there to discuss? Luka asked, settling into his usual spot at the edge of the circle. She's making progress. Yesterday we located the original ceremony grounds, and she's been communicating directly with the spirits involved in the founding pact. Yes, we heard about that, Elder Bram said, his voice carrying the kind of cold authority that made most people take a step back. We also heard that these communications have resulted in even more supernatural disturbances. 3 more businesses reported incidents this morning, and Mrs. Henderson's poodle has been barking at invisible threats for 12 hours straight. The spirits are agitated because the renewal ceremony hasn't been performed, Luka replied, keeping his tone level despite his bear's growing irritation. Once we figure out the specifics of what's required, the disturbances will stop. Will they? Bram's pale eyes fixed on Luka with uncomfortable intensity. Or will Miss Carrow's continued meddling with forces beyond her understanding make the situation worse? The casual dismissal of Leenah's abilities made his bear snarl. The idea that anyone would suggest she was making things worse when she was risking her own safety to help the town made his vision blur with protective rage. "She's not meddling," he said, his voice dropping to a dangerous rumble. "She's the only person in Hollow Oak with the necromantic abilities necessary to communicate with these spirits. Without her, we'd still be stumbling around wondering why supernatural activity was increasing. And with her, we have spirits manifesting in broad daylight and magical disturbances affecting innocent residents," Bram countered. "Perhaps the solution is to remove the catalyst rather than feed more energy into an already unstable situation." The suggestion that they should get rid of Leenah made Luka's bear roar to the surface with enough force that he felt his canine teeth lengthen and his fingernails begin to sharpen into claws. Only years of practiced control kept him from shifting completely, but the threat display was unmistakable to every supernatural being in the clearing. "You want to run her out of town?" The words came out as more growl than human speech. "Because she's trying to help?" "Easy, Luka," Varric said mildly, but his rain cloud eyes held a warning about losing control in the sacred space. "No one is suggesting we force Miss Carrow to leave. Elder Bram is simply exploring all possible solutions to our current crisis." "There's only one solution," Luka replied, forcing his bear back beneath his skin through sheer willpower. "Help her perform the renewal ceremony and restore the original protections. Everything else is just avoiding the real problem." "And if performing this ceremony kills her?" Miriam Caldwell's gentle voice carried genuine concern. "From what you've reported, the original ritual required significant sacrifice from the Cherokee medicine woman who served as the bridge. Are we prepared to ask Miss Carrow to risk her life for agreements made by people who died centuries ago?" The question hit him harder than any of Bram's accusations because it forced him to confront the reality he'd been trying to avoid. The spirits had been clear about the cost of serving as the bridge between worlds, and despite her courage and competence, Leenah was still human, still vulnerable to the kind of magical forces that could tear apart someone trying to channel them. "She's not going into this blind," he said finally. "She's researching everything, finding ways to make the ceremony safer, and she won't be facing it alone." "Ah," Varric said, and something in his tone made Luka look up sharply. "And there we have the real issue." "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means your objectivity regarding Miss Carrow's safety may be somewhat compromised," the elder replied with the kind of gentle understanding that was somehow worse than direct accusation. "Mate bonds have a way of affecting judgment, even in the most rational individuals." Heat crept up Luka's neck as every council member turned to stare at him with varying degrees of interest and concern. "My feelings don't change the facts," he said defensively. "The renewal ceremony is still necessary, regardless of who performs it. Your feelings might change your willingness to find alternatives," Bram observed coldly. "A man protecting his mate isn't known for considering options that don't include her survival." The casual mention of Leenah as his mate made Luka's bear rumble with possessive satisfaction, but his human side recognized the trap being laid. If he admitted to the mate bond, everything he said about the situation would be dismissed as biased. If he denied it, he'd be lying to the council in a way that would probably be obvious to anyone with functioning supernatural senses. "Leenah makes her own decisions," he said instead. "I can't protect her from choices she's determined to make." "But you can influence those choices," Varric pointed out. "The question is whether you're encouraging her to take necessary risks or preventing her from considering safer alternatives." "What safer alternatives?" Luka asked, genuine frustration bleeding into his voice. "The barriers are failing. The spirits are getting more agitated every day. Unless someone performs the renewal ceremony, Hollow Oak's protections will collapse entirely." "There might be other options," Miriam said gently. "Evacuation, for instance. Relocating the town's residents to other supernatural communities until the situation stabilizes." And abandon 3 centuries of accumulated protections? Leave the sacred sites to be overrun by hostile forces? Luka shook his head. That's not a solution, it's surrender. It's survival, Bram replied sharply, which should be our primary concern, not preserving historical landmarks at the cost of lives. The argument that followed revealed the deep divisions within the council about how to handle the crisis. Miriam favored caution and careful research. 2 of the other council members supported evacuation as the safest option. Bram clearly wanted to remove Leenah from the equation entirely, viewing her as a dangerous variable in an already volatile situation. Only Varric seemed to understand that running away would solve nothing, that the supernatural threats gathering beyond Hollow Oak's weakening barriers would eventually follow them wherever they went. Enough, the elder said finally, his voice carrying the kind of authority that ended arguments immediately. We'll continue to support Miss Carrow's research efforts, but with conditions. Luka's bear stilled, sensing that whatever came next would determine Leenah's fate. You have 1 week, Varric continued, his eyes fixed on Luka with uncomfortable intensity. 7 days to find a way to perform the renewal ceremony safely, or to prove that it can't be done without unacceptable risk. If no viable solution is found by then, the council will vote on alternative measures to protect Hollow Oak's residents. And if the council votes for evacuation, then we'll respect their decision and help coordinate the relocation, Varric replied. But I suspect you'll find a way to avoid that outcome. Motivated individuals often accomplish remarkable things when properly incentivized. The meeting ended with formal courtesies that felt hollow after the ultimatum that had just been delivered. As the council members dispersed, leaving him alone in the sacred glade, Luka realized that everything had just become infinitely more complicated. 1 week to save Leenah, save Hollow Oak, and somehow convince a group of supernatural politicians that risking 1 life was better than abandoning everything their community had built. His bear might be confident in their ability to protect their mate, but his human side was starting to wonder if love and determination would be enough to overcome centuries of magical obligations and political maneuvering. Only one way to find out.
Chapter 19. Leenah. Luka arrived at her cottage just as the afternoon light was beginning to fade, his expression grim enough to make Leenah's stomach clench with anxiety before he'd said a single word. She'd been expecting him to stop by after spending the morning immersed in her grandmother's advanced necromantic texts, but the weight in his amber eyes suggested this wasn't a social visit. "Council meeting?" she asked, opening the door wider to let him in from the November chill. "Yeah." He stepped inside, bringing the scent of cedar and winter air with him. "They wanted a report on the spiritual activity. And on you." Something in his tone made her pause in the act of hanging up his jacket. "What kind of report on me?" "The kind where Elder Bram suggested you might be causing more problems than you're solving," Luka said bluntly. "The kind where they gave us 1 week to find a solution before they vote on alternative measures to protect the town." Leenah felt the blood drain from her face. Alternative measures like what? Evacuation, abandoning Hollow Oak entirely, rather than risk lives on a renewal ceremony that might not work. His jaw tightened as he spoke. "Or possibly removing you from the equation altogether." The casual mention of being forced out of the only place she'd ever truly belonged almost stole her breath. "They want to exile me because I'm trying to help?" "Bram does. The others are just scared and looking for someone to blame." Luka moved closer, his presence both comforting and frustrating. "Varric's still on our side, but his hands are tied by council politics." 1 week, she repeated, her mind already racing through possibilities. That's not enough time to research all the potential modifications to the renewal ceremony. Not if we want to do this safely. "Maybe safe isn't an option," Luka said quietly. "Maybe we need to focus on what's possible rather than what's ideal." The resignation in his voice sparked something fierce and defiant in her chest. He was already preparing himself for her to fail, already accepting that they might have to choose between her life and the town's survival. The protective instinct was sweet, but it was also exactly the kind of thinking that would guarantee failure. "No," she said firmly, "there has to be another way. Leenah, there has to be." She turned away from him, pacing toward the window where her grandmother's journals lay scattered across the side table. "I just need to dig deeper, find techniques my grandmother might not have considered. And if those techniques are more dangerous than the standard ceremony, then I'll deal with that when I find them." The words came out sharper than she'd intended, but she couldn't seem to soften her tone. "I'm not giving up because the council's getting nervous." Luka was quiet for a long moment, and when she turned back to face him, his expression held the kind of understanding that made her feel transparent in uncomfortable ways. "This isn't about the council, is it? This is about proving something to yourself." The observation was too accurate for comfort. "I don't know what you mean." "I think you do." His voice held gentle certainty that somehow made her feel more exposed than any accusation could have. "I think you're planning something dangerous, and you're planning to do it alone." Damn him for knowing her so well after such a short time. "I work better alone. You know that." "I know you think you do." Luka stepped closer, his amber eyes holding hers with uncomfortable intensity. "But maybe that's because you've never had a real partner before." The suggestion that her preference for independence might be based on inexperience rather than strength stung more than it should have. "I've had partners." "Professional collaborators, maybe. People you worked with temporarily for mutual benefit." His voice remained gentle, but his words cut straight to the heart of her defenses. "Not someone who cares more about your well-being than the outcome of the mission." The accuracy of his assessment made her throat tight with emotions. "I need to get back to my research." "Leenah, I'll call you if I find anything useful," she said, moving toward the front door in a clear dismissal. "But right now, I need to focus." Luka studied her face for a moment longer, then nodded slowly. "All right. But if you're planning something stupid, at least give me the chance to talk you out of it first." "I'll keep that in mind." After he left, Leenah spent the rest of the evening buried in her grandmother's most advanced journals, looking for any technique that might allow her to contact Ayana directly without going through the overwhelming spiritual chaos of the ceremony grounds. The answer came in a chapter titled Direct Spiritual Summoning, Emergency Protocols. The ritual was exactly what she needed, a way to pull a specific spirit across the veil for extended communication without the interference of other supernatural entities. It would give her the chance to ask detailed questions about the renewal ceremony, to understand exactly what would be required and how to minimize the risks involved. It would also, according to her grandmother's careful notations, require her to anchor the summoning with her own life force. Not enough to kill her outright, but enough to permanently reduce her necromantic abilities if something went wrong, an acceptable risk, considering the alternative was watching Hollow Oak fall to whatever threats were gathering beyond the weakening barriers. She spent the next 2 days gathering the rare materials the ritual required, while carefully avoiding Luka's workshop and the places she knew he might be. Blessed salt from the old cemetery, silver dust from a coin minted before the town's founding, herbs that had to be harvested under specific lunar conditions. Each component was difficult to obtain without arousing suspicion, requiring careful planning and more stealth than she'd employed since her teenage years. By the 3rd day, her avoidance tactics had apparently become obvious enough to attract unwanted attention. "You know," Twyla said conversationally as Leenah tried to pay for her coffee and escape the griddle and grind without engaging in conversation, "I've been running this cafe for longer than most people realize, and I've seen a lot of stubborn girls make a lot of stupid decisions." "I'm not making stupid decisions," Leenah replied, though her defensive tone probably undermined the claim. "I'm being practical." "Practical?" Twyla's laugh held no humor. Is that what we're calling it when someone avoids the best thing that's ever happened to them because they're afraid of getting hurt? I'm not avoiding Luka because I'm afraid, Leenah said, though even she could hear how unconvincing that sounded. I'm avoiding him because I have work to do. Dangerous work. The kind of work that might be safer with backup. Twyla's Fey-enhanced senses probably allowed her to detect magical preparations the same way other people noticed perfume. The kind of work that might benefit from having someone around who cares whether you survive it. Since when do you know about my work? Honey, I've been watching over this town since before your grandmother was born. You think I don't recognize the signs when someone's preparing for a magical working that's going to cost them? Twyla's expression grew serious. The question is whether you're doing this because it's necessary or because you're afraid of depending on someone else. The accusation hit close enough to the truth to make Leenah flinch. Independence is a strength, not a weakness. Independence can be a strength, Twyla agreed, but it can also be a prison you build around yourself to avoid the risk of caring about someone who might leave. Luka isn't going to leave. The words slipped out, carrying more certainty than she'd realized she felt. No, he's not, Twyla said gently, which is exactly why you're trying to push him away before he can prove it. The observation hung between them. Was she really preparing for the direct summoning ritual because it was the best option available? Or was she choosing the most dangerous path because it would allow her to face the crisis alone, without having to trust someone else with her safety? This is what I know, she admitted quietly. Lucky for you, learning is half the fun. Twyla's smile held genuine warmth. But you can't learn if you keep running away from the lesson. What if I mess it up? What if I let him get too close and then everything falls apart? Then you pick up the pieces and try again, Twyla replied. But at least you'll have tried for something real instead of hiding behind work and good intentions. Leenah left the cafe with more questions than answers, and the uncomfortable realization that her emotional walls might be more transparent than she'd thought. Twyla's words followed her home, forcing her to examine whether her plan to perform the summoning ritual alone was really about protecting the town, or protecting herself from the vulnerability that came with accepting help. The ritual components sat on her kitchen table, carefully arranged and ready for tomorrow night's ceremony. Everything she needed to contact Ayana directly and get the answers that could save Hollow Oak. Everything except the courage to admit that maybe she didn't have to face this alone.
Chapter 20. Luka. By the time Luka reached Leenah's cottage that evening, his bear was practically clawing at his ribs with agitation. 3 days of careful avoidance, of missed coffee dates and conversations that ended the moment he entered a room, had finally pushed his protective instincts past the breaking point. But it wasn't just her withdrawal that had him prowling her garden path like a territorial predator. It was the scent. Magic hung thick around her cottage, but not the gentle residual energy that usually followed her necromantic work. This was sharper, more volatile, carrying undertones that made his shifter senses recoil with instinctive warnings. Whatever she was planning required components that had no business being anywhere near someone with her limited experience in advanced magical workings. He knocked on her front door with more force than strictly necessary, his patience finally exhausted. "Leenah," he called when no immediate answer came. "We need to talk." The door opened after a long moment, revealing her in an oversized sweater and jeans, her dark hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. She looked tired, stressed, and distinctly guilty about something. "Now's not a good time," she said, stepping into the doorway to block his view of the interior. "I'm in the middle of research." "What kind of research requires blessed salt and silver dust?" he asked bluntly, watching her expression shift from defensive to alarmed. "Because that's what I'm smelling, along with about 6 other magical components that could level half the town if they're not handled properly." Her jaw tightened with stubborn determination. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't lie to me." The words came out gruff. his bear's agitation bleeding through his human composure. I may not be a practitioner myself, but I've lived around magic long enough to recognize the scent of a dangerous working. It's not dangerous if you know what you're doing. And do you? Know what you're doing? He stepped closer, close enough to see the faint shadows under her eyes that spoke of sleepless nights and obsessive research. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're planning something reckless and stupid without bothering to ask for help. I don't need help, she snapped, her blue eyes flashing with defensive anger. I've been handling supernatural complications alone for years. I don't need you or anyone else telling me how to do my job. This isn't your job, it's your life. The distinction felt crucial, though he could see from her expression that she didn't appreciate the difference. And if you're planning what I think you're planning, you're about to risk it for answers you might be able to get another way. There is no other way. Her tone held exhausted certainty that suggested she'd already explored every alternative. The council gave us 1 week, remember? I don't have time to waste on safer options. So you're just going to throw yourself into some experimental ritual without even telling me what you're attempting? The accusation came out loaded with hurt he hadn't meant to reveal. After everything we've been through together, you still don't trust me enough to share your plans? Something flickered in her expression, vulnerable and quickly hidden. This isn't about trust. Then what is it about? It's about not wanting to argue with someone who thinks he gets a vote in my decisions. Her chin lifted with defiant pride. I've had enough people in my life try to control my choices, Luka. I won't accept it from you too. The comparison to whatever family members had hurt her in the past hit him like a slap. I'm not trying to control you. I'm trying to keep you safe. Same thing, different packaging. Her laugh held no humor. At least you're honest about the motivation. How is caring about your well-being the same as trying to control you? Because caring gives you the excuse to override my judgment whenever you decide I'm making the wrong choice. She stepped back into her cottage, but left the door open in clear invitation to continue the argument inside. Because it means my autonomy only matters when I'm doing things you approve of. Luka followed her into the living room, his temper fraying as her accusations struck closer to uncomfortable truths than he wanted to admit. I've never tried to override your judgment. Haven't you? She turned to face him, arms crossed over her chest in a defensive posture. What do you call showing up here to confront me about my research? What do you call demanding to know my plans when I've made it clear I want to handle this alone? I call it giving a damn about what happens to you, he said loudly, frustration finally overwhelming his usual restraint. I call it not wanting to watch the woman I care about destroy herself because she's too proud to accept help. The woman you care about? Her voice dropped to dangerous quiet. Is that what this is? You've decided you care about me, so now you get to have opinions about my life? The dismissive tone, the way she made his feelings sound like an inconvenience rather than something precious, finally snapped the last of his control. Yeah, I care about you, more than I should, probably more than you want me to. But that doesn't give you the right to shut me out when you're planning something that could get you killed. And it doesn't give you the right to demand I change my plans to make you feel better. She moved closer, anger radiating from her small frame like heat from a forge. I didn't ask you to care about me, Luka. I didn't ask you to appoint yourself my protector. Maybe not, but here we are. He stepped closer too, close enough to see the pulse beating rapidly at the base of her throat. You can push me away all you want, but it won't change the fact that what happens to you matters to me. Why? The question came out as barely audible, loaded with vulnerability she was trying to hide behind anger. Why does it matter? We barely know each other. Because you're brave and brilliant and stubborn as hell, he said roughly. Because you face down ancient spirits without flinching and make terrible coffee and argue with me like I actually have a brain in my head. Because every time I look at you, I remember what it feels like to want something more than just surviving another day. The confession was more honest than either of them had been prepared for. Leenah's expression cycled through surprise, uncertainty, and something that might have been longing before settling back into defensive anger. "That's not fair," she said quietly. "What's not fair?" "Saying things like that when you're trying to change my mind about something important." Her voice carried a tremor that suggested his words had affected her more than she wanted to admit. "That's emotional manipulation." "No, that's honesty." He reached for her, his hands settling on her shoulders despite her obvious tension. "Something you might try sometime." "I am being honest." "Are you?" "Because it seems to me like you're planning this ritual alone, because you're scared of what might happen if you let someone else matter enough to influence your decisions." The accusation struck home with enough force that he saw her flinch. "I'm not scared." "Then trust me," he said simply. "Trust me enough to tell me what you're planning and let me help." "I can't." The words came out broken, carrying the weight of years of disappointment and abandonment. "Every time I've trusted someone with something important, they've either tried to control me or they've left when things got complicated. I'm not going anywhere." "You say that now." Her blue eyes held the kind of pain that came from being let down too many times. "But what happens when you realize that caring about me means accepting choices you hate? What happens when protecting me conflicts with doing what's right?" The questions revealed depths of hurt he'd only glimpsed before, wounds left by people who'd treated her gifts like burdens and her independence like defiance. Before he could find words that might reassure her, she was pulling away from his touch. "I need you to leave," she said, her voice steady despite the tears threatening in her eyes. "I need to finish what I started." "Leenah, please." The single word carried enough raw emotion to stop his protest. "Just, please go." But as he reached for the door handle, something snapped inside him. The thought of walking away while she prepared to risk everything alone. The memory of all the people he'd failed to save because he hadn't fought hard enough to keep them safe finally overwhelmed his respect for her autonomy. He turned back, crossed the room in 3 quick strides, and pulled her into his arms. The kiss was desperate and angry, and full of everything they'd been dancing around for days. Her initial resistance melted into response that was just as fierce, just as needy, her hands fisting in his shirt while his arms tightened around her waist. When they finally broke apart, the air between them crackled with new tension. "That changes nothing," she said, but her voice lacked conviction. "It changes everything," he replied roughly, "and you know it." For a moment he thought she might agree, might finally admit that whatever was building between them was worth more than her fierce independence. But then her expression shuddered, walls slamming back into place with almost audible finality. "Get out," she said quietly, "and don't come back until you can respect my right to make my own choices." Luka left because staying would only make things worse, but the taste of her kiss and the memory of her response followed him through the cold November night. As he walked back to his workshop, one realization cut through his anger and frustration with devastating clarity. His fear of losing her was making him act exactly like the controlling family members who'd driven her away before. The very people whose mistakes he'd sworn not to repeat. If he wanted to keep her, he was going to have to find a way to care about her without trying to cage her. The question was whether he was strong enough to love someone and let them go at the same time.
Chapter 21. Leenah. Leenah's hands shook as she turned the pages of her grandmother's most dangerous journal, the taste of Luka's kiss still burning on her lips hours after he'd stormed out of her cottage. She'd thrown herself into the ritual preparation with desperate focus, using the complex magical theory as a shield against the emotions threatening to overwhelm her carefully constructed defenses. But the words on the page kept blurring as her mind replayed their argument, the way his amber eyes had darkened with hurt when she'd accused him of trying to control her, the desperate honesty in his voice when he'd confessed why she mattered to him. "Because every time I look at you, I remember what it feels like to want something more than just surviving another day." "Focus," she muttered to herself, forcing her attention back to the text. "You don't have time for this." The journal lay open to a chapter titled Spiritual Burden Transfer, Final Resort Protocols. And the more she read, the more her stomach twisted with understanding. The ritual she'd been planning wasn't just dangerous to her necromantic abilities, it was designed to be a trade. Her life force for the trapped spirit's freedom, her mortality for their release from whatever curse had bound them between worlds for decades. The necromancer serves as a willing vessel, accepting the spiritual burden that prevents the dead from finding rest. This burden may manifest as physical ailment, shortened lifespan, or gradual depletion of life force. In exchange, the spirits are freed to continue their journey to whatever realm awaits beyond the veil. Essentially a death sentence with extra steps, she said aloud, her voice echoing strangely in the empty cottage. But as she continued reading, a more complete picture emerged. The ritual wasn't automatically fatal, just costly. If she was strong enough, if she had enough life force to sustain both herself and the spiritual burden, she might survive. Weakened, certainly. Changed, probably permanently. But alive. The question was whether she was willing to gamble her future on might survive. Minerva jumped onto the table beside the open journals, her mismatched eyes reflecting the candlelight as she studied her human with obvious concern. The cat's warm weight was grounding, a reminder that some risks were worth taking for the people you cared about. People like Luka, who'd looked at her like she was precious rather than problematic. Who'd fought with her because he cared, not because he wanted to win. "I really screwed that up, didn't I?" she asked Minerva, who responded with the kind of pointed stare that suggested her human's romantic skills needed serious work. The fight replayed in her memory, but this time she heard the hurt underneath his protective instincts, the way his voice had broken when he'd asked her to trust him. She'd been so focused on defending her independence that she'd missed the real message. He wasn't trying to control her choices, he was trying to share the burden of making them. The realization brought with it a flood of memories she'd spent years trying to bury. Her father's voice, cold with disapproval as he explained why her necromantic abilities were an embarrassment to the family name. "Normal people don't talk to the dead, Leenah. Normal people don't make scenes at funerals or claim they can hear voices from empty rooms. You'll keep these episodes to yourself if you want to continue living in this house." Her college boyfriend, Aaron, initially fascinated by her gifts until the novelty wore off, and the reality of dating someone who communed with spirits became inconvenient. "It's weird, Lee." "You're weird. I can't introduce you to my friends when you might start having conversations with their dead relatives." Her aunt's relieved expression when she'd announced her plans to leave and find somewhere she could practice necromancy without judgment. "Perhaps it's for the best, dear. You've always been difficult to understand." Each relationship had followed the same pattern: initial acceptance, growing discomfort with her supernatural nature, and finally abandonment, when the people she cared about decided that loving her wasn't worth the complications she brought into their lives. No wonder she'd learned to keep her emotional walls intact. No wonder the idea of depending on someone else felt like setting herself up for inevitable heartbreak. But Luka was different, wasn't he? He'd seen her at her most supernatural, had watched her communicate with ancient spirits and channel otherworldly forces, and instead of being disturbed by her abilities, he'd called her magnificent. When she'd argued with him about the ritual, he hadn't dismissed her expertise or tried to override her judgment. He'd asked her to trust him enough to share the burden. "I'm an idiot," she told Minerva, who purred agreement with feline satisfaction. The cat's response would have been amusing under different circumstances, but sitting alone in her cottage with journals full of dangerous magic and the memory of Luka's hurt expression, Leenah felt nothing but regret for her defensive reaction to his concern. She'd spent so many years protecting herself from the pain of abandonment that she never knew what it was like to have someone fight for her instead of walking away when things got complicated. Luka hadn't tried to change her mind about helping the spirits. He'd tried to ensure she didn't face the dangers alone. The distinction was crucial, and she'd been too scared to recognize it. A soft knock at her front door interrupted her self-recrimination, followed by a familiar voice calling her name. But instead of Luka's protective rumble, she heard Twyla's musical tones carrying through the November night. "Leenah, honey, I know you're in there. And I know you're probably drowning in magical theory and emotional confusion. So I brought reinforcements. Leenah opened the door to the fey-blooded cafe owner, holding a thermos that smelled like heaven and a paper bag that promised comfort food designed to solve problems through carbohydrate consumption. Hot chocolate with a shot of courage, Twyla announced, pushing past Leenah into the cottage without waiting for an invitation. And enough cinnamon rolls to fuel a proper breakdown if that's what you need. I'm not having a breakdown, Leenah protested weakly. Honey, you've been avoiding the man who clearly adores you for 3 days. You smell like dangerous magic and your aura looks like a thunderstorm. Twyla settled herself at the kitchen table with the kind of maternal authority that brooked no argument. If that's not breakdown territory, it's certainly in the neighborhood. Despite everything, Leenah felt her lips twitch upward. My aura looks like a thunderstorm? Dark, chaotic, and probably about to produce lightning. Twyla poured steaming hot chocolate into 2 mugs and pushed one across the table. The question is whether you're planning to weather this storm alone or if you're going to let someone help you through it. It's complicated. The best things usually are. Twyla's expression grew serious. But complications don't disappear just because you refuse to deal with them. They just get worse while you're pretending they don't exist. I don't know how to trust someone with something this important, Leenah admitted. Every time I've cared about someone, every time I've let them matter, they've either tried to control me or they've left when my supernatural nature became inconvenient. And you think Luka's going to do the same? I think he's going to try to protect me even if it means overriding my choices. And I think I'm going to resent him for it. And then we'll both end up hurt when everything falls apart. Twyla was quiet for a moment, studying Leenah's face with ancient eyes that had seen too many people make the same mistakes. You know what I think? I have a feeling you're going to tell me anyway. I think you're so afraid of being controlled that you've forgotten the difference between someone trying to cage you and someone trying to catch you when you fall. Twyla's voice held gentle understanding. I think you've confused independence with isolation, and now you don't know how to accept help without feeling like you're giving up something essential about yourself. What if I'm right? What if letting him matter just sets us both up for disappointment? Then you'll deal with disappointment when it comes, Twyla replied pragmatically. But at least you'll have tried for something real instead of settling for the safety of being alone. After Twyla left, armed with promises that Leenah would at least consider reaching out to Luka before doing anything irreversibly stupid, the cottage felt even emptier than before. But even as she sat there trying to focus on magical theory, her mind kept circling back to the same uncomfortable truth. Luka had been right. She was planning something dangerous and stupid, and she was doing it alone because accepting help felt too much like admitting weakness. The problem was, recognizing the truth and being ready to act on it were 2 very different things. Her pride stung from his accusations, from the way he'd pushed past her boundaries and demanded answers she wasn't ready to give. Part of her wanted to march over to his workshop and prove that she could handle this crisis without his interference. But a larger part, the part that had felt safer in his arms than anywhere else in years, whispered that maybe he'd earned the right to be included in decisions that could affect them both. Damn him for being right, she muttered, earning a sympathetic purr from Minerva. The ritual component sat on her kitchen table, carefully arranged and ready for tomorrow's ceremony. Everything she needed to contact the trapped spirits directly and offer herself as their willing sacrifice. Her grandmother's journals painted a clear picture of the costs involved in serving as a spiritual bridge, but they also hinted at alternatives. Modified rituals that distributed the magical burden across multiple participants. Protective techniques that might shield the primary practitioner from the worst effects of channeling otherworldly forces. Options that would require trusting someone else with her safety, someone who cared more about her well-being than the success of the mission. Someone like Luka, who'd seen through her defensive walls and called her out on behavior she'd been hiding behind for years. The thought of facing him again, of admitting that his concerns had merit while still being angry about the way he'd confronted her, made her stomach twist with conflicting emotions. She wanted to apologize for the harsh things she'd said, but she also wanted to make him understand why his protective instincts felt so much like the control she'd spent years escaping. "I need to talk to him, don't I?" she asked Minerva, who was watching her with the kind of patient attention that suggested the cat was waiting for her human to make the right decision. Minerva's answering purr suggested that conversations were definitely in order, though not necessarily the apologetic kind. And I need to tell him about the ritual. Even if I'm still mad about the way he handled things. Another purr, this one carrying what sounded suspiciously like approval, mixed with feline amusement at human emotional complications. "All right," Leenah said, closing her grandmother's journal and reaching for her jacket. "Let's go find out if I'm brave enough to have this fight properly." She was still furious with him for pushing past her boundaries, still resentful of the way he'd demanded trust she wasn't sure how to give. But she was also tired of carrying the weight of this crisis alone, tired of pretending that her fierce independence wasn't sometimes just another word for loneliness. As she approached the warm light spilling from his workshop windows, she realized this wasn't about apologizing or admitting defeat. This was about proving to herself that she could be angry with someone and still care about them, that she could fight for what mattered without walking away when things got complicated. Because some arguments were worth having, especially with people who mattered enough to fight with instead of simply dismissing. And Luka definitely mattered, even when he was being an overbearing, protective pain in the ass. Chapter 22. Leenah. The workshop door stood slightly ajar when Leenah arrived, warm light spilling into the November darkness along with the familiar scent of cedar shavings and wood polish. She could see Luka inside, his broad shoulders tense as he worked over a piece of oak with more force than precision, each stroke of his chisel carrying the frustration she'd left him with hours earlier. Her anger had cooled during the walk from her cottage, but it hadn't disappeared entirely. She was still furious with him for pushing past her boundaries, still resentful of the way he'd demanded answers she wasn't ready to give. But underneath the anger was something deeper, more honest, the uncomfortable knowledge that he'd been right about everything. She knocked softly on the doorframe, and he looked up, his eyes holding a mixture of surprise and wariness that made her heart clench with regret. "I wasn't sure you'd come," he said quietly, setting down his tools. "I wasn't sure either." She stepped inside, pulling the door closed behind her. "But we need to talk." "About the ritual you're planning?" His voice carried no accusation, just tired resignation. "Or about the fact that you'd rather risk your life than trust me with the truth?" The gentle observation hit harder than any angry words could have. "Both, I guess." Luka moved closer, close enough that she could see the exhaustion in his features, the way their fight had carved new lines of worry around his eyes. "I'm sorry for pushing you. For making demands instead of asking questions." The apology she hadn't expected caught her off guard. "I'm sorry for shutting you out. For making you feel like your concern didn't matter." "It's not about my feelings mattering," he said softly. "It's about yours. About the fact that you'd rather face unknown dangers alone than risk depending on someone who might let you down." The accuracy made her throat tight with emotions she'd been avoiding. "You were right, you know. About the ritual being dangerous. About me planning something stupid. I don't care about being right." Luka's voice dropped. "I care about you coming home safe." "Luka," she whispered, stepping closer until she could feel the heat radiating from his skin. "Yeah?" Instead of answering with words, she reached up and pulled his mouth down to hers. The kiss was everything their first had been and more, hungry, desperate, full of everything they'd both been holding back. He tasted like coffee and determination, and something uniquely him that made her pulse race with want. His lips were rough and gentle all at once, demanding and giving in equal measure. Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millytadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. As she laid there in his arms, more safe and at ease than she had ever felt before, guilt started to well into her chest. She had just shared more intimacy with Luka than anyone, more about herself, and he accepted her. But deep down she knew that it meant, more than ever, that she couldn't involve him in what she had to do. It wasn't because she had to do it alone, but because she was in love with him, and this may be the only way to protect him.
Chapter 23. Luka. Luka woke to cold sheets in the absence of warmth where Leenah should have been. His hand swept across the empty space beside him, finding only the lingering scent of her skin and the faint indentation in the pillow where her head had rested. Dawn light filtered through the gauze curtains, painting everything in shades of gold and regret. She was gone. His bear stirred immediately, sensing something wrong in the way she'd left without a word, without the soft goodbye kiss he'd been expecting. After what they'd shared, after the way she'd opened herself to him completely, waking up alone felt like a slap. He sat up, running his hands through his hair, as the events of the previous night crashed over him. The way they moved together, the soft gasps and whispered endearments, the moment when she'd completely surrendered her fierce independence and let him see every vulnerable part of her soul. And then the guilt that had crept into her expression afterward, so subtle he'd almost missed it in the afterglow of their lovemaking. "Damn it," he muttered, throwing back the covers and reaching for his jeans. His bear was pacing now, agitated and anxious in a way that spoke to more than just disappointment over her absence. Something was wrong, something beyond morning after awkwardness or her usual need for space to process complicated emotions. He dressed quickly, his hands trembling slightly as he pulled on his flannel shirt. The scent of her was everywhere in his room, on his sheets, clinging to his skin. But underneath the sweetness of oranges and bergamot was something else, something that made his shifter senses recoil with warning. Magic. Old, dangerous magic that carried the metallic taste of blood and sacrifice. The realization hit him like a freight train. While he'd been sleeping off the most perfect night of his life, she'd been planning to throw it all away. Luka was out the door and running toward her cottage before conscious thought caught up with instinct. His bear roared beneath his skin, fury and terror warring for dominance as he raced through Hollow Oak's empty streets. The few early risers he passed gave him a wide berth, probably sensing the predator barely contained beneath his human facade. Her cottage sat peaceful in the morning light, smoke rising from the chimney in a parody of domestic normalcy. But the moment he stepped onto her front porch, he could feel the wrongness that permeated the air around her home. Magic hung thick and volatile, carrying undertones that made his vision blur with protective rage. The front door was unlocked, swinging open at his touch to reveal a living room that looked like the aftermath of a supernatural hurricane. Books lay scattered across every surface, their pages fluttering in invisible currents of magical energy. Candles had burned down to stubs, wax pooling on furniture and floor in patterns that hurt to look at directly. The air itself seemed to shimmer with residual power, charged with the kind of energy that preceded either miracles or disasters. "Leenah!" he called, though he already knew she wasn't there. The cottage felt empty in the way that places did when their occupants had no intention of returning. Minerva appeared from behind the overturned coffee table, her fur standing on end and her mismatched eyes wide with distress. The cat ran to him immediately, pressing against his legs with desperate purrs that sounded more like pleas for help. "Where is she, girl?" he asked, crouching to scratch behind Minerva's ears. "Where did she go?" The cat padded toward the kitchen, where the evidence of Leenah's preparations was laid out like an accusation. Empty containers that had once held blessed salt and silver dust, her bundles reduced to ash, a leather-bound journal open to a page titled Direct Spiritual Summoning, Emergency Protocols. The text annotated in her careful handwriting with notes about risk assessment and acceptable losses. Acceptable losses? As if her life was something she could casually gamble away for the greater good. His bear snarled, the animal side of his nature recognizing the threat to his mate even if she'd chosen to face it alone. But underneath the anger was terror so pure and consuming that it made his hands shake as he read her grandmother's warnings about the personal cost of serving as a spiritual bridge. The necromancer serves as a willing vessel, accepting the spiritual burden that prevents the dead from finding rest. This burden may manifest as physical ailment, shortened lifespan, or gradual depletion of life force. "She's going to kill herself," he said aloud, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. Minerva meowed urgently, padding toward the back door with obvious intent. When he didn't immediately follow, she returned to wind around his legs again, her distress palpable. "You know where she went," he realized, "the ceremony grounds." The cat's answering purr held relief and approval, as if she'd been waiting for him to catch up to what should have been obvious from the moment he'd found her cottage empty. Luka grabbed his heavy jacket from where he'd left it the night before and headed for the door, Minerva padding alongside him with determined purpose. The spiritual trail Leenah had left was easy enough to follow once he knew what to look for, her magical signature blazing through the morning air like a beacon designed to guide him to exactly where he needed to be. Or exactly where he needed to be too late to stop her. The thought sent fresh adrenaline coursing through his system, making his bear pace with increasing agitation. He'd lost everyone he'd ever cared about to supernatural forces beyond his control, his clan, his family, everyone who trusted him to keep them safe. He couldn't lose Leenah too, not when he'd just found her, not when she'd finally let him close enough to matter. The path to the ceremony grounds had never felt longer, every step carrying him deeper into the ancient forest, where magic ran thick as honey and twice as dangerous. His bear's senses were on full alert, tracking Leenah's spiritual signature through air that hummed with otherworldly energy. But as he approached the hidden grove, a new scent hit him that made his blood run cold. Death magic, but not the gentle kind that came from helping spirits find peace. This was the raw, primal power that bridged worlds and demanded payment in life force and blood. He broke through the tree line surrounding the stone circle and felt his heart stop. Leenah knelt in the center of the ancient monoliths, her small form surrounded by dozens of manifested spirits whose ethereal light made the morning air shimmer like water. Her dark hair whipped around her face in supernatural winds that touched nothing else, and her eyes were closed in deep trance as she channeled forces that made the very ground beneath her feet glow with accumulated power. She was beautiful and terrible and absolutely magnificent, facing down centuries of accumulated spiritual energy with a kind of courage that made his bear rumble with fierce pride, even as his human heart shattered with terror. The spirits pressed closer to her kneeling form, their ancient faces etched with desperate hope as she served as their bridge to the living world. Cherokee shamans in traditional dress stood beside colonial-era witches and 19th century spiritualists, all united in their need for the freedom only she could provide. And at the center of it all was Leenah, pouring her life force into the ritual with the kind of selfless determination that made her shine brighter than any of the supernatural entities surrounding her. Every instinct Luka possessed screamed at him to rush into the circle, to sweep her away from forces that could tear her apart at the molecular level. But he could see the delicate balance of the magical working, could sense how disrupting it now might destroy not only the spirit's chance for freedom, but Leenah's life as well. So he stood outside of the sacred space, his hands clenched into fists and his bear roaring with helpless fury, watching the woman he was falling in love with risk everything for people who'd been dead for decades. "Damn you," he whispered, though whether he was cursing her stubborn courage or his own helplessness, he couldn't say. "Damn you for being exactly the kind of person I can't help but love." The ritual reached a crescendo that made the air itself sing with power, and Leenah's small form swayed as the spiritual energy flowing through her reached levels that should have been impossible for any human to channel. But she held on, held the bridge steady through sheer force of will and the kind of compassion that saw ancient injustices and refused to let them stand. Luka had never been more terrified or more proud of anyone in his entire life, but he wasn't sure if he was willing to watch her lose herself, even if she never forgave him.
Chapter 24. Leenah. The spiritual realm was nothing like Leenah had expected. Instead of the ethereal mists and shadowy figures she'd encountered during her usual necromantic work, she found herself standing in a vast library made of living memory. Shelves stretched endlessly in every direction, filled not with books, but with crystallized moments of time that pulsed with otherworldly light. Each memory was a story, a life, a piece of the larger tapestry that connected the trapped spirits to the land they'd died defending. "Welcome, daughter of Salem's blood," came Ayana's voice, warm and familiar despite the supernatural echo that made it seem to come from everywhere at once. "You have opened the door between worlds. Now you must witness what was lost." The Cherokee medicine woman materialized beside her, no longer the translucent figure who'd appeared in the cemetery, but solid and radiant with accumulated wisdom. She looked exactly as she had in Leenah's prophetic vision, young and vibrant and powerful enough to bend reality to her will. "I'm ready," Leenah said, though her voice sounded strange in this place where thought became speech without the need for vocal cords. "Are you?" Ayana's dark eyes held gentle skepticism. "To truly understand what binds us here, you must experience our betrayal as if it were your own. You must feel the weight of broken promises and watch as those you trusted choose greed over honor." Before Leenah could ask what she meant, the library around them dissolved into living history. 1739. 50 years after the original pact was sealed, and the time for renewal had come. But the supernatural settlers had grown prosperous in their hidden valley, their magical abilities giving them advantages in trade and agriculture that made them wealthy beyond their ancestors' dreams. "The spirits ask too much," complained Jeremiah Blackwood, a warlock whose family had amassed significant holdings since arriving in Hollow Oak. "We've upheld our end of the bargain. Why should we continue to share our prosperity with entities who contribute nothing to our daily survival?" Ayana stood in the stone circle, her ceremonial dress rippling in supernatural winds as she prepared for the renewal ceremony. Around her, other Cherokee shamans and Fae guardians waited with growing unease as more and more of the supernatural families failed to appear for the sacred ritual. "The pact requires unanimous consent," she said quietly. "Without the full participation of those who benefited from our protection, the magic cannot be renewed." "Then perhaps it's time to renegotiate the terms," Blackwood replied with the kind of cold arrogance that came from confusing wealth with wisdom. "We no longer need the same level of spiritual protection we once required. Surely a reduced ceremony would suffice." What followed was worse than outright refusal. The supernatural families had come to the renewal ceremony not to honor their obligations, but to demand new terms that would benefit them while leaving the indigenous spirits with nothing. They wanted the protection without the cost, the magical advantages without the spiritual responsibility. The negotiation, if it could be called that, lasted hours, and when it became clear that the supernatural settlers were more interested in exploitation than partnership, Ayana made a choice that would bind her people between worlds for centuries. "You would break faith with those who welcomed you as refugees?" she asked, her voice carrying the weight of profound disappointment. "You would steal what was freely given and call it negotiation?" "We call it progress," Blackwood replied. "The old ways no longer serve our needs." Ayana's expression hardened with resolve. "Then you will discover what happens when the old ways are forgotten entirely." The curse she wove in that moment was both protection and punishment. The spirits who'd been betrayed would remain bound to the sacred sites, ensuring that the supernatural families couldn't exploit the land's magic without consequence. But the binding also trapped the indigenous shamans and Fae guardians between worlds, unable to rest until the broken promises were acknowledged and true justice was done. The vision faded, leaving Leenah standing once again in the memory library with tears streaming down her face. The weight of centuries of injustice pressed against her consciousness, made worse by the knowledge that this betrayal hadn't been an act of desperate survival, but simple greed. They had everything, she whispered. Safety, prosperity, a home where they could practice magic freely. And they threw it all away for what? More money, more power? For the illusion that they could take without giving, Ayana replied sadly. For the belief that their needs mattered more than their promises. Around them, other spirits began to materialize, Cherokee shamans whose wisdom had helped establish the original protections. Fae guardians who'd woven their life force into the barriers that kept Hollow Oak hidden from hostile forces. European spiritualists who'd refused to participate in Blackwood's betrayal and died trying to honor the original pact. All of them trapped by the actions of people who'd chosen personal gain over collective responsibility. The curse can be broken, Ayana continued, her form beginning to flicker as the strain of maintaining the spiritual bridge took its toll on Leenah's physical body. But not through simple acknowledgement or apology. Too much time has passed, too much damage has been done. Only a new pact, sealed with willing sacrifice, can free us from this bondage. What kind of sacrifice? Leenah asked, though she suspected she already knew the answer. Life force freely given. A bridge between worlds who chooses to bear our spiritual burden, allowing us to pass on to whatever realm awaits beyond the veil. Ayana's expression grew gentle with understanding. It need not be fatal, daughter. If you are strong enough, if you have enough love anchoring you to the living world, you might survive the transfer. But the choice must be yours, and it must be made with full knowledge of the cost. The cost? Leenah could feel it already, the way maintaining the spiritual bridge was draining her strength with each passing moment. Her physical body, kneeling in the stone circle back in the waking world, was trembling with exhaustion as otherworldly energy flowed through her like molten metal through two narrow channels. But it wasn't the physical pain that made her hesitate. It was the sudden, overwhelming awareness of what she would be leaving behind. Luka. She could feel his presence at the edge of the grove, could sense his terror and helpless fury as he watched her channel forces that could destroy her. The memory of their night together flooded through her consciousness like warm honey, every touch and whispered endearment a reminder of what love could feel like when you finally stopped running from it. He's there, she said, more to herself than to Ayana. He came for me. Love often drives people to impossible choices, the medicine woman observed. The question is whether your love will give you strength to survive the sacrifice, or whether it will make the cost too high to bear. Leenah closed her eyes, feeling the pull of two equally powerful obligations. The trapped spirits deserved justice, deserved freedom from a curse that had bound them for centuries through no fault of their own. But Luka deserved to have someone who chose him, who didn't throw away their chance at happiness for the sake of correcting historical wrongs. If I don't do this, she said quietly, they'll remain trapped forever, and Hollow Oak will fall. Yes. And if I do it, I might not survive to build a life with him. Also, yes. The brutal honesty was both helpful and devastating. There was no compromise here, no middle ground that would allow her to save everyone while keeping herself safe. She could choose love or justice, personal happiness or collective responsibility. But not both. As she stood there in the memory library, surrounded by centuries of accumulated grief and hope, Leenah realized that the choice had been made the moment she'd begun the ritual. Not because she didn't value her own life or her future with Luka, but because some wrongs were too fundamental to ignore. The supernatural families who'd betrayed the original pact were long dead, but their descendants still benefited from protections they'd never earned. Meanwhile, the spirits who'd made those protections possible remained trapped between worlds, their sacrifice forgotten and their suffering ignored. "I'll do it," she said, opening her eyes to meet Ayana's grateful gaze. "I'll bear the spiritual burden and free you to find peace." "Are you certain?" "Once the transfer begins, there will be no stopping it." Leenah thought of Luka standing there, probably fighting every instinct he possessed to rush in and save her from her own choices. She thought of the way he'd looked at her the night before, like she was something precious he'd been waiting his entire life to find. And then she thought of the spirits around her, who'd been waiting even longer for someone brave enough to set them free. "I'm certain," she said, meaning every word. Ayana smiled, and for a moment she looked exactly like the young woman who'd sealed the original pact with hope and determination. "Then let us begin. And may your love be strong enough to anchor you when the darkness tries to claim you." The memory library dissolved around them, pulling Leenah back into her physical body just as the spiritual transfer began. The last thing she saw before otherworldly forces overwhelmed her consciousness was Luka's face, tight with fear and fierce with love, watching her risk everything for people who could never thank her. The last thing she felt was the hope that maybe love really would be enough to bring her home.
Chapter 25. Luka. The moment Leenah's small form began to sway under the weight of otherworldly forces, every rational thought in Luka's mind evaporated like morning mist. He'd stood there for what felt like hours, watching the woman he loved channel power that should have killed her within minutes, and his restraint finally snapped like an overstretched rope. "The hell with this," he growled and stepped into the ritual circle. The protective barrier around the stone monoliths felt like walking through liquid lightning. Power coursed over his skin, through his bones, setting every nerve on fire as ancient magic tested his worthiness to enter sacred space. His bear roared beneath the surface, recognizing the spiritual forces at work and responding with territorial fury at the threat to their mate. But instead of being repelled by the circle's defenses, Luka found himself welcomed into the supernatural maelstrom. The spirits turned toward him with expressions of surprise and growing hope, as if his presence was something they'd been waiting for without knowing it. "Luka, no!" Leenah's voice came from everywhere and nowhere, carried on spiritual winds that made the air itself sing with power. "You'll disrupt the balance." "Then we'll find a new balance," he said grimly, dropping to his knees beside her trembling form. Up close, he could see the toll the ritual was taking on her. Her skin was pale as moonlight, her breathing shallow and rapid as she fought to maintain the bridge between worlds. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, and her hands shook with the effort of channeling forces that were slowly burning her life force like candle wax. "You stubborn, impossible woman," he murmured, reaching for her hands. "Did you really think I'd let you do this alone?" The moment their fingers touched, lightning exploded through the sacred grove. Not the destructive kind that shattered trees and started fires, but something deeper, more fundamental. The lightning of recognition, of two souls finding their perfect match and clicking into place with audible force. His bear surged forward, not to claim or dominate, but to merge, to blend their life forces into something stronger than either could achieve alone. Power flowed between them like molten gold, his earth-based shifter magic intertwining with her necromantic abilities to create something entirely new. Where her strength was failing under the weight of centuries-old spiritual burden, his steadied her. Where his human consciousness recoiled from otherworldly forces, her expertise guided him through the transition. "What are you doing?" she gasped, her blue eyes wide with shock. "Sharing the load," he replied, threading their fingers together more tightly. "Isn't that what partners do?" The spirits around them were murmuring in languages he didn't recognize, their ethereal forms growing brighter as his life force joined Leenah's in the bridging ritual. But instead of the desperate hunger he'd expected from entities trapped between worlds for centuries, he sensed something closer to amazement. "This is unprecedented," came a voice that seemed to speak directly into his consciousness. An elderly Cherokee woman materialized beside them, her traditional dress shimmering with accumulated power. Two souls offering their strength as one. Two life forces freely given without coercion or manipulation. Ayana, Leenah breathed, recognition flickering across her exhausted features. We can do this. Together we can bear the spiritual burden and free your people. The ancient medicine woman studied them both with eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. Perhaps, but the question remains whether freedom is what we truly seek, or if there might be a better path forward. What do you mean? Luka asked, though he was beginning to suspect the answer. His bear was rumbling with contentment, recognizing something in the merged magical working that felt like completion rather than sacrifice. Your bond changes everything, Ayana explained, her form growing more solid as their combined power strengthened the bridge between worlds. Instead of one person sacrificing themselves to free the dead, we have two people choosing to build something lasting, something that could serve both the living and those who have passed beyond the veil. Around them, other spirits began to manifest more clearly, Cherokee shamans whose wisdom had helped establish the original protections, Fey guardians whose life force was woven into Hollow Oak's defensive barriers, European spiritualists who died trying to honor agreements their neighbors had abandoned, all of them looking at Luka and Leenah with expressions of growing hope. A new pact, one of the shamans said, his voice carrying the weight of accumulated grief and stubborn determination. Not one built on sacrifice and loss, but on acknowledgement and ongoing commitment. The original agreement was broken by those who chose greed over honor, added a Fey guardian whose wings shimmered with otherworldly light. But their descendants still benefit from protections they never earned. Perhaps it's time for true justice rather than simple revenge. Ayana nodded slowly, her ancient eyes fixed on the way Luka and Leenah's life forces had braided together into something stronger than either could achieve alone. A permanent bridge between worlds. Two people who choose to serve as advocates for both sides of the veil, ensuring that the mistakes of the past are never repeated. What would that mean? Leenah asked, though her voice held the kind of careful hope that suggested she was beginning to understand the implications. It means Hollow Oak's supernatural community formally acknowledges the wrongs committed by their ancestors, Ayana replied. It means establishing protections for all sacred sites in perpetuity, with your bonded pair serving as guardians of that commitment. And in exchange, Luka prompted, in exchange we share our accumulated wisdom with the living world. The knowledge of protective magic that has kept this valley safe for centuries, the understanding of how to work with spiritual forces rather than simply exploiting them. The medicine woman's expression grew grave. But this bond, once sealed, cannot be easily broken. You would be committing not just to each other, but to generations of responsibility. Luka looked at Leenah, seeing his own understanding reflected in her eyes. This wasn't about sacrifice anymore. This was about choice, about building something that could last beyond their individual lives and create real justice for the spirits who'd been trapped by others' betrayal. The council will have to agree, Leenah said quietly. The entire supernatural community will need to acknowledge their ancestors' crimes and commit to doing better. They will, Luka said with more certainty than he felt. Once they understand what's at stake, they'll agree. And if they don't, then we'll make them understand. His bear rumbled with territorial satisfaction at the idea of protecting both his mate and the sacred sites that define their home. Whatever it takes. Ayana smiled, and for a moment she looked exactly like the young woman who'd sealed the original pact with hope and determination. Then let us begin the true ceremony. Not a transfer of burden, but a forging of bonds that will outlast any individual lifetime. The power that flowed through them as the spirits began the new ritual was unlike anything Luka had ever experienced. Not the burning drain of magical sacrifice, but the warm strength of shared purpose. His bare consciousness merged completely with his human awareness, creating a hybrid understanding that could communicate with both the living and the dead. Beside him, Leenah's necromantic abilities expanded beyond simple spirit communication to encompass the kind of advocacy work that could bridge centuries of mistrust and neglect. Together, they became something neither could have achieved alone, a permanent connection between worlds that would ensure the living never forgot their obligations to those who had passed beyond the veil. "It's working," Leenah whispered, wonder transforming her exhausted features as power flowed through them without the devastating drain of the original ritual. This was what his bear had been searching for without knowing it. Not just a mate, but a purpose that gave meaning to all the loss and survival that had brought him to this moment. As the ritual reached its crescendo, the trapped spirits began to fade not into nothingness, but into peace. Their centuries-long vigil finally ended by the promise of ongoing justice. The sacred grove filled with golden light that seemed to come from everywhere at once, and Luka realized that whatever they'd just become, there was no going back. They were bound now, not just to each other, but to something larger than their individual desires. And surprisingly, that felt not like loss, but like the most profound kind of freedom he'd ever known.
Chapter 26. Leenah. The sacred grove fell silent as the last echoes of otherworldly power faded into the November morning, leaving behind a stillness that felt both profound and fragile. Leenah knelt among the ancient stones, her body trembling with exhaustion, but her spirit soaring with an energy she'd never experienced before. She was alive. Against all odds, against every warning in her grandmother's journals, she had survived serving as a bridge between worlds. But more than that, she was changed. The spiritual bond that now connected her to Luka hummed beneath her consciousness like a second heartbeat, steady and warm and impossibly reassuring. She could feel his emotions flowing through their shared connection. Relief so profound it brought tears to her eyes, protective love that wrapped around her like a physical embrace, and a bone-deep satisfaction that spoke to something fundamentally shifter in his nature. "How are you feeling?" he asked softly, his large hand settling on her shoulder with gentle pressure. "Different," she admitted, marveling at how the simple touch sent warmth cascading through the spiritual link between them. "Like someone turned up the volume on everything I thought I knew about magic." It was true. Her necromantic abilities, which had always felt like borrowed power that came with steep costs, now hummed through her consciousness with natural ease. The constant drain that accompanied spirit communication was gone, replaced by a balanced flow that felt sustainable rather than destructive. "The bond we've formed," Ayana said, her ethereal form still solid enough to participate in conversation despite the completion of the ritual. "It has changed how your gifts interact with the spiritual realm. You are no longer drawing solely on your own life force to bridge worlds." "I can feel that," Leenah replied, flexing her fingers and marveling at how steady they were despite the magnitude of what they'd just accomplished. "It's like having a magical partner instead of trying to channel everything alone." "That is exactly what you have," she confirmed. "A true spiritual partnership, rare and precious beyond measure." Around them, the trapped spirits were beginning their final journey. One by one, they approached Leenah and Luka with expressions of gratitude and peaceful resolution, their forms growing brighter as they prepared to cross over to whatever realm awaited beyond the veil. "Thank you," whispered an elderly shaman whose traditional dress shimmered with otherworldly light, "for seeing our suffering and choosing to act rather than simply acknowledge." "For giving us hope when we had forgotten what it felt like," added a Fey guardian. Each spirit who approached them left a small gift of wisdom or blessing before fading into golden light, knowledge about protective magic that could help safeguard Hollow Oak's sacred sites, understanding of how to work with spiritual forces in ways that honored rather than exploited them, techniques for bridging the gap between supernatural communities and the spirits who watched over them. By the time the last spirit had crossed over, Leenah felt like a living repository of magical knowledge that stretched back centuries. But instead of overwhelming her, the accumulated wisdom felt natural, accessible, like information she'd always possessed but simply forgotten how to use. "This is what we were meant to become," she realized aloud, turning to meet Luka's amber eyes. Not just partners in love, but partners in purpose. Is that what we are? He asked quietly. Partners in love? The question made her pause, forcing her to examine the emotions flowing through their shared bond. What she found there was deeper than simple affection, more complex than physical attraction. It was recognition, understanding, the kind of soul-deep connection that made the idea of being without him feel like missing a fundamental part of herself. Yeah, she whispered, meaning every word. I think we are. Before he could respond, Ayanna stepped closer, her ancient eyes fixed on the way their hands had found each other without conscious thought. The bond you have forged is mentioned in our oldest prophecies, though we had begun to doubt whether the foretold healers would ever appear. Prophecies? Leenah asked, though part of her wasn't surprised. The ritual had felt too significant, too perfectly aligned with their individual gifts, to be mere coincidence. Stories passed down through generations about two souls who would arise in times of greatest need, Ayanna explained. One who could speak with the dead, one who could anchor the living. Together, they would bridge worlds and heal wounds that seemed beyond repair. And you think that's us? Luka's voice held skepticism mixed with hope. I think you have already proven it is, the medicine woman replied with gentle certainty. The question now is what you will do with the responsibility that comes with such gifts. The implications of their new bond began to settle around Leenah. They weren't just connected to each other now, but to every sacred site in Hollow Oak, every spirit that passed through their hidden valley, every supernatural being who called this place home. The weight of it should have been crushing, but instead it felt like finding a purpose she'd been searching for her entire adult life. The council will need to be informed, Luka said, his practical nature asserting itself despite the profound spiritual experience they'd just shared. They'll want to understand the terms of the new pact and what our role will be in maintaining it and their role as well. Will they accept it? Leenah asked, though she suspected she already knew the answer. The acknowledgement of historical wrongs, the commitment to protecting sacred sites, having us serve as permanent advocates for spiritual justice? They will if they're smart, he replied grimly. The alternative is watching Hollow Oak's protections fail completely as more spirits grow restless over broken promises. Ayanna nodded approvingly. Wisdom often comes from necessity rather than altruism. But however they reach their decision, the bond between you cannot be undone. You are connected now in ways that transcend individual choice or political maneuvering. For someone who'd spent her entire adult life fiercely guarding her independence, the realization that she was now spiritually bound to another person should have triggered every defensive instinct she possessed. But instead of panic or resentment, she felt a deep sense of rightness, as if this connection was something she'd been moving toward her entire life without knowing it. Are you okay with that? She asked Luka, suddenly uncertain. Being bound to someone like me? Someone who's stubborn and independent and not particularly good at letting people take care of her? His laugh was warm and rich with affection. Leenah, I fell for you because you're stubborn and independent and terrible at letting people take care of you. This bond doesn't change who you are. It just means I get to be part of your adventures instead of watching from the sidelines. Even when those adventures involve risking our lives for centuries-old supernatural politics? Especially then, he said with the kind of certainty that made her believe him completely. Ayanna's form was beginning to fade, as the spiritual energy that had sustained her presence finally dissipated, but her expression held profound satisfaction as she watched them together. You have chosen well, both of you. The bond you have forged will serve not just your own happiness, but the healing of old wounds that have festered too long in the shadows. Wait, Leenah called as the medicine woman prepared to cross over to her final rest. What happens now? How do we know if we're doing this right? Trust your instincts, Ayana replied, her voice already growing distant. Trust each other. And remember that true strength comes not from standing alone, but from choosing to stand together. With that final piece of wisdom, she faded into golden light that danced among the stone monoliths before dissipating into the morning air. The sacred grove fell silent once more, leaving Leenah and Luka alone with the magnitude of what they just committed themselves to. The council isn't going to know what hit them, she said with growing anticipation. No, Luka agreed with a grin that made her pulse quicken despite their spiritual exhaustion. They really aren't.
Chapter 27. Luka. The council glade buzzed with tension when Luka arrived, the spiritual bond with Leenah humming steadily beneath his consciousness. Elder Varric stood in his usual spot, but his rain-cloud eyes held a knowing gleam that suggested he'd already sensed the morning's magical disturbances. "Luka," the elder said as he approached, "I trust you have news about our spiritual crisis?" "The trapped spirits have been freed," Luka confirmed. "The immediate threat to Hollow Oak's protections has been eliminated." "And Miss Carrow," Elder Bram's voice carried its usual disapproval. "I assume her reckless experimentation proved as dangerous as predicted?" Luka's bear stirred at the dismissive tone. "Leenah saved this town. Without her abilities and her courage, we'd be watching Hollow Oak's barriers collapse." "At what cost?" Miriam Caldwell asked, consulting her notebook. "The magical disturbances we detected suggested forces that could have torn apart anyone channeling them. The cost was acceptable. The ritual was successful, the spirits found peace, and the threat has been neutralized." "That's not what I'm sensing from you," Varric observed. "There's something different about your magical signature. Stronger, more complex. You joined the ritual, didn't you?" Luka met the elder's gaze steadily. "I did what was necessary to keep her alive. The spiritual forces would have killed her without additional support." "And in providing that support, you created a bond," Varric continued with fascination. "I can feel it from here, the way your life forces have intertwined. Remarkable." Elder Bram's expression darkened. "What kind of bond? Are we talking about a simple magical working or something permanent?" Here it was. "It's permanent. We're spiritually linked, bound together in service of maintaining the balance between living and spirit worlds." "Bound how, exactly?" pressed another council member. "What are the terms of this arrangement?" Luka took a breath. "We've agreed to serve as permanent advocates for spiritual justice in Hollow Oak. The new pact requires acknowledgement of historical wrongs committed by early supernatural families, protection of all sacred sites in perpetuity, and ongoing cooperation with any spirits seeking our help." The silence was deafening. 5 faces stared at him with shock and calculation. "You made agreements on behalf of the entire supernatural community without consulting this body?" Elder Bram's fury was ice cold. "You presumed to commit us all to terms we had no part in negotiating?" "I prevented the complete collapse of our protective barriers," Luka shot back. "While you were debating evacuation plans, Leenah was risking her life to save a town that's ignored its spiritual obligations for decades." "That's enough," Varric said mildly, but with absolute authority. "We're here to understand what has changed and how we move forward." The elder stepped closer, his ancient senses probing. "This connection you formed isn't simply magical partnership. There are deeper currents at work, patterns that suggest something beyond conscious choice." "What do you mean?" "Bonds of this nature don't form by accident," Varric replied. "They require compatible souls, complementary magical signatures, spiritual resonance that occurs perhaps once in a generation." "Are you suggesting they're fated mates?" Miriam asked with wonder. "I'm suggesting their bond serves purposes beyond individual desires," Varric corrected diplomatically. "Mate bonds often strengthen magical protections around supernatural communities, creating stable anchor points for defensive magic." Elder Bram's suspicion deepened. "Or they create security risks when one partner's loyalty manipulates the other's decisions." "The practical question," interrupted the Witch Council member, is whether this pact can be implemented without destroying our community's autonomy. Acknowledging historical wrongs is one thing, but ongoing spiritual oversight could limit our independence. It could also provide unprecedented access to spiritual knowledge and protective magic, Miriam countered. If they serve as bridges between our community and the spirit world, we might gain insights lost for centuries. The political maneuvering that followed revealed the complex web of alliances governing Hollow Oak's supernatural politics. Some council members viewed the bond as a valuable asset for strengthening magical defenses. Others worried about the precedent for individual action without approval. A few seemed concerned about the personal cost of such demanding responsibilities. But underneath the debate, Luka sensed recognition. Whether they admitted it or not, every council member could feel how his bond with Leenah had changed Hollow Oak's magical atmosphere. The protective barriers felt stronger, more stable. "The terms of your agreement," Varric said finally, cutting through the political noise, "can they be modified, or are they set in stone?" "The core commitment is fixed," Luka replied honestly. "Acknowledgement of past wrongs, protection of sacred sites, ongoing cooperation with spiritual entities. But specific implementation could probably be negotiated." "Good. Then we have room to work." The elder's eyes held calculating intelligence. "The question now is whether this council will formally ratify a supernatural treaty negotiated by two individuals acting without official authority." "The question," Elder Bram corrected coldly, "is whether we'll let personal relationships dictate community policy. This bond could compromise their judgment in ways that put everyone at risk. Or give us the most effective advocates for supernatural justice this community has ever produced," Miriam said with conviction. "The choice isn't whether to accept their agreement, but whether to support it properly or leave them to handle these responsibilities without institutional backing." The debate continued until Varric intervened. "We'll take a formal vote at next week's regular session. That gives everyone time to consider implications and consult constituencies." As the council dispersed, Varric approached with an expression mixing approval and warning. "You've committed to a difficult path, but probably necessary. Remember that political support can be fickle, especially when personal relationships are involved." "Are you saying the council might reject the agreement?" "I'm saying some members will always be suspicious of power they can't control. Your bond with Miss Carrow represents something new and potentially threatening to established hierarchies. Be prepared for resistance." "What kind of resistance?" "The kind that questions your judgment, your loyalty, your ability to make decisions that serve the community rather than your personal interests." Varric's voice grew serious. "Elder Bram isn't the only one who sees your connection as a liability rather than an asset." "And you?" "What do you see?" "I see two people who found a way to solve a problem the rest of us couldn't even properly identify," the elder replied. "But I also see the challenges ahead. Political opposition is only the beginning. The real test will be whether your bond can weather the pressures of serving as permanent mediators between worlds." "We'll manage." "Will you?" "This isn't just about loving someone, Luka. It's about being responsible for every spiritual crisis that emerges in this valley, every conflict between supernatural communities and otherworldly entities. It's about making decisions that could affect generations while dealing with people who question your right to make them." And the weight of what they'd committed to settled more heavily on Luka's shoulders. "You're trying to scare me." "I'm trying to prepare you," Varric corrected. "Because if you and Miss Carrow are going to succeed in this role, you'll need to understand that good intentions aren't enough. You'll need political support, community trust, and the kind of partnership that can survive having the fate of others depend on your personal relationship." "We can handle it." "I hope so. Because if you can't, the consequences won't just affect your happiness. They'll affect every person in spirit who depends on Hollow Oak's protections." Varric paused. "That said, I've never seen magical barriers respond so positively to a bonding. Whatever you and Miss Carrow have created together, it's already making our sanctuary stronger." As Luka left the sacred grove, the elder's words echoed in his mind. The political challenges were real, the resistance predictable, but underneath his worry was the steady warmth of his connection to Leenah, reminding him that some things were worth fighting for. The question wasn't whether they could handle the responsibilities they'd accepted. It was whether Hollow Oak's supernatural community was ready for the changes their bond would bring. And judging by the council's mixed reactions, that remained very much in doubt.
Chapter 28. Leenah. 3 days after the ritual, Leenah was learning that sharing consciousness with someone came with unexpected complications. Luka's emotions filtered through their bond at the most inconvenient moments. Protective worry when she climbed a stepladder, territorial satisfaction when other men spoke to her, bone-deep contentment whenever she was nearby. His fourth cup of coffee concern was currently making her want to throw her mug across the kitchen. "This is going to take some getting used to," she muttered. Minerva's purr from the windowsill sounded suspiciously like amusement. A knock interrupted her brooding. She swung open her door to 3 strangers whose formal dress marked them as an official delegation. "Miss Carrow?" The speaker was an elegant woman with silver-streaked hair. "I'm Helena Cross, mayor of Moonridge Falls. We've come seeking your assistance with a supernatural crisis." "My assistance?" "I'm just a ghost tour guide with some necromantic abilities." "What we've heard," said the second delegate, a sharp-featured shifter in an expensive suit, "is that you successfully resolved a centuries-old spiritual crisis. You freed trapped souls while forging a new pact serving both living and dead." The third delegate, a witch whose medallion caught the light, stepped forward. "Our town has similar disturbances. Spirits manifesting publicly, magical disruptions, increasing unrest among entities that should be at peace. We need someone with your expertise." "Have you identified the source?" "That's what we're hoping you can help determine," Mayor Cross replied. "We're prepared to offer significant compensation." The number she quoted made Leenah's eyes widen. Enough money to fund research for years, to travel and document supernatural communities, to build the independent life she'd always wanted. Enough to take her far from Hollow Oak, from Luka. "You don't need an immediate answer," the witch said, "but we'd appreciate your thoughts within the week." "Of course. I'll need time to consider." After they left, Leenah stared at their business cards scattered across her kitchen table. Through the bond, she could feel Luka at the council meeting, his worry about political implications, his determination to make their commitment work despite resistance. Another knock. This time Twyla appeared with a bag of cinnamon rolls and an expression that was part concern, part curiosity. "Saw the fancy delegation leaving," she said, settling at the table without invitation. "Judging by your face, they made quite an offer. They want me to help with spiritual disturbances in Moonridge Falls, for more money than I've ever seen. And I don't know what to do with that." Leenah slumped into her chair. 3 days ago, I bound myself to someone in ways I don't fully understand. Now opportunity shows up with an offer that would take me away from everything I just committed to. "Sounds like you're looking for permission to run," Twyla observed bluntly. "I'm not running." "Aren't you?" Big scary commitment gets complicated. Suddenly traveling the world helping other communities sounds appealing. Twyla bit into a cinnamon roll. "I've run this cafe long enough to recognize avoidance when I see it." The accusation stung because it held truth. It's not avoidance. It's practical consideration of opportunities. "Uh-huh. And what does your practical consideration tell you about the bond?" "That it's complicated. That I can feel his emotions bleeding through mine constantly. That I'm not sure how to be myself while being connected to someone else. Those sound like adjustment problems, not fundamental incompatibilities. What if they're not? What if this is just the beginning and it gets worse?" Leenah gestured at the business cards. "What if I take this job and discover that distance makes the bond unbearable? Or what if I stay and we end up resenting each other for the compromises? What if you stop borrowing trouble and deal with what's actually happening instead of what might happen?" Twyla's voice carried the no-nonsense tone she used with customers who couldn't decide on their orders. I think you're using external opportunities to avoid internal decisions. The delegation didn't create your doubts about the bond. They just gave you an excuse to examine them. So what am I supposed to do? Figure out what you actually want. Not what you think you should want, not what's practical or safe, but what would make you happy. Twyla stood, brushing crumbs from her apron. The rest is just details. After she left, Leenah sat surrounded by business cards and the lingering scent of cinnamon, trying to separate her emotions from Luka's through their shared connection. She could feel his love, his determination to make their partnership work, his certainty they were stronger together. But she could also sense his understanding that the choice had to be hers, that pushing would damage the trust they'd built. The delegation's offer represented everything she'd thought she wanted: recognition, independence, the chance to help on a larger scale. But sitting there feeling Luka's quiet confidence pulse through their link, she realized what she'd called independence might have been loneliness disguised as strength. The question wasn't whether she was strong enough to handle their bond's complications. It was whether she was brave enough to choose connection over the safety of being alone.
Chapter 29. Luka. Word traveled fast in supernatural circles. By the end of the week, Leenah had received 3 more requests for her necromantic services, 2 interview requests from magical newsletters, and an invitation to speak at a conference on supernatural crisis resolution. Watching her handle the attention with professional grace filled Luka with pride, but his bear paced restlessly at the growing demands on her time and energy. "You don't have to accept every request," he said, finding her at her kitchen table surrounded by correspondence and looking slightly overwhelmed. "I know." She looked up from a letter bearing the seal of the Virginia Supernatural Council. "But some of these problems sound urgent. People are hurting, and if I can help, you can't save everyone. Maybe not. But I can try to save some." Her blue eyes held the kind of determined compassion that had drawn him to her in the first place. "Besides, the shared bond means I'm not risking my life force the way I used to. I can handle more than before." The practical argument was sound, but it didn't ease the worry gnawing at him. Through their connection, he could feel her excitement about the recognition her abilities were receiving, but also the weight of expectations from communities who saw her as their only hope for spiritual resolution. "Come to the workshop with me," he said impulsively. "Take a break from being everyone's savior for a few hours." "I should really. The letters will still be there later. But right now, you need space to breathe." She studied his face, and he felt her reading his emotions through their bond, concern mixed with the simple desire to spend time together without supernatural crises or political complications interfering. "Okay," she said finally, "but only for a couple hours." His workshop felt different with her there, more complete somehow. She settled into the old armchair he'd placed near his workbench, legs tucked under her, as she watched him work on a jewelry box commissioned by one of the local witches. The piece was nearly finished, its surface smooth and ready for the delicate inlay work that would complete the design. "What kind of wood is that?" she asked. "Cherry with walnut accents." The client wanted something that would protect her magical components from outside influence. He ran his fingers along the grain, feeling for imperfections. "Though honestly, the wood's doing most of the work itself. Old trees hold their own kind of magic." "Show me." He glanced up, surprised. "Show you what?" "How you work with the wood's natural magic. I've watched you carve, but I've never seen the magical side of what you do." Luka set down his tools and moved to a piece of oak he'd been seasoning for months. "It's not flashy, nothing like spirit communication or protective ward casting. I don't need flashy. I want him to understand." He placed his palms flat against the wood, letting his consciousness sink into the grain patterns and growth rings that told the story of decades spent reaching toward sunlight. His bear magic flowed through his hands, not shaping or forcing, but listening to what the tree wanted to become. "Every piece of wood has a natural purpose," he explained, his voice dropping to the quiet tone he used when concentrating. "My job isn't to impose my will on it, but to help it find its true form." "That's beautiful." Leenah said softly, and completely different from how necromancy works. I have to bridge gaps, create connections where none exist naturally. You work with connections that are already there. Different approaches to the same goal, finding harmony between what is and what could be. He felt her attention through their bond, her genuine fascination with his work creating a feedback loop that enhanced his connection to the wood. The oak seemed to respond to her interest, its grain patterns shifting slightly to reveal new possibilities for the piece he'd been planning. Try touching it, he suggested. See what happens when our magic combines. She moved to stand beside him, her small hands settling next to his on the oak surface. The moment their magic touched, the wood began to glow with soft golden light. Not the harsh illumination of electric magic, but the warm radiance of living energy finding perfect balance. Oh, she breathed, wonder coloring her voice. I can feel what you feel. The tree's history, its potential, the way it wants to be shaped. And I can sense the spiritual connections you work with, he replied, amazed by the expanded awareness flowing through their bond. There are traces of otherworldly energy in this wood, probably from spirits who sheltered beneath the tree when it was still growing. They experimented for the next hour, combining his earth magic with her necromantic abilities to create effects neither could achieve alone. Wood responded to their combined touch by developing natural protective properties. A simple carving knife began to hum with energy that could cut through magical barriers as easily as physical materials. When Leenah picked up a pendant he'd been working on, a simple piece carved from blessed oak, the wood suddenly blazed with protective ward energy so powerful it made the air shimmer. What just happened? She asked, staring at the pendant in her palm. I think our bond is affecting more than our emotional connection, Luka said, studying the way the carved oak continued to pulse with protective magic. It's creating new possibilities for how our individual abilities interact. This is what you were making for me, isn't it? She looked up at him with understanding. The protective charm. I can sense the purpose behind this piece. He felt heat creep up his neck. I started it before we were bonded. I wanted you to have something that might help keep you safe during dangerous workings. And now it's become something neither of us could have created alone. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the oak medallion he'd finished the night after their ritual, its surface carved with interlocking symbols that represented both bear clan protections and necromantic wardwork. This is the one I meant to give you originally. She took the medallion, and the moment it touched her skin, both pieces began to resonate with harmonized energy. The protective properties of each charm amplified the other, creating a layered defense that could shield her from both physical and spiritual threats. They're connected, she realized. Like we are. Seems appropriate. He helped her fasten the medallion around her neck, his fingers brushing against her skin as he secured the clasp. Partners in everything, remember? Partners in everything, she agreed. And through their bond, he felt her gratitude mixed with something like the growing certainty that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. About those requests for your services, he said, as they prepared to leave the workshop. What about them? I want to help. Not as your protector, but as your partner. Whatever supernatural crises we take on, we handle them together. Even if it means traveling to other communities, dealing with problems that aren't technically our responsibility? Especially then, he replied firmly. We've proven we're stronger together than apart. Time to show the supernatural world what a real magical partnership looks like.
Chapter 30. Leenah. The protective medallion Luka had given her hummed against her skin as Leenah worked in her cottage, its warmth a constant reminder of their growing partnership. Through their bond, she could feel him in his workshop, completely absorbed in carving a set of chairs for the hearth and hollow inn. His contentment flowed through their connection like honey, making her smile as she organized her correspondence. 3 more communities had requested her help with spiritual disturbances. The recognition was flattering, but what made her pulse quicken was knowing Luka would be beside her for each case. Partners in everything, just as he'd promised. I could get used to this, she told Minerva, who was sprawled across her desk in typical feline disregard for human work priorities. The cat purred, apparently approving of her human's improved mood. A soft knock interrupted her thoughts. Luka appeared in her doorway, sawdust clinging to his flannel shirt and satisfaction radiating through their bond. "How's the furniture coming?" she asked. "Finished the last chair an hour ago. Miriam's going to love them." He settled into the armchair across from her desk, his presence immediately making the room feel more complete. "How many requests today?" "2 more. One from a community in North Carolina, another from somewhere in Tennessee." She gestured at the letters scattered across her workspace. Words definitely spreading about what we accomplished here. "We," he repeated with satisfaction. "I like the sound of that." "So do I," she admitted, surprising herself with how easily the words came. "It's strange, after years of working alone, how natural it feels to include you in everything." "Not that strange. We're good together." "We are." She looked at him sitting in her armchair like he belonged there, his amber eyes warm with affection, and felt something shift in her chest. "Luka?" "Yeah. I love you." The words were honest and unguarded in a way that would have terrified her months ago. Through their bond, she felt his joy bloom like sunrise, bright and overwhelming and absolutely right. "I love you too," he said simply. "Have for weeks now. Was just waiting for you to catch up." "Waiting for me to catch up?" She laughed, the sound light with happiness. "How did you know before I did?" "Because you've been looking at me like I might disappear any moment. And the only reason someone looks at another person like that is if they're afraid of losing something precious." The observation was so accurate it made her breath catch. "I was afraid. Afraid of wanting something I might not be able to keep." "And now?" She considered the question, examining the warmth flowing through their bond, and the way his presence had become essential to her sense of home. "Now I think maybe being afraid was just another way of recognizing how much you matter." "Good." He stood and crossed to her desk, pulling her up from her chair to wrap his arms around her. "Because you matter to me too, more than I thought was possible." Standing there in his embrace, surrounded by the scent of cedar and the steady comfort of his love, Leenah found herself imagining things she'd never allowed herself to want before. A shared home where they could work side by side, combining their abilities to help supernatural communities throughout the region. Perhaps even children someday, little ones who might inherit both his earth magic and her necromantic gifts. "What are you thinking about?" Luka asked, his voice amused. "Your emotions just went somewhere very interesting." "The future," she admitted. "Our future. Things I never thought I wanted but now can't imagine living without." "Such as?" "A house big enough for both our workshops, maybe a garden where you could grow wood for carving, and I could cultivate herbs for spiritual work." She felt heat creep up her neck, but continued anyway. Maybe even a family to fill all that space. His arms tightened around her. "I'd like that. All of it." "Even the family part? Children who might inherit abilities from both of us?" "Especially that," he said firmly. "Kids who grow up knowing they're loved and supported, who never have to hide what they are or pretend their gifts don't matter." The quiet conviction in his voice told her he'd been thinking about this too, imagining a future where their bond created something lasting and beautiful. Through their connection, she felt his absolute certainty that whatever challenges parenthood might bring, they would face them together. "I used to think independence was the only kind of strength worth having," she said softly. "Now I think maybe the real strength is in choosing to build something with someone else." "Took you long enough to figure that out," he teased, kissing her. "Well, I'm a slow learner when it comes to matters of the heart." "Lucky for you, I'm patient." A sharp knock echoed through the cottage, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps on her front porch. Through the window, she could see a messenger in formal livery holding an envelope sealed with red wax. "Expecting official correspondence?" Luka asked, releasing her reluctantly. "No. and nothing good ever comes from messengers who dress like they're delivering royal proclamations. A stern-faced man whose bearing suggested he took his duties very seriously was standing at her door. "Miss Leenah Carrow?" "That's me." "I have a message from the Carrow family of Salem, Massachusetts. I'm instructed to wait for your reply." The envelope he handed her was heavy parchment, sealed with the family crest she'd hoped never to see again. Her name was written across the front in her aunt's precise handwriting, the letters sharp enough to cut. Leenah's hands trembled as she broke the seal, dread pooling in her stomach as she unfolded the message within. "Leenah, your recent magical activities have drawn unwanted attention to our family name and endangered our standing within the Salem supernatural community. As much as we have tried to distance ourselves from your capabilities," Leenah could tell by the way "capabilities" was written that it wasn't a compliment, but the hindrance her family couldn't escape. "Reports of your reckless experimentation with forbidden necromantic practices have reached the Council of Mages, who are now questioning our family's oversight of your training and conduct. You will return to Salem immediately to answer for these transgressions and submit to proper evaluation of your abilities. Failure to comply will result in formal charges being filed against both you and our family for magical misconduct. This is not a request, Aunt Margaret." The letter fell from her numb fingers, floating to the floor like a death sentence. She felt Luka's immediate concern, his protective instincts flaring as he sensed her distress. "Leenah? What is it?" She stared at the messenger waiting on her porch, his expression expectant and impatient. Behind him, she could see the life she'd built in Hollow Oak, the cottage where she'd finally found peace, the town that had accepted her gifts without question, the man whose love had taught her that some things were worth the risk of vulnerability. All of it threatened by a family who'd never understood her, and now wanted to drag her back into a world where her abilities were seen as dangerous aberrations rather than precious gifts. "They want me to come home," she whispered, the words tasting like ashes in her mouth.
Chapter 31. Luka. Luka felt Leenah's distress hit him, her emotions crashing over him in waves of dread and old pain that made his bear rage. The letter lay on the floor between them like a declaration of war, its formal language barely concealing the threats underneath. "You're not going," he said. "I have to." Leenah's voice was hollow, defeated in a way he'd never heard before. "They're threatening formal charges. That could mean magical binding, forced registration with supernatural authorities, or worse." "Let them try." His bear was pacing now, every instinct demanding he sweep her away somewhere her family could never find her. "They have no authority over you here. They have authority over my family name, my magical heritage, my standing in the supernatural community." She picked up the letter with trembling fingers. "If they file formal charges for magical misconduct, it won't just affect me. It could impact Hollow Oak's reputation, our bond, everything we built together." The messenger cleared his throat from the doorway. "Miss Carrow? I do require an answer." "Tell them I'll be there within the week," she said without looking away from Luka. "No." The word came out as a growl. "Tell them she's declined their invitation." "It's not an invitation, it's a summons." Leenah's blue eyes flashed with the kind of determined resignation he'd seen in her face when she'd prepared for the dangerous ritual. "And ignoring it will only make things worse." The messenger departed with her acceptance, leaving them alone with the weight of what she'd just agreed to. Luka could feel her fear, anger, and underneath it all, the bone-deep exhaustion that came from having to fight battles she'd thought were finished. "They can't force you to go," he said, moving closer. "Whatever threats they're making, we can find another way to handle them." "Can we?" These are people who've spent decades navigating supernatural politics in Salem. They know exactly which pressure points to apply to get what they want. She sank into her armchair, suddenly looking smaller and more vulnerable than he'd ever seen her. My family never approved of my necromantic abilities. To them, I was always too much like my grandmother, too strange, too powerful, too willing to embrace gifts they thought should be hidden. What do you mean? Salem's supernatural community is built on blending in, on being just magical enough to maintain their heritage, but not so powerful that they attract unwanted attention. My father and his siblings have minimal abilities. Hedge magic, basic protective wards, nothing that would mark them as different from ordinary witches. Her voice grew bitter. Then I came along with necromantic gifts that made everyone uncomfortable, including other supernatural families. So they tried to suppress your abilities? They tried to pretend I didn't have them. When that didn't work, they sent me away to distant relatives who treated me like a burden rather than family. She looked up at him with eyes that held decades of old hurt. Even in the supernatural community, necromancy makes people nervous. Too close to death magic, too unpredictable, too outside the normal range of acceptable abilities. The picture she painted made him angry at people who'd taken a gifted child and made her feel like a freak for powers she couldn't control. They don't deserve you. Maybe not, but they're still family, and family dysfunction can destroy more than just personal relationships. If they follow through on their threats, it could affect every supernatural community I've worked with, every spirit I've helped find peace. So you're just going to go back and let them tear you down again? I'm going to go back and handle this before it gets worse. She stood, her posture straightening with grim determination. Alone. The word hit him like ice water. The hell you are. This is my family, my problem. I won't drag you into their dysfunction. We're bonded, Leenah. Your problems are my problems now, whether you like it or not. That's exactly the kind of thinking that will make this situation worse. Her voice carried the sharp edge that appeared whenever her independence was challenged. They'll see you as proof that I've been corrupted by outside influences, that my reckless magical practices have led me to inappropriate relationships. Inappropriate? His bear surged toward the surface, territorial fury making his voice drop to a dangerous rumble. There's nothing inappropriate about what we have. Try explaining that to people who think necromancy is inherently dangerous, and that bonding with a bear shifter proves I've lost all judgment. She moved toward her bedroom, clearly intending to pack. This is something I have to handle alone. No! He followed her, his larger frame filling the doorway. You don't get to make that decision unilaterally. Watch me. The flat defiance in her voice triggered every protective instinct he possessed. His bear wanted to physically block her path, to make it impossible for her to leave their territory and face people who'd already hurt her once. But his human mind recognized the trap. Using his strength to override her choices would prove her family's point about their relationship being unhealthy. They're going to try to break you down, he said, forcing his voice to remain calm. They're going to use every insecurity, every moment of self-doubt, every fear about your abilities being dangerous or wrong. And you want to face that alone? I've faced it alone before. That was before you had someone who sees your gifts as precious rather than problematic. He stepped closer, close enough to see the fear she was trying to hide behind stubborn determination. That was before you had someone who knows your worth and won't let you forget it. And what happens when their threats extend to you? When they start spreading rumors about dangerous bear shifters corrupting young necromancers? When they use our bond as evidence that I'm mentally unstable? Her voice cracked slightly. I won't let them destroy what we've built together. They can't destroy anything we don't let them destroy. Can't they? You don't know my family, Luka. You don't understand how they operate. She pulled a suitcase from her closet, her movements sharp with suppressed emotion. They'll find ways to make our bond look like magical coercion. They'll suggest that my recent activities have been influenced by inappropriate relationships rather than professional growth. Then we prove them wrong. How? By letting them see how possessive you get when someone threatens me? By demonstrating that you're willing to override my decisions when you think you know better? She turned to face him, tears threatening in her eyes. They'll take one look at this conversation and declare you a controlling influence who's warped my judgment. The accusation stung because it held enough truth to hurt. His bear's reaction to threats against her was possessive, Territorial, exactly the kind of behavior her family would seize on as proof of their claims. But the alternative, letting her face them alone, felt like abandoning her when she needed support most. "So what do you want me to do?" he asked, the question coming out more vulnerable than he'd intended. "Stand by and watch you walk into a situation designed to tear you down? Pretend that our bond doesn't make me want to protect you from people who've already hurt you? I want you to trust me to handle this." Her voice softened slightly, recognizing the pain beneath his frustration. "I want you to believe that I'm strong enough to face my family and come back to you intact." "I know you're strong enough. That's not the point." "Then what is the point?" "The point is that I love you, and love makes it impossible to stand by while someone you care about walks into danger." He reached for her hands, relieved when she didn't pull away. "The point is that partnerships mean facing problems together, not protecting each other from the messy realities of family dysfunction." "Then what do you suggest?" Because every option feels like a trap. "Don't go." The words came out more forceful than he'd intended. "Stay here with people who value your gifts instead of condemning them. Let them file their formal charges if they want. We'll fight them through proper, supernatural legal channels. And if those charges stick, if they manage to convince the authorities that I'm a dangerous practitioner who needs oversight." She pulled her hands free, wrapping her arms around herself. "That kind of judgment could follow me everywhere, affect every community I try to help. Or we could call their bluff. Your family doesn't want scandal any more than you do. Public magical misconduct hearings would draw exactly the kind of attention they've spent decades avoiding." She was quiet, and he could feel her internal struggle, hope warring with fear, the desire to stay safe in Hollow Oak, battling against years of ingrained obligation to family expectations. "They know exactly which pressure points to apply," she said finally. "They've had years to perfect their manipulation techniques." "Then don't give them the chance to use them." "You make it sound so simple." "It is simple. You choose the people who love you over the people who've spent years making you feel like you're not enough." He stepped closer, his bear rumbling with protective determination. "You choose the future we're building together over the past that never accepted you. And if I'm wrong, if ignoring this makes everything worse, then we'll handle whatever comes next. Together." He cupped her face gently, forcing her to meet his eyes. "But I won't watch you walk back into a situation designed to tear you down just because they've learned how to weaponize your sense of responsibility." He felt her love pulse alongside her fear, the two emotions tangled together in ways that made his heart ache for the scared young woman who'd learned to expect rejection from the people who should have protected her. "I need to think," she whispered. "This isn't a decision I can make while I'm this upset. Take all the time you need. But remember that you have choices now that you didn't have when you were younger. You have a community that values you, work that fulfills you, and someone who loves you exactly as you are." She leaned into his touch, her eyes closing as she absorbed the steady comfort of his presence. But underneath her relief, he sensed the weight of old obligations and the fear that choosing her own happiness might come at a cost she wasn't prepared to pay. "What if they're right?" she asked quietly. "What if my abilities really are dangerous, and I've just been too stubborn to see it?" "Then you're the most magnificent kind of dangerous there is," he replied firmly. "The kind that saves people and brings peace to the restless dead and bridges worlds that have been separated for too long." The words seemed to settle something in her expression, and he felt her fear begin to ease. But the relief was temporary. He could sense her mind already turning over possibilities, weighing options, trying to find a path that wouldn't destroy everything she'd built while still addressing the threats her family represented. Whatever decision she made, he'd support her, but he'd be damned if he'd let her face those manipulative bastards without a fight first.
Chapter 32. Leenah. The decision to go to Salem alone had taken Leenah 2 sleepless nights to make, and explaining it to Luka had nearly broken her heart. The hurt in his eyes when she'd told him she needed to face her family without him still echoed through their bond, even now as the train carried her further from Hollow Oak with each passing mile. This is the right choice, she whispered to herself, watching the North Carolina mountains give way to Virginia farmland through the window. The only choice. But the growing distance between her and Luka felt like losing a vital organ. Their spiritual connection, which had become as natural as breathing over the past weeks, stretched thin and uncertain. Every mile made it harder to feel his steady presence, his quiet strength that had become her anchor, in ways she was only now beginning to understand. By the time the train pulled into Salem's historic station, the bond felt like a fading whisper, leaving her more alone than she'd been in months. The Carrow family compound occupied a full city block in Salem's supernatural district, its imposing Victorian architecture designed to project respectability and old money. Leenah stood at the wrought iron gates for several minutes, gathering courage to face people who'd made her feel unwanted for most of her life. Miss Leenah? The voice belonged to Thomas, the family's ancient butler, whose disapproving expression hadn't changed since she'd last seen him. They're waiting for you in the formal parlor. Of course they were. The formal parlor was reserved for serious family business, uncomfortable conversations, and the kind of meetings where people got disinherited or worse. Her father sat in the wingback chair that had belonged to his grandfather, his graying hair perfectly styled, and his expensive suit conveying the kind of understated wealth that opened doors in Salem's supernatural society. Beside him stood Aunt Margaret, her pinched face radiating the same disapproval that had colored every interaction they'd ever had. Two cousins she barely remembered flanked the fireplace, their expressions ranging from curious to hostile. Leenah. Her father's voice held no warmth, no acknowledgement that she was his daughter rather than a problematic business associate. Thank you for coming. Please sit. She remained standing. I got your message. Something about reckless magical practices and formal charges? Your recent activities have drawn unwanted attention to our family name, Aunt Margaret said sharply. Stories are circulating about a Carrow involved in dangerous necromantic workings, binding rituals with shifters, and other unseemly supernatural activities. Unseemly supernatural activities? Leenah kept her voice level despite the anger building in her chest. You mean helping trapped spirits find peace? Preventing supernatural communities from losing their protective barriers? We mean practicing the kind of magic that makes headlines in supernatural newspapers, one of her cousins interjected. The kind that has other families asking uncomfortable questions about our oversight of your training. I wasn't aware my magical education was your responsibility, considering you shipped me off to distant relatives when my abilities became inconvenient. Her father's expression hardened. We provided you with the best education available for someone with your particular gifts. That you chose to exceed the bounds of acceptable practice is not our fault. Acceptable to whom? The question came out sharp. To a family that spent generations trying to pretend they're barely magical? To people who see necromancy as an embarrassment rather than a gift? To a community that values discretion over sensationalism, Aunt Margaret snapped. To families who understand that flaunting supernatural abilities draws the wrong kind of attention from both human and magical authorities. Is that what you think I've been doing? Flaunting my abilities? We think you've been making choices that endanger not only your own reputation, but the standing our family has spent centuries building, her father replied coldly. Stories about Carrow necromancers performing dangerous rituals with shifter mates are exactly the kind of gossip that destroys carefully maintained social positions. You have no idea how much we lost due to your grandmother's infatuation with her abilities. The casual dismissal of her bond with Luka made her blood boil, as well as the dismissal of her grandmother. My relationship with Luka has nothing to do with my magical work. Doesn't it? Another cousin stepped forward, a sharp-faced woman whose name Leenah couldn't remember. Reports suggest you've bonded with a bear shifter in ways that go beyond simple magical partnership, that you've created connections that influence your judgment and compromise your ability to practice safely. Who told you that? Does it matter? The supernatural community is smaller than you think, especially among families with our social standing. Aunt Margaret's smile held no warmth. Your binding ritual with the shifter has been the subject of considerable speculation among necromantic circles. Speculation about what? About whether you've lost the ability to make independent magical decisions, her father said bluntly. About whether your recent successes are actually the result of uncontrolled magical bonding that could prove dangerous to yourself and others. The accusation hit like ice water. That's ridiculous. My bond with Luka makes my abilities stronger, more balanced. I'm better at helping spirits now, not worse. According to you. But magical bonds with shifters are notoriously unpredictable, especially when they involve necromancers whose abilities are already considered unstable. The unnamed cousins sounded clinically detached that made Leenah's skin crawl. There are documented cases of such connections leading to magical addiction, loss of individual identity, and dangerous codependency that compromises professional judgment. None of which applies to my situation. How would you know? Aunt Margaret asked. By definition, someone whose judgment has been compromised can't recognize the extent of their impairment. The circular logic was maddening, designed to make any defense she offered sound like proof of their claims. So, what exactly do you want from me? We want you to submit to evaluation by qualified magical authorities, her father replied. Practitioners who can assess whether your recent activities represent genuine professional growth or the influence of an unhealthy supernatural bond. And if I refuse? Then we file formal charges with the Council of Mages alleging that you've engaged in dangerous magical practices without proper oversight or safeguards. His voice remained perfectly calm, as if he was discussing the weather. The investigation alone would be enough to damage your reputation and limit your future opportunities in supernatural communities. You'd destroy my career to protect your social standing? We'd prevent you from destroying yourself before the magical community loses another promising necromancer to the kind of reckless experimentation that killed your grandmother. Grandmother didn't die from reckless experimentation. She died from a heart attack. She died from the cumulative effects of decades spent pushing her necromantic abilities beyond safe limits, Aunt Margaret corrected coldly. Just like you're doing now with these dangerous binding rituals and supernatural partnerships. My partnership with Luka has nothing to do with what happened to grandmother. Doesn't it? Magical bonds create dependencies, Leenah. They make practitioners willing to take risks they would never consider alone. Her father leaned forward, his expression holding what might have been genuine concern. We're trying to save you from repeating her mistakes. By isolating me from the first person who's ever understood my abilities? By forcing me to choose between my magical heritage and my personal happiness? By helping you recognize that some choices aren't worth the cost they exact on everyone around you. The room fell silent, except for the ticking of the antique clock on the mantelpiece. 4 pairs of eyes watched her with expressions ranging from disapproval to pity, waiting for her to capitulate to their demands or give them justification for filing their threatened charges. The fading connection to Luka whispered his love and confidence across the miles, a reminder that she had value beyond what these people were willing to acknowledge. The realization that her family saw her gifts as burdens rather than blessings, her bond as weakness rather than strength, finally crystallized into clarity. I need time to think about this, she said quietly. Excuse me? Her father's eyebrows rose in obvious surprise. You're asking me to make a decision that could affect the rest of my life. I won't be pressured into agreeing to something this significant without proper consideration. She straightened her shoulders, drawing on reserves of strength she'd forgotten she possessed. I'll give you my answer tomorrow. Leenah, this isn't a negotiation, Aunt Margaret began. Yes, it is, she interrupted firmly. You want me to submit to evaluation and abandon my relationship. I want time to consider the full implications of both options. That seems reasonable." Her father exchanged glances with Aunt Margaret, clearly thrown by her refusal to be immediately cowed by their threats. "Very well, you can stay in your old room tonight, but we expect a decision by morning." "You'll have one." As she climbed the stairs to the bedroom that had never felt like home, Leenah felt the weight of old expectations pressing down on her like a physical force. But underneath the familiar suffocation was something new, the growing certainty that whatever decision she made tomorrow, it would be hers to make. Chapter 33. Leenah. Leenah's childhood bedroom felt like a museum exhibit dedicated to a person she no longer recognized. The pale pink walls, delicate lace curtains, and collection of porcelain dolls belonged to a girl who'd learned to make herself small and quiet to avoid her family's disapproval. Now, sitting on the narrow bed where she'd once cried herself to sleep after being scolded for talking to spirits, she felt the weight of old expectations. A soft knock interrupted her brooding. Aunt Margaret entered without waiting for permission, carrying a tea tray, and wearing the kind of false maternal expression that had never fooled Leenah even as a child. "I thought you might need some chamomile to help you sleep," she said, setting the tray on the antique writing desk. "We have a great deal to discuss tomorrow." "Do we?" "I thought you'd made your position quite clear." "Our position is that we want what's best for you, dear." "What's best for the family?" Margaret settled into the delicate chair beside the desk, her posture radiating the kind of controlled patience that preceded unpleasant revelations. "There are aspects of this situation we haven't yet shared with you." Leenah's stomach clenched with dread. "What aspects?" "Your recent activities have attracted attention from more than just local supernatural communities. The Blackthorn family has expressed significant interest in your abilities and your availability." "My availability?" "Edmund Blackthorn is considered one of the most eligible necromancers of his generation. Powerful, well-connected, from a family with considerable influence in supernatural political circles." Margaret's smile held no warmth. "He's specifically requested an introduction." "And you told him I wasn't interested?" "Actually, we told him we'd be delighted to arrange a meeting." The false sweetness in her aunt's voice made Leenah's skin crawl. The Blackthorn family controls significant supernatural territory throughout New England. An alliance with them would benefit everyone involved. An alliance. The word tasted bitter. "You mean a marriage contract?" "I mean a partnership that could provide you with the kind of protection and resources your current choices cannot offer." Margaret leaned forward, her expression growing serious. "The supernatural world is more dangerous than you realize, Leenah. Your recent successes have made you visible to people who view powerful necromancers as either assets to be acquired or threats to be eliminated." "Are you threatening me?" "I'm explaining reality. Edmund Blackthorn's interest offers you protection from families who might see your abilities as competition. Refusing such an advantageous offer could be interpreted as hostility toward established supernatural hierarchies." The implied threat was clear enough to make Leenah's pulse quicken with anger. "So now my necromantic abilities are valuable enough to arrange marriages around? Interesting how your perspective on my gifts has changed now that they might benefit the family." "Your abilities were always valuable. We simply wanted to ensure you were mature enough to use them responsibly before exposing you to the kind of attention they inevitably attract." "You wanted to hide me until you could figure out how to profit from me." Margaret's mask of maternal concern slipped slightly. "We wanted to protect you from making the kinds of mistakes that destroyed your grandmother's reputation and ultimately killed her." "Grandmother died of a heart attack," she repeated. Your grandmother died because she overextended herself trying to prove that necromancers could work independently without family support or political backing. She chose pride over pragmatism and paid the ultimate price. The name Blackthorn nagged at Leenah's memory, familiar in a way that made her uncomfortable. Where had she heard it before? "Tell me about Edmund," she said, stalling for time while her mind worked through the connection. "Brilliant, accomplished, comes from one of the oldest necromantic bloodlines in America. His family has maintained their position through careful political alliances and strategic partnerships." Margaret's enthusiasm was palpable. "He's exactly the kind of match that could elevate your status from interesting novelty to respected power." "And what does he want in return for this elevation?" "Access to your abilities, of course, and the legitimacy that comes from bonding with someone whose recent successes have attracted so much attention in supernatural circles." Suddenly the memory hit her upside the head. Jeremiah Blackwood. No, Blackthorn. The warlock from her prophetic vision who'd led the supernatural families in breaking their pact with the indigenous spirits. Edmund was a descendant of the man whose greed had created the crisis she'd risked her life to resolve. "You want me to ally myself with the Blackthorn family?" Her voice came out sharper than she'd intended. "I want you to consider the benefits of aligning yourself with established power rather than chasing romantic fantasies with inappropriate partners." Margaret's patience was clearly wearing thin. "Edmund understands the responsibilities that come with significant necromantic abilities. He won't encourage you to take dangerous risks or compromise your judgment with emotional entanglements." "Unlike Luka, you mean?" "Unlike anyone who lacks the background to understand the political implications of your choices." Margaret stood, her false maternal demeanor replaced by cold calculation. "The Blackthorn family has resources you can't imagine. Protection, influence, access to magical knowledge that could enhance your abilities beyond anything you've achieved alone. And all it would cost me is my autonomy and my relationship with the man I love." "It would cost you the illusion that love is more important than survival in the supernatural world." Margaret moved toward the door, her message delivered. "Think carefully, Leenah. Your decision doesn't just affect you, it affects everyone who depends on your continued ability to practice necromancy without interference from hostile political factions." After her aunt left, Leenah sat in the suffocating quiet of her childhood room, her mind racing through the implications of what she'd learned. The Blackthorn family's interest wasn't romantic, it was acquisitive. They wanted to add her abilities to their collection of supernatural assets, to use her growing reputation to enhance their own political standing. But the threat underlying their offer was real. Refusing could indeed put her at risk from families who saw powerful independent necromancers as threats to established hierarchies. And if those families decided to retaliate, they wouldn't just target her, they'd go after everyone she cared about. Luka, Hollow Oak, the communities who'd requested her help. The irony was devastating. Her family, who'd spent years making her feel like her abilities were shameful secrets, now wanted to use those same gifts to buy their way into supernatural high society. They'd hidden her away when her necromancy was inconvenient, but now that it could benefit them, suddenly she was valuable enough to arrange political marriages around. She pulled out her phone, desperate to hear Luka's voice, to feel some connection to the life she'd built in Hollow Oak. But the call went straight to voicemail, the distance between Salem and the mountains apparently affecting more than just their spiritual bond. "I miss you," she whispered to the empty room, her voice barely audible over the antique clock's relentless ticking. "I miss feeling like my choices mattered, like my happiness was worth protecting." But as she stared at the porcelain dolls that had watched over her lonely childhood, Leenah wondered if her family was right about one thing, whether her personal happiness was worth the potential cost to everyone else. The thought of Edmund Blackthorn, descendant of the warlock who'd betrayed sacred promises for personal gain, made her skin crawl. But if accepting his suit meant protecting Luka and Hollow Oak from political retaliation, Could she really choose her own desires over their safety? The question haunted her as she lay awake in the narrow bed, staring at shadows that seemed to whisper with her grandmother's disappointed voice and her family's calculating expectations.
Chapter 34. Luka. 4 days without word from Leenah was 3 days too many. Luka stood outside the Carrow family compound, studying the imposing Victorian architecture that radiated old money and older disapproval. The wrought iron gates were designed to keep people out, but his bear was too agitated to be deterred by social barriers. Their spiritual connection had grown weaker with each passing day, reduced to barely perceptible whispers that told him she was alive but struggling. That was enough to bring him to Salem, regardless of complications. The ancient butler who answered his knock looked like he'd stepped from a Charles Dickens novel, complete with disapproving sniff. "The family is not receiving visitors. I'm here to see Leenah Carrow. Tell them Luka Ashe is calling." "I'm afraid Miss Carrow is indisposed." "Then I'll wait until she's disposed again." Luka's smile carried enough edge to make the butler step back. "However long that takes." 5 minutes later, he was escorted into a formal parlor that screamed wealth and respectability. 4 people arranged themselves like a tribunal. An older man who shared Leenah's blue eyes but none of her warmth, a sharp-faced woman whose pinched expression suggested chronic constipation, and 2 younger relatives who watched him with obvious hostility. "Mr. Ashe," the older man's voice held Arctic courtesy, "I'm Leenah's father, Robert Carrow. This is my sister Margaret and my nephew and niece, James and Catherine. We understand you've developed an attachment to our daughter. I love her. She loves me. We're bonded." Luka settled into the offered chair without invitation, his bear noting exit routes and potential threats. "Where is she?" "Resting. The journey from North Carolina was quite taxing." Margaret's smile was razor thin. "Perhaps you could explain what business you have here." "Leenah's been gone 4 days without contact. I came to make sure she's safe." "Safe from what exactly?" James leaned forward, his expression calculating. "Are you suggesting her family poses some threat to her well-being?" "I'm suggesting that people who spend years making someone feel unwanted don't suddenly develop their best interests at heart." The temperature in the room dropped noticeably. Robert's fingers drummed against his chair arm with controlled irritation. "We're trying to help Leenah understand the broader implications of her recent choices," he said carefully. "Magical bonds with shifters can be unpredictable, especially for necromancers whose abilities are already considered volatile." "Her abilities aren't volatile. They're powerful." Luka's bear stirred at the casual insult. "Something you'd know if you'd bothered to understand them instead of shipping her away whenever they became inconvenient. We provided Leenah with appropriate guidance for someone with her particular gifts," Margaret said coldly. "That she chose to exceed reasonable boundaries is hardly our responsibility." "What boundaries?" "The kind that prevent necromancers from attracting unwanted attention through reckless experimentation and inappropriate relationships." Before Luka could respond to that loaded statement, footsteps echoed in the hallway. Leenah appeared in the doorway, looking pale and exhausted but determined. Her eyes found his immediately, and he felt their bond strengthen with proximity. "Luka? What are you doing here?" "Making sure you're okay." He stood, resisting the urge to sweep her into his arms when he sensed her family's hostile attention. "You haven't returned my calls." "I've been processing everything." She moved into the room but maintained careful distance, clearly aware of how her family was cataloging every interaction. "You shouldn't have come." "Yeah, I should have." His voice carried enough certainty to make her blink in surprise. "Because whatever they're trying to convince you of, you don't have to face it alone." "How touching," came a new voice from the doorway. "The protective shifter arrives to rescue his bonded necromancer." The man who entered radiated the kind of polished arrogance that came from generations of inherited power. Tall, expensively dressed, with dark hair and sharp features that might have been handsome if not for the calculating coldness in his eyes. He moved like someone accustomed to being the most important person in any room. "Edmund Blackthorne," he said, extending a hand that Luka ignored. "I've heard quite a lot about you." "Can't say the same." Luka's bear was snarling now, recognizing a threat to his mate. "Who are you?" "The necromancer offering Miss Carrow protection and resources appropriate to her abilities," Edmund corrected smoothly. "Unlike certain relationships that expose her to unnecessary political complications. The only complication I see is you thinking you have any claim to her. I have an understanding with her family about a mutually beneficial arrangement." Edmund's smile held predatory satisfaction. "One that would provide Miss Carrow with the kind of support network her current choices cannot offer. She already has a support network. Me? A shifter with no political connections, no understanding of necromantic practice, and no ability to protect her from families who view powerful independent practitioners as threats?" Edmund's laugh was genuinely amused. "How exactly do you propose to shield her from supernatural political retaliation? By making it clear that anyone who threatens her answers to me?" The casual statement made everyone in the room tense. Margaret's face went white, Robert's jaw clenched with barely controlled anger, and Edmund's expression shifted from amusement to calculation. "Are you threatening established supernatural families?" Edmund asked quietly. "I'm explaining consequences." Luka's voice dropped to the dangerous rumble that preceded violence. "Touch her, threaten her, manipulate her into choices she doesn't want to make, and discover what happens when you corner a bear shifter's mate." "Luka!" Leenah said sharply, but he felt her relief at his presence despite her words. "Fascinating," Edmund murmured, studying Luka with new interest. "The bond between you runs deeper than simple magical partnership, doesn't it? You're actually mated to her in ways that go beyond conscious choice. What we are is none of your business." "On the contrary, it's very much my business if I'm to consider Miss Carrow as a potential partner." Edmund moved closer to Leenah, close enough that Luka's bear roared with territorial fury. "Existing mate bonds can be problematic for future magical alliances. Get away from her. Or what? You'll start a supernatural incident in the middle of Salem's most prominent magical district?" Edmund's smile was sharp with triumph. "That would certainly prove Miss Carrow's family right about the destabilizing influence of inappropriate relationships." The standoff stretched between them, loaded with the kind of tension that preceded either violence or complete humiliation. Luka could feel his bear pushing toward the surface, every instinct demanding he remove the threat to his mate regardless of political consequences. But attacking Edmund would prove everything her family believed about their relationship being dangerous and uncontrolled. "Enough!" Leenah stepped between them, her voice carrying authority neither man had expected. "Edmund, thank you for the offer, but I'm not interested in any arrangement that treats me like property to be negotiated over. Miss Carrow, I think you're misunderstanding. I understand perfectly. You want access to my abilities and the political advantage that comes from controlling a successful necromancer." Her blue eyes blazed with anger that had been building for days. "The answer is no. Perhaps you should consider the broader implications of that decision," Robert said carefully. "Edmund's family offers protection from threats that conveniently appear whenever I don't comply with your demands." Leenah's sounded of steel that Luka had seen when she faced down ancient spirits. "I'm done being manipulated by people who see my gifts as either shameful secrets or valuable commodities." "Then you're choosing to endanger everyone without interference." Margaret's voice held genuine shock. "I'm choosing to trust that my work speaks for itself," Leenah replied firmly, "and that the people who matter will judge me by my actions rather than my family connections." She moved toward Luka, and he felt their bond strengthen as she made her choice clear to everyone in the room. "We're leaving," she said quietly. "Both of us. Together."
Chapter 35. Leenah. Leenah stood in her family's oppressive parlor, watching Luka face down her relatives with the kind of quiet strength that made her heart ache with gratitude. His presence filled the room with warmth that cut through years of accumulated coldness, showing her what it was like to truly have someone in her corner. "We're leaving," she said quietly, moving toward him. "Both of us, together." Edmund's expression shifted from calculated charm to something far more dangerous. "I'm afraid that's not an option, Miss Carrow." The air in the parlor grew heavy with magical pressure as Edmund raised his hand, dark energy crackling between his fingers. Leenah felt the compulsion spell building before it struck, a web of necromantic magic designed to override her free will and force compliance. "Accept the arrangement," Edmund commanded, his voice carrying supernatural authority. "Your family knows what's best." The magical compulsion slammed into her mind like a sledgehammer, seeking purchase in her thoughts. For a moment, Leenah felt her resistance wavering as the spell tried to convince her that Edmund's proposal was reasonable, logical, the only safe choice. Then her bond with Luka blazed to life. Power flooded through their connection, warm, steady, unshakable. His bear's protective fury merged with her necromantic abilities, creating something neither of them had experienced before. The compulsion spell shattered against their combined strength like glass against stone. "No." The word left her lips with such force that every candle in the room flickered. "I said no." Edmund's eyes widened as he felt his magic rebound, striking him with enough force to make him stagger backward. Impossible. No necromancer can resist properly applied compulsion from someone stronger? Leenah's abilities surged higher, drawing on Luka's earth magic to ground and amplify her power. The temperature in the room plummeted as spirits began manifesting around her. Not the ancient, peaceful souls she usually communicated with, but something far more protective and fierce. "You're not stronger than me, Edmund." The ghostly figures of long-dead Carrow ancestors materialized in the parlor, their translucent forms radiating disapproval aimed squarely at Edmund. Her great-grandmother Sarah stepped forward, her spirit blazing with indignation. "Compulsion magic used against family blood," Sarah's voice carried across dimensions with crystal clarity. "Shameful, cowardly, unworthy of our lineage." "This is impossible," Margaret gasped, her face white with terror as more spirits filled the room. "Leenah, stop this immediately." "I'm not doing anything except defending myself," Leenah replied, though she could feel Luka's amazement through their bond as he witnessed the full extent of her abilities. "Edmund chose to attack me magically. My ancestors take exception to that." Robert stepped forward, his expression desperate. "Leenah, please. Edmund's family has connections that could protect all of us from..." "From what, exactly?" She turned to face her father, spirits swirling around her like a protective honor guard. "From the consequences of my own success? From other necromancers who might challenge my work? Or from the political fallout of having a daughter who won't be controlled? From families who see powerful independent practitioners as threats to the established order," Edmund snarled, his composure finally cracking. "You think your little mountain town can protect you from centuries of supernatural politics?" "No," Leenah said simply. "But I think love and genuine partnership offer better protection than fear-based alliances with people who view me as a commodity." She reached for Luka's hand, feeling their bond strengthen as their fingers intertwined. The spirits around them hummed with approval, their ancestral magic weaving into the protective barrier surrounding the couple. "This is your last chance," Edmund warned, dark energy crackling around him again. "Accept the arrangement willingly, or face the consequences of defying established magical contracts." "There are no established contracts," Leenah replied firmly, "because I never agreed to any of this. And I formally reject not only your proposal, but any claim my family thinks they have over my romantic choices." The words carried magical weight, binding and official in the way formal declarations always were among supernatural families. Her father flinched as if she'd slapped him, while Margaret looked like she might faint. You're making a terrible mistake, James said quietly. The protection Edmund's family offers comes with chains I won't wear. Leenah felt Luka's thumb brush across her knuckles, steady and reassuring. I choose love over duty. I choose partnership over politics. I choose him. Edmund's face twisted with rage. Then you choose to endanger us all. When other families come for you, and they will, remember that you had a chance to prevent it. When other families come for me, Leenah replied, her voice carrying the cold authority of someone who'd faced down ancient spirits and won, they'll discover what happens when they threaten someone protected by both necromantic power and a bear shifter's devotion. The spirits around them pulsed with agreement, their combined magical signature creating a warning that Edmund couldn't ignore. He stepped back, his expression shifting from rage to calculation as he recognized the true depth of power arrayed against him. This isn't over, he said finally. Yes, it is. Luka spoke quietly, but his voice carried enough menace to make everyone in the room tense. Touch her, threaten her, or show up anywhere near her again, and you'll answer to me. Personally. Edmund's gaze flicked between them, clearly reassessing the political implications of their partnership. A necromancer bonded to a territorial shifter created complications his original plan hadn't accounted for. Your family will disown you, Margaret said desperately. Cut you off completely. You'll have nothing. They already have. And I'll have everything that matters anyway. Leenah squeezed Luka's hand, feeling their shared future spreading out before them like sunrise. I'll have love, respect, genuine partnership, and a community that accepts me as I am rather than trying to change me into what they want. She turned to face her family one last time, the spirits of her ancestors still swirling protectively around them. I'm sorry you can't understand that those things are worth more than political alliances or social approval, she said quietly, but I'm not sorry for choosing happiness over fear. As they walked toward the door, Leenah felt the weight of hostile stares following them. But she also felt the warmth of Luka's presence beside her, the steady strength of their bond, and the approval of ancestors who'd apparently been waiting decades for someone in the family to choose love over political expedience. Whatever consequences her choice might bring, they'd face them together, the way it should be.
Chapter 36. Luka. The train ride back to Hollow Oak should have been a celebration. Leenah sat beside him, her hand firmly clasped in his. The weight of her family's disapproval finally lifted from her shoulders. Through their bond, he could feel her relief mixing with residual anger at the confrontation they'd left behind. I can't believe I actually did it, she said, watching the familiar mountains come into view through the window. Told them exactly what I thought of their manipulative nonsense. About time, Luka squeezed her fingers. You were magnificent back there. The way you handled Edmund's compulsion spell. We handled it, she corrected, leaning against his shoulder. I couldn't have broken free without our bond. The acknowledgement warmed him more than any declaration of love could have. After years of her fierce independence, hearing her admit they were stronger together felt like a victory worth savoring. But as the train pulled into Hollow Oak Station, something felt wrong. The platform buzzed with more activity than usual for a Tuesday afternoon. Several council members stood in heated discussion near the ticket booth, their expressions grim. Maeve Cross paced like a caged lioness, her short black hair disheveled and her guard uniform wrinkled as if she'd been up all night. That doesn't look good, Leenah murmured. Before Luka could respond, Edgar Tansley from the Hollow Mercantile spotted them and hurried over, his usually cheerful demeanor replaced by obvious anxiety. Thank the spirits you're back, Edgar said, slightly out of breath. We've got a situation. A fellow arrived this morning with some kind of legal delegation. They're claiming ownership of half the sacred sites in town. What? Leenah's voice came out sharp with disbelief. Edmund something is his name. Legal documents, official seals, the whole works. Says his family has hereditary rights to the land dating back to the original settlements. Edgar's hands fluttered nervously. The council's been in emergency session since dawn, but no one knows what to do. Luka felt his bear surge beneath his skin, protective fury igniting at the threat to their territory. Where is he now? The Grove, Edgar replied grimly. Set up some kind of magical perimeter around the whole area. Won't let anyone through. The Grove, where they'd performed their bonding ritual, where they'd sealed the new pact with the spirits. The most sacred space in all of Hollow Oak, and Edmund was treating it like his personal property. We need to get there, Leenah said, already moving toward the station exit. The walk through town revealed the extent of the crisis. Hollow Oak's usually vibrant main street felt subdued, residents speaking in hushed voices and casting worried glances toward the eastern woods. The Griddle and Grind's windows were dark despite the afternoon hour, and even the ever-cheerful Twyla was nowhere to be seen. But it was the supernatural disturbances that made Luka's blood run cold. Shadows moved wrong, stretching in directions that defied the sun's position. The air shimmered with unstable magical energy, making the familiar streets feel alien and threatening. A flock of ravens circled overhead in patterns that hurt to look at directly, their cries carrying otherworldly echoes. The balance is breaking, Leenah whispered, her necromantic abilities responding to the chaos. Whatever Edmund's doing, it's destabilizing the connection between worlds. They reached the grove to find it transformed into something from a nightmare. Ancient trees that had stood for centuries now bore strange symbols carved into their bark, still bleeding sap that glowed with unnatural light. The stone circle where they'd bonded was surrounded by a barrier of crackling dark energy that made Luka's bear recoil instinctively. There stood Edmund Blackthorn, looking perfectly composed despite the magical maelstrom swirling around him. "Ah, the happy couple returns," Edmund called out, his voice carrying through the supernatural wind. "Just in time to witness the restoration of proper order." "Get away from those stones," Luka growled, his control slipping as territorial fury overwhelmed rational thought. "I'm afraid I can't do that. You see, this land rightfully belongs to my family. Has for over 2 centuries. Edmund gestured to a collection of official-looking documents spread across a makeshift table. Hereditary deed, signed and sealed by the original Blackthorn patriarch. Perfectly legal under both human and supernatural law. "Those sites are protected," Leenah said, moving closer despite the magical barrier's obvious danger. "Sacred to the spirits who originally inhabited this land." "The spirits who made agreements with my ancestor, yes. Agreements that have been woefully neglected by subsequent generations." Edmund's smile held no warmth. "I'm simply reclaiming what was always ours and restoring the proper magical hierarchy." "Nonsense," Luka snarled. "Your ancestor broke the original pact. We fixed it. You performed an unauthorized ritual without proper oversight or legal authority," Edmund corrected smoothly. "Any agreements you think you made are invalid under established supernatural law." The magical barrier pulsed, sending waves of disruptive energy through the grove. Several of the ancient oaks creaked ominously, their leaves turning black at the edges as Edmund's power corrupted the natural balance. "You're destroying everything," Leenah said, horror creeping into her voice. "The protections, the wards, the connection to the spirit realm. If you keep this up, you'll tear the veil apart." "Perhaps that's for the best," Edmund replied. "Hollow Oak has hidden from the world long enough. It's time for proper authorities to take control of these resources." Through their bond, Luka felt Leenah's realization hit like ice water. Edmund wasn't just claiming the sacred sites. He was planning to expose Hollow Oak entirely, to strip away the magical protections that had kept their community safe for centuries. "You jerk," Luka said quietly. "This isn't about property rights. You want to destroy us because we rejected your arrangement. I want to restore order to a community that's allowed dangerous magical practices to flourish unchecked." Edmund's mask of civility finally slipped, revealing the cold calculation underneath. "Your little necromancer has proven that independent practitioners pose a threat to established supernatural hierarchies. Time to correct that oversight." The magical barrier flared brighter, and Luka caught the scent of approaching supernatural reinforcements. More of Edmund's people, moving through the woods with military precision. Whatever he was planning, This was just the beginning. "We have to get back to town," Leenah said urgently. "Warn the council, organize some kind of defense." But as they turned to leave, Edmund's voice followed them through the corrupted grove. "Run along and tell your little council that the old ways are ending. By tomorrow, Hollow Oak will operate under proper supervision, or it won't operate at all." The walk back to town felt like fleeing a battlefield, with Edmund's magical corruption spreading through the woods behind them like a stain. But worse than the immediate threat was the growing certainty that everything they'd built together, everything they'd fought to protect, was about to be torn apart by forces beyond their control. "We'll stop him," Luka said, as much to himself as to Leenah. "How? He's got legal documents, magical authority, and enough power to destabilize our protections." Her voice carried a despair he'd never heard before. "What if we can't win this time?" The question hung between them as Hollow Oak's familiar streets came into view, now shadowed by the knowledge that their sanctuary might not be safe much longer.
Chapter 37. Leenah. The council glade felt different with Edmund's corruption spreading through the woods. Even here, in the most protected space in Hollow Oak, Leenah could sense the wrongness creeping at the edges of the ancient wards. The air tasted metallic, charged with hostile magic that made her necromantic abilities recoil. "How bad is it?" Elder Varric asked as she and Luka approached the emergency gathering. "Worse than we thought," Luka replied grimly. "He's not just claiming the sacred sites. He's actively corrupting them." "The grove's barrier is tearing holes in the spirit realm," Leenah added, settling onto the moss-covered ground beside Miriam Caldwell. "If this continues much longer, we'll lose more than just our protections. We'll lose the balance that keeps this place habitable." Elder Bram's expression grew darker. "Legal documents or not, we cannot allow one individual to destroy centuries of careful magical cultivation." "What are our options?" asked one of the other council members. Varric's eyes fixed on Leenah. "That depends on what our necromancer is willing to attempt." The weight of expectation settled on her shoulders like a familiar burden. They were looking to her to fix this, to find some magical solution that would send Edmund packing without devastating consequences. The old Leenah would have already been planning something dramatic and dangerous, some solo working that would prove her capabilities while risking everything she cared about. But standing here in the glade, feeling Luka's steady presence through their bond, and seeing the genuine concern in faces that had become dear to her, she realized that approach would be exactly what Edmund expected. "He wants me to respond with dark magic," she said slowly, pieces clicking into place. "That's part of his plan. If I use the kind of necromancy my family thinks I'm capable of, it proves his point about dangerous independent practitioners." "So what do you suggest?" Miriam asked. "We don't fight him alone." "We use what makes Hollow Oak special." Leenah looked around the circle of worried faces. "The connections between us. The community bonds that have protected this place longer than any individual magic." "Explain," Varric said, leaning forward with interest. "Edmund's power is impressive, but it's solitary. Selfish. He's trying to impose his will on a place that's been shaped by collective magic for centuries." She gestured toward the ancient trees surrounding them. "But Hollow Oak isn't just protected by wards or barriers. It's protected by everyone who calls it home." "A combined working," Luka said, understanding dawning in his voice. "Like what we did during the bonding ritual, but larger." "Exactly. Every business owner who's woven protective intentions into their shop, every resident who's added their personal magic to the town's defenses, every spirit that's found peace here." Leenah felt her excitement building. "If we can connect all of that, focus it through the original wardstones, Edmund's corruption won't be able to take hold." Elder Bram looked skeptical. "That kind of working would require precise coordination from dozens of participants. One mistake could destabilize everything we're trying to protect." "Then we don't make mistakes," she replied simply. "We trust each other." The conversation that followed revealed the complexity of what she was proposing. Coordinating magical workings across the entire town would require careful timing, shared focus, and the kind of trust that came from genuine community bonds. Not everyone would be willing to participate, and not everyone who was willing would have the skill to contribute safely. But as they talked through the logistics, Leenah felt something she'd never experienced before: the absolute certainty that she wasn't facing this crisis alone. "Twyla will want to coordinate the business district," Miriam said, consulting her notebook. "Her Fey blood gives her natural connections to most of the protective enchantments along Main Street." "Maeve can handle the tavern and the residential areas near the lake," Varric added. "Her pride runs deep with this place." "What about the sacred sites Edmund hasn't claimed yet?" Luka asked. "That's where we come in," Leenah said, meeting his eyes. "Our bond gives us access to both the spirit realm and the earth magic anchoring the wards. We can serve as the focal point while everyone else feeds power into the working." "Dangerous for both of you," Elder Bram observed. "If the coordination fails while you're channeling that much energy." "We've done dangerous before," Luka replied. "We can handle it." Through their bond, Leenah felt his absolute confidence in their partnership. Not just romantic love, but the deeper trust that came from knowing someone would stand beside you no matter what the cost. The same trust she was asking the entire community to place in each other. "How long do we have?" she asked Varric. "Edmund's given us until tomorrow evening to comply with proper supernatural authority," the elder replied with distaste. "After that, he's promised to escalate his claims through official channels, which means more legal documents, more corruption of the sacred sites, and probably more of his people arriving to enforce his demands," Luka added grimly. "Then we stop him tomorrow," Leenah said with growing determination, "before he can call in reinforcements or spread his corruption any further." The meeting dispersed with tasks assigned and contingency plans discussed. But as the others left to begin preparations, Leenah remained in the glade with Luka, absorbing the weight of what they were about to attempt. "Scared?" he asked quietly. "Terrified," she admitted, "but not of the magic. I'm scared of letting everyone down, of proving Edmund right about dangerous necromancers who bite off more than they can chew." "You won't," Luka said with certainty that warmed her through their bond. "You know why?" "Because you'll be there to catch me if I fall." "Because you're not the same person who used to work alone." He gestured toward the paths where their friends and neighbors had disappeared into the woods. "Look around, Leenah. Look what you've built here. Not just our bond, but connections with people who trust you enough to risk their own magic on your plan." She did really look at what Hollow Oak had become for her. Not just a place to hide from her family's disappointment or practice her abilities without judgment, but a home filled with people who'd accepted her completely. Twyla's matchmaking kindness, Miriam's gentle wisdom, even Maeve's gruff protectiveness. All of it woven together into a community that had space for a prickly necromancer with trust issues and a grieving bear shifter who'd forgotten how to hope. "I've spent so many years thinking strength meant standing alone," she said softly. "But this feels stronger. Scarier, but stronger." "Because it is stronger. One person can have power, but a community has something more important." "What's that?" Luka's smile transformed his entire face. "Purpose worth fighting for." As they walked back toward town together, Leenah felt the truth of his words settling into her bones. Tomorrow she would face the most complex magical working of her life, channeling the combined will of an entire supernatural community against someone who wanted to destroy everything they'd built.
Chapter 38. Luka. Dawn came too soon and not soon enough. Luka stood in his workshop, hands moving with practiced precision as he shaped the final ward anchors they'd need for today's working. The oak responded to his touch like an old friend. its grain patterns shifting to accommodate the protective symbols his grandfather had taught him decades ago. "How many more?" Leenah asked from her spot at his workbench, where she'd been inscribing necromantic focusing stones with silver ink. "6, maybe 7 if we want backup anchors for the residential district." He paused to examine the piece he'd just finished, noting how the wood seemed to hum with contained energy. "Your grandmother's journals were right about combining earth magic with spirit work. These are holding more power than anything I've made before." "That's because we're making them together." She looked up from her delicate work, silver streaking her fingertips. "I can feel your magic flowing through the wood even before I add the necromantic elements." Their bond hummed between them, steady and warm despite the approaching confrontation. Through it, he could sense her determination mixed with carefully controlled fear. Not fear of Edmund or his magic, but fear of failing the people who trusted them with Hollow Oak's protection. A soft knock interrupted their preparations. Twyla appeared in the doorway, carrying a tray loaded with coffee and what looked like enough breakfast pastries to feed half the town. "Fuel for the fight," she announced, setting the tray on his tool chest. "Can't have our defenders passing out from low blood sugar." "Any word from the others?" Leenah asked, accepting a steaming mug gratefully. "Maeve's got the tavern district locked down tight. Those protective charms on the Silver Fang are glowing like Christmas lights." Twyla's expression grew serious. "Miriam's coordinating with the inn guests who want to help. Turns out we've got a visiting earth witch and a hedge wizard willing to lend their power to the working." "And Edmund?" Luka asked. "Still holed up in the grove, but his barriers are spreading. Edgar tried to check on the mercantile this morning and couldn't get within 50 yards of the building." Twyla's fey blood showed in the way shadows bent around her when she was agitated. "Whatever he's planning, it's big." As if summoned by her words, a wave of wrongness swept through the town. The ward anchors Luka had been crafting suddenly blazed with reactive energy, their protective magic responding to a direct assault on Hollow Oak's barriers. Through the workshop windows, he could see the morning sky darkening with unnatural clouds. "He's starting early," Leenah said, her necromantic abilities crackling in response to the supernatural disturbance. The three of them rushed outside to find Main Street in chaos. The carefully maintained magical balance that kept Hollow Oak peaceful was unraveling before their eyes. Street lamps flickered with unstable energy, shop windows rattled in their frames, and the very air tasted of ozone and fear. But it was the response of the townspeople that made Luka's bear rumble with fierce pride. Instead of panicking, they were fighting back. Twyla's cafe blazed with golden light as she channeled fey magic into the protective wards woven into its foundation. Down the street, Edgar and Rufus Tansley stood in front of their shop, hands raised as they poured witch magic into barrier spells that sparkled like starlight. Even Mrs. Henderson was contributing, her small hedge magic adding to the growing network of defensive power that spiderwebbed across the commercial district. "It's working," Leenah breathed, wonder coloring her voice. "They're all connected, all feeding power into the ward network." "Can you link with them?" Luka asked, already knowing the answer from the way her abilities were responding to the collective magical working. "Already happening," she replied, her eyes beginning to glow with necromantic energy. "I can feel every protective intention, every spell that's been woven into this place over the years. It's beautiful." Another wave of Edmund's corruption crashed against their defenses, stronger this time. Several windows cracked under the pressure, and one of the younger witches helping with the tavern district staggered as the magical backlash hit her. "He's testing our coordination," Luka said, his earth magic reaching out to stabilize the ward anchors before they could overload. "Trying to find weak points in the network." "Then we don't give him any." Leenah moved toward the center of Main Street, her hands already beginning the complex gestures that would let her channel the community's combined power. Time to show him what Hollow Oak is really capable of. The ritual that followed was unlike anything Luka had ever witnessed. Leenah became a conduit for the entire town's magical will, her necromantic abilities weaving together dozens of different power sources into a unified defense. But instead of draining her as such workings usually did, the community bonds seemed to strengthen her, their trust and support flowing through the ward network like nourishing rain. And through their bond, Luka found himself connected to all of it. His bare consciousness merged with the collective working, adding earth magic and primal strength to the growing web of protection. He could feel every resident who was contributing power, sense their determination to defend the home they'd built together. Twyla's fey magic, bright and protective. Maeve's lioness fury, fierce and loyal. Even the visiting supernatural guests, strangers willing to fight for a place that had welcomed them. Edmund's next assault came with the force of a supernatural hurricane. Dark magic crashed against their barriers like a tidal wave, seeking to shatter the delicate coordination that held their defense together. But instead of breaking, the ward network bent and flowed, distributing the impact across hundreds of connection points. What would have overwhelmed any individual practitioner became manageable when shared among an entire community. "You feel that?" Leenah called out, her voice carrying clearly despite the magical chaos swirling around them. "He's strong, but he's alone. We're stronger because we're together." Luka felt her absolute certainty that they would win this fight, not because their magic was more powerful than Edmund's, but because it was connected to something he couldn't understand or replicate. The love and trust that bound a true community together. Edmund's fourth assault came with desperate fury, his power striking their defenses like a battering ram. But by then, the ward network had grown beyond anything Hollow Oak had ever achieved before. Every shop, every home, every protective charm that had been placed with genuine care for the town's well-being had become part of their defense. "He's weakening," Luka reported, his earth magic sensing the instability in Edmund's attacks. "Whatever he's drawing power from, it can't sustain this level of assault much longer." "Good," Leenah replied, her necromantic abilities beginning to shift from purely defensive to something more active. "Because now it's our turn."
Chapter 39. Leenah. Now it's our turn. The words left Leenah's lips as power flowed through her unlike anything she'd ever experienced. Not the draining pull of solo necromancy, but the warm surge of an entire community's magical will flowing through the ward network. Through her bond with Luka, she could feel his earth magic anchoring her to the living world while her abilities reached across the veil. "Ayana," she called, her voice carrying across dimensions. "We need you." The response was immediate. The Cherokee medicine woman materialized in the center of Main Street, her spirit form blazing with otherworldly light. Behind her came dozens of other spirits they'd freed during the bonding ritual, their grateful presence adding another layer to Hollow Oak's growing defenses. "The descendant of betrayers dares to claim what was never his," Ayana said, her ancient voice carrying clearly over the magical chaos. "We remember his ancestors' greed. We will not allow history to repeat." Edmund's next assault came with desperate fury, his dark magic striking their combined defenses like a battering ram. But where his previous attacks had focused on breaking their coordination, this one carried a different kind of malice. "You want to play with the dead, little necromancer?" Edmund's voice echoed across the town, amplified by supernatural winds. "Let me show you what real death magic looks like." The spell that followed made Leenah's blood run cold. Not an attack on their barriers, but something far more personal and cruel. Dark tendrils of corrupted necromancy snaked through the ward network, seeking the one connection Edmund knew she valued most. The bond with Luka. "No!" she shouted, but Edmund's magic was already wrapping around their spiritual connection like a strangling vine. Through the link, she felt Luka's sudden agony as the attack tried to sever what bound them together. "Choose, Miss Carrow," Edmund called out, his voice dripping with false sympathy. "Your mate's life, or your precious community's protection. You can't maintain both against what I'm about to unleash." The magical pressure was incredible. Edmund's spell was designed to force exactly the kind of choice that would destroy her either way. Save Luka and watch Hollow Oak fall, or protect the town and lose the man she loved. But as she stood there in the center of Main Street, surrounded by the spirits of the grateful dead and connected to every person who'd chosen to fight for their home, Leenah realized Edmund had made a fundamental miscalculation. He still thought in terms of individual power against individual power. He couldn't comprehend the strength that came from genuine connection. "You're right about one thing," she called back, her necromantic abilities shifting into patterns her grandmother's journals had never described. "I do have to choose. But not between Luka and Hollow Oak." She reached out through the ward network, drawing on every protective intention that had ever been woven into this place. Twyla's matchmaking magic, warm with the desire to see people find happiness. Maeve's fierce loyalty, sharp-edged but utterly reliable. Miriam's gentle wisdom, deep as mountain roots. Even the visiting supernatural guests, strangers who'd been welcomed and now fought to defend their hosts. "I choose love over fear," she continued, her voice growing stronger as power flowed through her. "Connection over isolation. Community over conquest." The magic that erupted from their combined working wasn't the dark necromancy Edmund expected. It was something entirely different. Light that came from shared joy, strength that came from mutual trust, protection that came from people who'd chosen to care about each other's well-being. Edmund's attack on her bond with Luka rebounded like a stone thrown at the sun. The corrupted magic he'd tried to use as a weapon was transformed by contact with their connection, becoming something that strengthened rather than severed. "Impossible," Edmund snarled over the winds, his composure finally cracking as she caught a glimpse of him through the swirling, magical chaos. His perfectly styled hair was disheveled, his expensive suit torn, and his cold eyes blazed with fury and disbelief. "You're just a hedge necromancer with delusions of grandeur. You can't have this much power." "You're right," Leenah replied, feeling Luka's love flowing through their bond alongside the community's trust and the spirit's blessing. "I don't have this much power. We do." The spirits around her began to glow brighter, their forms becoming more solid as the positive energy of Hollow Oak's defense amplified their presence. Ayanna stepped forward, her ancient eyes fixed on Edmund with centuries of accumulated wisdom. But Edmund wasn't finished. As his magical assault faltered against their combined defenses, his expression shifted from rage to calculating desperation. "Wait," he called out, his voice carrying across the supernatural winds with sudden urgency. "You're making a mistake, Leenah. You have no idea what you're capable of." "I know exactly what I'm capable of," she replied, not lowering her defenses but curious despite herself. "No, you don't." Edmund gestured wildly, his dark magic still crackling around him but no longer focused on attack. "Your family kept you small, made you think necromancy was something to be ashamed of. But I've seen what you can do. The ritual with the spirits, the way you shattered my compulsion spell, this defensive working that shouldn't be possible." "What's your point?" Luka growled, moving closer to Leenah's side. "My point is that she's wasting herself on this backwater sanctuary." Edmund's voice grew more persuasive, taking on the tone of someone offering a precious gift. "Leenah, I could teach you things your grandmother never dreamed of. Necromantic techniques that could make you the most powerful practitioner in North America, maybe the world." Through the ward network, Leenah felt the community's tension. Not fear of Edmund's offer, but concern for her. They trusted her to make the right choice, but they also understood the temptation he was presenting. "The Blackthorn family has archives dating back centuries," Edmund continued, his eyes locked on hers with hypnotic intensity. "Spells that could let you speak with any spirit that ever lived. Rituals that could grant you influence over death itself. Power that could reshape the supernatural world according to your will." "At what cost?" she asked quietly. "No cost. Partnership. Think of what we could accomplish together. Your raw talent, my family's resources and knowledge. We could bring order to the chaos of supernatural communities, establish proper hierarchies, ensure that magic is wielded by those capable of handling such responsibility." The offer hung in the air between them, loaded with possibilities that part of her had dreamed about during lonely nights, studying her grandmother's limited journals. Unlimited knowledge, unprecedented power, the chance to become everything her family had been too frightened to let her be. "This is your last chance," Edmund pressed, sensing her momentary hesitation. "Join me willingly, and I'll share everything. The Blackthorn legacy, political connections that span continents, magical techniques that could make you immortal. Refuse, and you'll spend the rest of your life wondering what you could have achieved." "You mistake love for weakness, just as your ancestor did," Ayanna said, her ancient voice cutting through Edmund's persuasive words like a blade. "But love is what built these protections. Love is what maintains them. And love is what will ensure they endure long after your hatred is forgotten." Leenah looked around at the faces surrounding her. Luka, steady and trusting despite the magnitude of what Edmund was offering. Twyla, fierce with protective loyalty. Maeve, ready to fight anyone who threatened their home. The spirits of the grateful dead, waiting to see if she would choose wisdom over ambition. And she realized that Edmund still didn't understand. "You think I want power over death," she said slowly. "But I've never wanted to control death. I want to help the dead find peace, help the living heal from loss, help communities like this one stay connected to the wisdom of those who came before." "That's small thinking," Edmund spat, his persuasive mask slipping back into contempt. "Waste your gifts on parlor tricks and cemetery tours if you want, but don't pretend you're fulfilling your potential." "My potential isn't about how much power I can accumulate," Leenah replied with growing certainty. "It's about how much good I can do with the gifts I have. And I can do more good here, with these people, than I ever could pursuing your vision of magical dominance." Edmund's response was a wordless scream of rage as he poured everything he had into one final assault. Dark magic crashed against their barriers like a tsunami, seeking to overwhelm through sheer force what he couldn't defeat through cunning or temptation. But Hollow Oak's defenses held, more than held. The ward network absorbed his attack and transformed it, turning his malice into protective energy that strengthened every barrier he'd tried to break. The corruption he'd spread through the sacred sites began to reverse, his own magic turned against him by the collective will of a community that refused to be conquered. Edmund staggered as his power rebounded, his perfect composure completely shattered. "You're a fool," he gasped, his voice hoarse from magical exertion. "You could have been a god among necromancers, and you chose to be a small-town nobody." "I chose to be happy," Leenah said simply. "I chose to be loved. I chose to belong somewhere." "Those aren't small things, Edmund. They're everything." "This isn't over," he panted, his expensive suit now hanging in tatters. "You think your little sanctuary can hide forever? There are others like me, others who understand that power should be controlled by those capable of wielding it properly." "Let them come," Leenah said quietly, feeling the absolute certainty of her community around her. "We'll be ready." As Edmund's barriers finally collapsed, and his legal documents burst into flames, consumed by the very magic he'd tried to use to enforce them, Leenah felt a deep sense of completion wash over her. Not just the completion of their defense, but the completion of her own transformation. The fiercely independent necromancer who'd arrived in Hollow Oak 6 years ago was gone, replaced by someone who understood that true strength came not from standing alone, but from choosing to stand together. "Is it over?" Luka asked, moving to her side as the magical chaos finally began to settle. "This part is," she replied, leaning into his solid warmth. "But Edmund was right about one thing. There will be others who see what we've built here as a threat to their idea of proper order." As the spirits began to fade back to their realm, and the townspeople started cleaning up the magical aftermath. Leenah looked around at the community that had become her chosen family. Whatever challenges lay ahead, she knew they'd face them united, the way it should be.
Chapter 40. Luka. 3 days after Edmund's defeat, Luka knelt in the sacred grove with dirt under his fingernails and hope blooming in his chest. The ancient oaks were healing faster than anyone had expected, their bark already beginning to cover the ugly symbols Edmund had carved into them. Nature, it seemed, was eager to forget the corruption that had briefly touched this place. "Hand me that sage cutting," Leenah said from where she crouched beside the disturbed earth around the stone circle. "The spirits are asking for something to cleanse the last traces of his magic." Luka passed her the bundle of herbs Twyla had brought from her private garden, watching as she placed it reverently in the spot where Edmund's dark magic had tried to take root. The moment the sage touched the soil, a warm breeze stirred through the grove, carrying away the last bitter scent of corruption. "Better?" he asked. "Much." She sat back on her heels, dirt streaking her jeans, and a satisfied smile on her face. You can actually feel the balance returning. Whatever Edmund did here, it's fading fast. They'd been working together to repair the grove since sunrise, their combined magic slowly healing the damage Edmund's occupation had caused. It was careful work, requiring patience and gentle touch rather than raw power. But Luka found he enjoyed it more than the dramatic, magical battles they'd been fighting lately. "You know what I keep thinking about," Leenah said, brushing soil from her hands. "What's that?" "How he offered me all that power, all that knowledge, and I didn't even hesitate before saying no." She looked around the grove with obvious contentment. "A year ago, I probably would have been tempted. But now you know what actually matters," Luka finished, understanding exactly what she meant. "Exactly. Turns out unlimited magical power is pretty meaningless if you don't have anyone to share it with." The simple statement hit him harder than any declaration of love could have. Here was a woman who'd been offered everything her ambitious family had ever dreamed of, and she'd chosen him instead. Chosen them, chosen the community they'd built together, chosen the quiet happiness of belonging somewhere. His bear rumbled with deep satisfaction, recognizing the moment as significant in ways his human consciousness was only beginning to understand. This wasn't just about romantic love anymore. This was about building something that could last, something that could weather whatever threats the future might bring. "Leenah." "Yeah, I love you." She grinned, dirt still smudging her cheek. "I love you too. Though if this is leading up to some kind of mushy declaration about our bond, you should know my hands are literally covered in earth right now." "Actually, it's leading up to something else." Luka reached into his pocket, pulling out the small wooden box he'd been carrying for the past 2 days. Leenah's eyes widened as she recognized what he was holding. "Luka, I know this isn't exactly romantic," he said, gesturing to the dirt under his fingernails and the sweat staining his flannel shirt. "And I know we're already bonded in ways that go deeper than human traditions. But I want everyone to know that I choose you, every day for the rest of my life." He opened the box to reveal a ring unlike any jewelry store creation. The band was carved from the same blessed oak he'd used for her protective charms, inlaid with silver that held traces of the magic they'd woven together. Instead of a traditional stone, the setting held a small piece of moonstone that seemed to glow with inner light. "It's beautiful," she whispered, reaching out to touch the ring with one finger. "The moonstone came from a cave near where I grew up," he explained. "My grandfather told me it would know when I found my mate. I thought he was just being a sentimental old bear, but it's been glowing since our bonding ritual," she finished, wonder coloring her voice. "Yeah, figured that was a pretty clear sign." He took a deep breath, his bear steady and certain beneath his skin. "Leenah Carrow, will you marry me? Will you build a life with me that can handle whatever crazy supernatural politics or family drama or ancient curses get thrown our way?" "Yes," she said without hesitation, holding out her hand so he could slide the ring onto her finger. "Yes to all of it. The marriage, the crazy supernatural politics, the family drama. All of it." The ring fit perfectly. its glow brightening as it settled against her skin. Luka felt her joy mixing with his own, creating a feedback loop of happiness that made the grove around them seem to shimmer with approval. "We're really doing this," she said, admiring the way the moonstone caught the morning light filtering through the oak leaves. "We're really doing this," he confirmed, pulling her into his arms despite their dirt-covered state. "Think the town will approve?" "Are you kidding? Twyla's been planning our wedding since the day we first shared coffee at her cafe. She's probably already picked out the flowers and booked the venue." Just then, voices echoed through the woods as their friends approached the grove. Maeve appeared between the trees, followed by Twyla, Edgar, and several other residents who'd been helping with the cleanup efforts. "Please tell me I'm seeing what I think I'm seeing," Twyla called out, her Fey-enhanced senses probably detecting the change in their magical signatures from 50 yards away. "Depends what you think you're seeing," Leenah replied, but she was grinning as she held up her left hand. "Finally," Twyla shrieked, abandoning all pretense of dignified Fey composure as she rushed forward to examine the ring. "Oh, this is perfect. The moonstone, the oak, the way it harmonizes with your bond. Luka, you did good." "I may have had some advice," he admitted, shooting a grateful look at Edgar, who'd helped him select the moonstone from his family's collection of magical minerals. "When's the wedding?" Maeve asked, her practical nature already focused on logistics. "Because if you're planning a big celebration, we'll need to coordinate security. Never know when some other supernatural jerk might decide to crash the party, or any of your family members." "We haven't gotten that far yet," Leenah said, though her expression suggested she was already thinking about possibilities. "But knowing this town, it'll probably turn into a community-wide celebration, whether we plan it that way or not." "Damn right it will," Twyla declared. "This is the best thing to happen to Hollow Oak since we got rid of that cursed relic last year. We're throwing you a wedding that'll make the supernatural newspapers." "No newspapers," Luka said quickly. "We've had enough outside attention lately." "Fine, no newspapers. But I'm thinking of a ceremony in this very grove, reception at the inn, and enough magical fireworks to make the mountains glow." Twyla's eyes held the particular gleam that appeared when she was planning something elaborate. "Oh, and I call credit for the match. I knew you two were perfect for each other from the moment Luka started bringing you breakfast pastries." "You can have all the credit you want," Leenah said warmly. "Just promise me the ceremony will be more about community and less about showing off for other supernatural families." "Honey, everything we do here is about community. That's what makes us special." As their friends began planning an impromptu engagement celebration, Luka felt the deep satisfaction that came from knowing he'd found his place in the world. Not just as Leenah's mate, though that was precious beyond measure, but as part of a community that would fight for each other, support each other, and celebrate each other's happiness with genuine joy. The sacred grove hummed with contentment around them, ancient magic recognizing the rightness of what was beginning here. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they'd face them as they'd faced everything else since finding each other. With love, with trust, and with the unshakable knowledge that some bonds were strong enough to weather any storm.
Chapter 41. Leenah. The engagement celebration at the Griddle and Grind had been everything Leenah could have wanted. Warm, genuine, and filled with the laughter of people who'd become her chosen family. But now, walking back to her cottage with Luka's hand warm in hers, she felt a different kind of anticipation building. "Thank you," she said as they reached her front door. "For what?" "For asking me to marry you in the grove, with dirt under your fingernails and hope in your voice." She turned to face him, her engagement ring catching the porch light. "For making it about us, not some grand gesture designed to impress other people." "I wanted it to be real," he said simply, "like everything else between us." Inside, Minerva greeted them with a satisfied purr, as if she'd been expecting this development all along. The cottage felt different somehow, more like the beginning of something than a comfortable ending to the day. "Coffee?" Leenah offered, though what she really wanted was to keep talking about the future they were planning together. "Actually, I'd rather just sit with you for a while." Process the fact that we're really doing this. They settled on her couch, and the conversation that followed was unlike any they'd shared before. Not the careful negotiations of two independent people figuring out how to be together, but the open planning of partners who'd committed to building something lasting. "I want kids," Luka said at some point, the admission coming out quietly. "Not right away, but eventually. I want to give children the kind of love and support my clan gave me before everything went wrong." "What if they inherit both our gifts?" Leenah asked, curling closer to his warmth. "A child who can speak to spirits and channel earth magic? That's going to be complicated." "All kids are complicated, but at least ours will grow up knowing they're loved exactly as they are." He tightened his grip around her. "No hiding what makes them special, no being shipped off to relatives who don't understand their abilities." "You really think we can do this? Build the kind of family that survives supernatural politics and magical emergencies?" "I think we can do anything together," he replied with certainty that made her believe it too. Later, as the conversation wound down and comfortable silence settled between them, Leenah realized she wanted to show him exactly how happy his proposal had made her. Not just with words, but with actions that expressed what their engagement meant to her. "Luka," she said softly, shifting to face him more directly. "Yeah?" "I love you. More than I thought I could love anyone. And I want to spend tonight showing you exactly how grateful I am that you chose to build a life with me." The conversation that followed was tender and intimate, filled with quiet promises and gentle touches, as they explored what their engagement meant beyond the practical aspects of wedding planning. This wasn't just physical attraction, though that was certainly present. This was the physical expression of their spiritual bond, deeper and more meaningful than anything either had experienced before. Leenah led him to her bed after enough teasing had ensued and instructed him to lay down. Leenah's pulse hammered in her ears as she gazed up at Luka's towering frame, moonlight dancing over the plains of his chestnut hair and broad shoulders. He stood at the foot of the bed, flannel peeled back from his arms to reveal skin dusted with cedar-scented sweat, and the intricate claw scars on his forearm, a silent testament to battles fought and won. His deep amber eyes, flecked with gold, roamed her body, the heat in them making her ache. "Leenah," he murmured, voice low and rough, "you don't have to do this." She shifted on the mattress, sliding the last of her black cardigan off one shoulder so her silver-charmed braid fell forward. "I want to," she whispered. "I need to." Her fingers traced the curve of her crescent moon tattoo behind her ear, gathering courage. "Show me how much you want me." A rough, breathy chuckle rumbled from his chest as he stepped closer. The room, the small loft tucked above his workshop, felt too small for the magnetism crackling between them. Gauzy curtains trembled in the night breeze, and the scent of cedar shavings mingled with something more primal. Raw desire. "Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millytadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. That was beyond words, she whispered. He pressed a kiss behind her ear. You make me feel more alive than I ever imagined. She giggled softly, head resting on his shoulder. Then we're both damned. He chuckled, voice husky. Forever damned. They lay entwined as the moon dipped behind clouds. Somewhere below, Minerva, her black cat, leapt onto the windowsill and surveyed them with emerald eyes. Leenah stroked her fur absently. Think she approves? Luka tightened his arm around her waist. She'll adapt. But only as long as you stay. She smiled, pressing a kiss to his scarred forearm. Forever sounds perfect. And in the hush of the night, There was no better place to be than wrapped in each other's arms, bodies still humming with the promise of tomorrow.
Chapter 42. Luka. The sacred grove had been transformed into something from a fairy tale, but one where the magic was real and the happy ending hard-won. Strings of lights woven from captured starlight hung between the ancient oaks, courtesy of the Tansley brothers' most ambitious enchantment work. Chairs carved from fallen branches formed a natural amphitheater around the stone circle where he and Leenah had first bonded, each piece humming with protective magic that felt like a blessing. Luka stood beside Elder Varric, trying not to fidget with his tie while the grove filled with everyone who mattered. Twyla bustled about making last-minute adjustments to the floral arrangements, her fey magic ensuring that every bloom would stay perfect throughout the ceremony. Maeve prowled the perimeter with obvious satisfaction, her security preparations thorough enough to handle anything short of a full-scale supernatural invasion. "Nervous?" Varric asked quietly, his rain-cloud eyes holding gentle amusement. "Not about marrying her, but about screwing up my vows in front of half the supernatural community. The vows are just words. What matters is the intention behind them." The elder's expression grew serious. "Though I suspect yours will carry more weight than you realize." Before Luka could ask what he meant, soft music began drifting through the grove. Not recorded music, but the kind of ethereal melody that came from spirits blessing the proceedings. Guests rose to their feet as Leenah appeared at the grove's entrance, and every doubt in Luka's mind evaporated like morning mist. She was radiant in a simple white dress that flowed like water when she moved, her dark hair crowned with a circlet of silver and moonstone that caught the light of the enchanted grove. But it was the joy in her blue eyes that took his breath away, the absolute certainty that this was exactly where she wanted to be. "She's perfect," someone whispered behind him, and Luka had to agree. Leenah walked down the aisle alone, her independence evident even in this traditional moment. No one was giving her away because she belonged to herself, choosing freely to share her life with him. When she reached the stone circle, her smile could have powered the town's lights for a week. "Ready?" she asked softly. "Been ready for months," he replied, taking her hands in his. "We gather in this sacred place," Varric began, "to witness the joining of two souls who have already proven their bond through trials that would break lesser partnerships. Luka and Leenah have faced supernatural threats, family opposition, and the challenge of learning to trust after years of protecting their hearts. Today, they choose to make that trust official." The ceremony that followed blended traditional elements with personal touches that reflected their unique partnership. Ayana's spirit appeared to offer blessings from the realm beyond, her ancient wisdom adding weight to the proceedings. The townspeople who'd fought beside them during Edmund's assault stood witness, their presence transforming this from a simple wedding into a celebration of community resilience. When it came time for vows, Luka's prepared speech disappeared from his mind entirely. Instead, he found himself speaking from the heart, words flowing like they'd been waiting years to be said. "Leenah, 6 months ago, I was a man convinced that love meant loss, that caring too much about someone was just setting yourself up for heartbreak. You taught me that real strength isn't about protecting yourself from pain, but about finding someone worth risking everything for." Her eyes glistened, but her smile never wavered. "I promise to support your independence because it's one of the things I love most about you. I promise to offer my strength when you need it, but never to assume you can't handle things yourself. I promise to be your partner in every sense of the word, sharing burdens and joys equally." He paused, looking around the grove at faces that had become family. "And I promise that our bond will always serve love over control, community over isolation, hope over fear. Whatever challenges come our way, we'll face them together, but as equals, choosing to stand side by side rather than one protecting the other." Leenah's vows were equally heartfelt, speaking of learning to trust and finding home in unexpected places. When she promised to build a life where their different strengths complemented rather than competed with each other, several people in the audience wiped away tears. "By the power vested in me by the Council of Hollow Oak and the blessing of the spirits who guard this place," Varric announced, "I pronounce you bonded in marriage. May your union bring strength to each other and to the community that celebrates with you." The kiss that sealed their marriage carried the weight of everything they'd been through together, every challenge overcome and promise made. Through their bond, Luka felt Leenah's joy mixing with his own until he couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. The celebration that followed transformed the grove into something magical, even by Hollow Oak standards. Tables laden with food appeared as if by magic, contributed by every business in town. The Tansley brothers provided entertainment with illusions that painted stories across the night sky. Even the spirits joined the festivities, their ethereal forms dancing among the living guests with obvious delight. "Best wedding I've ever attended," Maeve declared, raising a glass of something that sparkled with more than just bubbles. "And I've been to 17 supernatural weddings this decade." "That's because it's not just a wedding," Twyla said, appearing beside them with her arms full of flowers that definitely hadn't been part of the original arrangements. "It's a celebration of everything that makes this community special. Love, acceptance, the courage to fight for what matters." As the evening progressed, Luka found himself dancing with his wife under stars that seemed unusually bright, as if the universe itself was celebrating their union. The music came from everywhere and nowhere, a melody woven from the contentment of spirits and the joy of the living. "Any regrets?" Leenah asked as they swayed together. "Just one," he replied, pulling her closer, "that it took me 12 years to find this place in you." "Maybe you needed those 12 years to become the man I'd fall in love with," she said thoughtfully. "Maybe everything that happened before was just preparing us for this." Looking around the grove at faces illuminated by starlight and magic, Luka realized she was right. The loss of his clan, the years of isolation, even the grief that had driven him to Hollow Oak in the first place, had all been necessary steps on the path that led to this moment. He'd spent so many years defined by what he'd lost that he'd forgot what it was like to be defined by what he'd gained. But standing here with Leenah in his arms and surrounded by a community that had become family, he understood that building something beautiful with the right person was infinitely more satisfying than mourning what was gone. "I love you, Mrs. Ashe," he said, testing out the sound of her new name. "I love you too," she replied, then grinned, "though I'm keeping Carrow professionally." Ghost tours led by Leenah. "Ashe just don't have the same ring." "Fair enough, as long as you come home to me at the end of every tour." "Always," she promised. And through their bond, he felt the absolute truth of that commitment. The celebration continued long into the night, but eventually they slipped away from the festivities to begin their married life together.
Chapter 43. Leenah. The cottage felt different when they returned from the grove, transformed by more than just the moonlight streaming through the windows. This was their home now, officially and completely, the place where they'd begin building the life they'd promised each other under the ancient oaks. "Mrs. Ashe," Luka said softly as he shut the door behind them, voice husky with reverence and something darker, hungrier. Leenah's stomach fluttered. "I like the sound of that," she whispered, turning to face him as her pulse thrummed through her veins. The adrenaline of the ceremony had faded into something deeper, anticipation crackling in her limbs, pooling low in her belly. Luka crossed the room slowly, with all the power and intention of the predator he was. 6 feet 5 inches of strength and barely restrained desire, his muscles filled the soft, moonlit shadows with quiet authority. The top buttons of his shirt had been undone sometime after their third dance, revealing the warm, tanned skin beneath, dusted with chestnut hair and the glint of one of her favorite silver scars just over his heart. "You sure about this?" he asked, hands cupping her face with careful reverence, his claws still retracted but twitching beneath his skin. "The marking. Once it's done, every supernatural will know you're mine." "I want them to know," she said, heart pounding, "not because I'm being taken, because I choose you, fully, forever." A low growl of approval vibrated in his chest as he kissed her. No teasing, no hesitation. It was a claiming, a reverent vow spoken through lips and tongue. He devoured her mouth, and she let him, moaning as his hand skimmed her back and pulled her flush against the thick heat pressing between his legs. Her fingers went to the buttons of his shirt, undoing them with shaking hands. "I've been waiting for this," she breathed, sliding the shirt down those thick, scarred arms and letting it fall. "For you." Luka lifted her off the floor like she weighed nothing, cradling her against that massive chest as he carried her into the bedroom. The moonlight poured through gauzy curtains, making everything glow silver. Their bed was made, the sheets fresh and soft. Her heart beat like a drum in her chest. "Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millytadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. He looked down at her then, eyes soft. "Leenah Carrow, my mate, my equal. You belong to no one." She smiled, nestling against his chest. "Maybe not. But I'll keep choosing you, every night, every storm, every lifetime." And outside, beyond the bedroom windows, the grove whispered its blessing in the wind. The marking on her hip pulsed with gentle warmth, a reminder of the commitment they'd just sealed. Whatever the future brought, they would meet it as mates in the truest sense of the word, bound by love, magic, and that some connections were strong enough to last lifetimes.
Epilogue. Luka. 6 months of marriage had taught Luka that domestic bliss came in unexpected forms. Like finding Leenah asleep at her desk at 3 a.m, surrounded by correspondence from supernatural communities requesting their help. Or discovering that his pregnant wife had rearranged his entire tool collection because the chisels were asking to be near the protective ward materials. "Any word from the Virginia pack?" he asked, setting a cup of chamomile tea beside her elbow as she sorted through the latest batch of requests. "They've agreed to our terms for the spiritual mediation," she replied, one hand absently rubbing the small but noticeable curve of her belly. Turns out having a mated pair handle territorial disputes makes everyone more comfortable about bias issues. Their combined workshop had become something neither of them had anticipated when they'd first talked about merging their lives. Half woodworking sanctuary, half spiritual consultation space, with a comfortable sitting area where Leenah could conduct long-distance spirit communications, while Luka worked on protective charms that incorporated both their magical signatures. "How many requests this week?" he asked, settling into the chair beside her desk. 12? 3 territorial disputes, 2 haunting resolutions, 4 protective ward installations, 2 historical research projects, and 1 very polite inquiry from the Pacific Northwest about whether we'd consider relocating permanently. And our answer to that last one? The same as always. She leaned back in her chair, stretching muscles that were starting to protest longer work sessions. "Hollow Oak is home. We're not leaving." Through their bond, Luka felt her contentment mixed with the mild discomfort that came with pregnancy's second trimester. Their child was due in the fall, and every day brought new evidence of the magical inheritance they'd be dealing with. Leenah's necromantic abilities had grown stronger and more stable, while his earth magic had developed new aspects he'd never experienced before. "Speaking of home," he said, standing and offering her his hand, "I think someone wants to take a walk by the lake." "Someone?" "Our daughter. She gets restless when the sun starts setting, and I'm pretty sure she's inherited your need for evening constitutional." "We don't know it's a daughter," Leenah protested, but she let him help her to her feet. "And we definitely don't know she's inherited my need for anything. Trust me, I know. She's got your magical signature and your stubborn streak." He placed his palm against her belly, feeling the flutter of movement that had become their evening ritual. "Plus, she always settles down when we walk past the cemetery. That could just be coincidence." "Right. Our unborn child with necromantic potential calming down near spirits is totally coincidence." The walk to Moon Mirror Lake had become their favorite way to end each day, a chance to process the challenges they'd faced and plan for whatever came next. Tonight, with spring giving way to early summer and the protective mist shimmering across the water, Hollow Oak felt more like home than ever. "Do you ever miss it?" Leenah asked as they settled on the bench Luka had built overlooking the lake. "The simple life before we became the supernatural community's go-to crisis counselors?" "No," he said without hesitation. "Simple was just another word for lonely. This is complicated, but it's ours." Their reputation had grown beyond anything either had expected. Communities throughout the Southeast sought their help resolving spiritual crises, territorial disputes, and the kind of magical emergencies that required both diplomatic skill and genuine power. The combination of Luka's earth magic and protective instincts with Leenah's necromantic abilities and gift for communication had proven uniquely effective. "Besides," he continued, watching the sunset paint the lake in shades of gold and amber, "our kids going to grow up thinking this kind of life is normal. Magical consultations, spirit mediations, parents who can literally bridge worlds to solve problems. That's going to make for interesting school presentations," Leenah said with a laugh. "What did your parents do for career day?" "Oh, they helped resolve a centuries-old haunting in Tennessee last week." Movement in Leenah's belly made them both pause, a flutter that carried distinctly magical resonance, their daughter reacting to the approaching sunset or the proximity to Moon Mirror Lake's spiritual energy. "She's strong," Luka observed, his hand covering Leenah's on her stomach. "I can feel her magical signature getting more defined every week." "Think we can handle raising a child with both our gifts?" "I think we can handle anything together," he replied, meaning every word. "Besides, look around. She's going to have the entire town helping raise her. Twyla's already planning birthday parties. Maeve's designing training protocols for when her shifter traits manifest. And Elder Varric keeps asking about educational considerations for magically gifted children. And if she decides she wants nothing to do with magic, what if she inherits our abilities but chooses a completely ordinary life? Then we support that choice," Luka said simply. "Same way this community supported us when we needed space to figure out who we were together." The sun touched the horizon, sending ripples of reflected light across Moon Mirror Lake's surface. From their bench, they could see the lights beginning to glow in Hollow Oak's windows. The griddle and grind, where Twyla was probably planning some elaborate celebration for their daughter's eventual arrival. The Silver Fang Tavern, where Maeve would be holding court with her usual sharp-tongued wisdom. The book nook, where Lucian and Moira were building their own life together. "I love this place," Leenah said softly. "I love the life we've built here. Good thing, because I'm planning to keep you for the next several decades." "Just several decades?" "Forever," he corrected, pulling her closer as the first stars appeared overhead. "However long forever turns out to be for a mated pair who've learned that the best magic happens when you stop trying to do everything alone." Their daughter shifted again, her presence a warm promise of the future they were building together. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new communities seeking their help, new adventures in balancing their growing family with their responsibilities as Hollow Oak's spiritual advocates. But tonight, sitting by the lake that reflected 1,000 stars and feeling their child's first magical stirrings, Luka marveled at how love had transformed two broken, lonely people into something neither could have achieved alone. A family with the power to bridge worlds and heal ancient wounds, ready to face whatever came next. "Ready to go home?" he asked as the night air grew cool. "Always," Leenah replied, her hand warm in his as they walked back toward the cottage, where Minerva waited and their future was just beginning.